Chapter 1306. Stealing a city. This was what Su Yan saw in Merc's memories. Hundreds of the Shadow King gathered together and began to pray and offer sacrifices. No one knew what they were going to do. Even Merc had no idea about this. From this, it could be seen that this was definitely something extraordinary. At this time, Su Yan's curiosity was actually very strong. But at this time, Merc's memories directly collapsed. It was not that Su Yan's power was not enough to maintain this memory, but that the power of destruction burst out from the memory. Amazing, that seems to be some kind of taboo that can't be read by others. So, even if I only peeked from the memory, I was immediately discovered and directly devoured. Su Yan knew that the power of that source of power was definitely beyond his imagination. At this time, it was simply impossible for him to come into contact with that existence. If such an existence were to discover that he was an anomaly, it would be difficult for him to survive. So, at this time, Su Yan chose to be obedient. It's fine. Although I can't peek into this memory, at least I know something. Su Yan revealed a light smile. At this time, the Shadow King was mostly concentrated in that mysterious place. In that case, the shadow cities were all empty. He had already devoured a shadow city and tasted the sweetness. He deeply understood the benefits of devouring a shadow city. As such, he naturally did not want to give up. If he could continue and devour more shadow cities, his strength would increase even more. For him, this was extremely important and crucial. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Very well, this is simply a gift from the heavens. Of course, the heavens will of the shadow world is probably extremely angry with me. Su Yan laughed and then directly left the small world. He wrapped Valka up and asked, "Where's the next shadow city?" Su Yan spoke very calmly, but Valka's eyebrows jumped. Today was simply too shocking for him. Su Yan's strength and dominance were simply unimaginable. He really destroyed a shadow city. Originally, in Valka's opinion, it was already good enough that Su Yan could enter Shadow City and have a place of his own. But now, he felt like he was dreaming. Even the powerful the Shadow King was killed by his current master. Great Master, you are a god high above. Valka is willing to fight for your will. At this point, he no longer dared to have any other thoughts. Whatever Su Yan said, it was naturally what it was. Originally, he still had some hope in his heart. However, at this moment, everything was nothing. Su Yan's will was everything. The legendary shadow god was still too far away from him, but there was one standing in front of him. There is another city in that place. However, as far as I know, that city is controlled by the Shadow King. Many shadow cities were not controlled by the Shadow King. The city in front of him was like that. 2 kings were managing and cultivating together. In some places, there were even 7 kings in charge of a city at the same time. 2 kings, huh? Don't worry, just go ahead. At this time, Su Yan's strength had greatly improved. He was now a Shadow King. At this time, his strength was simply unimaginable. The King of Shadows could still make Su Yan apprehensive in the past, but it was no longer possible now. No matter how strong the King of Shadows was, as long as Su Yan wanted to kill it, he would be able to kill it. Even if there were 2 the Shadow King. Moreover, the Shadow King were now gathered in a mysterious place and seemed to be carrying out some grand ceremony. At least in the beginning, they would not have the energy to pay attention to him. Since that was the case, Su Yan naturally acted unscrupulously and did not have the slightest scruple. This was where his dominance lay. At this time, Su Yan was much stronger than before. When Valka told Su Yan the approximate location, Su Yan directly sensed the direction and knew the existence of that place. It no longer mattered what kind of powerful existence there was in this city and what its name was. After Su Yan appeared, he stood directly in the void. His eyes were cold as he stared straight at this city. At this time, the shadow marshals in Shadow City had already discovered Su Yan. They were not stupid. When they saw Su Yan like this, they already knew that a powerful enemy had arrived. After all, this time, Su Yan did not hide his aura like last time. Instead, he openly looked down, as if an emperor was looking at a group of sinners. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously in Twin Demon City? With a stern shout, the defensive formation of the entire city was directly activated. After the defensive formation was activated, a terrifying light directly appeared. Such a light was absolutely terrifying. Those shadow creatures who had not yet entered the city in time were directly killed, leaving not even a trace behind. At this time, the most terrifying aura had already begun to circulate. Such a dense power was simply unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, everything had already lost its color, as if this was the only thing that would last forever. From this, it could be seen how powerful this power was. In the Great Formation, a total of 25 shadow marshals directly rose into the sky. At this time, they were already tightly connected to the powerful formation. They seemed to be a part of the Great Formation and could mobilize a powerful force. Intruder, I don't care where you came from. Leave Twin Demon City, or we will make you regret it. The Shadow Marshal's strength was extremely powerful. In fact, he was almost on the same level as the Shadow King. He just lacked an opportunity. If it was an ordinary intruder, he would not waste so much time talking. He would probably directly attack and kill. However, Su Yan gave him an extremely heavy feeling, which made him feel incomparably fearful. He felt that he was facing their two kings. In fact, he was even more powerful than them. Therefore, when he rose into the sky, he had already sent a message, telling his two kings to quickly return. The reason why he said this was that he hoped to stall for time. Long-winded. Now, Su Yan had a certain understanding of Shadow City, so at this time, he did not even bother to feign civility. At this time, he directly released his power at this time. The terrifying and powerful power was so dense. At this time, the most powerful power was displayed like the brilliance of the scorching sun. Come in. Su Yan waved his hand, and the powerful power directly emerged. The terrifying power turned into a long dragon and directly devoured them. These powerful shadow marshals would become the power of Su Yan's small world, and then increase Su Yan's strength. At this time, the terrifying power rolled at this time. When the shadow marshals saw Su Yan make a move, he knew that the situation was not good. Use the power of the Great Formation. At this time, he directly extracted the power of the Great Formation. Terrifying and terrifying power directly rose into the sky and swept towards Su Yan's power. The two forces directly met, and in an instant, the dragon and the snake fought. At this time, the most powerful aura had been displayed to the extreme. The power of the city was indeed powerful. It was worthy of being the power condensed by the Shadow King. At this time, it was even more powerful to the extreme. However, at this time, Su Yan's power was absolutely suppressed. Now, his realm had reached the Shadow Lord realm. The power rolled like a long river. Shadow City only blocked the first wave of Su Yan's power, but it was unable to do anything about the following power. Su Yan's terrifying power turned into a whirlwind, crushing fiercely. What a terrifying majesty this was! Such an aura, such a power, it was really unimaginable. Not good. The Shadow Marshal's eyes flashed with horror. He never thought that his power would be so fragile in front of Su Yan. In just an instant, his power had been directly shattered. What kind of monster is this? He was shocked. Even their king couldn't have such powerful power. Even if he could win, it wouldn't be so easy. However, at this time, Su Yan almost directly crushed the entire formation. You still want to resist at this time? Su Yan was high and mighty. He was a veritable king. As such, he had actually reached the pinnacle, and his entire person was displaying a powerful might. Who are you? You need to know that our king is coming back. By doing this, you are going against the Shadow King. The Shadow King were absolutely powerful. No one could ignore such powerful existences. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. His eyes were already a bit cold, and then he said, I'm waiting for them to come. Su Yan's power rolled again, directly turning into a huge palm. The palm fell, directly sweeping towards Shadow City. What? You want to destroy Shadow City? Every Shadow City had the mark of a god. Where did this guy get the guts to do so? Sure enough, just as Su Yan's palm pressed down, a light suddenly erupted, directly blocking Su Yan's power. Such a blow seemed to have destroyed all of Su Yan's power. When this light appeared, the shadow marshals were overjoyed, because they knew that this was the eruption of a god's power. The power of the gods was so vast and mighty that even their king was in awe of such power. Chapter 1307. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Deliberately holding back. However, in the face of such power, Su Yan remained calm. If it had been before, he might have panicked, but it was impossible now. After all, he already had experience in dealing with the god's talisman of Shadow City. When this attack erupted, Su Yan's zenith power also surged out. Zenith is boundless, transform into a true dragon and suppress the zenith dragon. At this moment, his power surged out, and the terrifying aura was simply unbelievably powerful. The most powerful power was displayed at this moment, like a storm. All the power between heaven and earth seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes burst out with an unprecedented divine light, as if he could see through everything in this world. No matter what kind of power it was, it would be difficult to continue existing under this attack. At this moment, Su Yan's power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the endless brilliance in the sky began to fade and even sink. The power of the god's talisman began to tremble, as if it wanted to break free, but Su Yan would not give it such a chance. Since you've already left Shadow City, why return? Come here. At this moment, Su Yan was really domineering, and the powerful impact was like a long snake. If the god's talisman wanted to display its greatest power, it would naturally be combined with Shadow City. To a certain extent, this Shadow City was a complete person. Shadow City was the physical body, and the god's talisman was the soul. The powerful god of the shadow world obviously had his own purpose, and he was working hard to create something. Unfortunately, in order to suppress Su Yan's power, the power of the god's talisman spread out, and directly dissolved Su Yan's power. However, at this moment, it also gave Su Yan the best opportunity to use his zenith power. The mighty power of the utmost supreme gushed out and dispelled the power right there and then. Not only did it dissolve, Su Yan's power even began to counterattack, and directly devoured and refined this power. In the eyes of these shadow marshals, the world had changed at this moment. Therefore, the power seemed to have come alive and become an independent entity, no longer under their control. Even the power in their bodies was about to leave their bodies and converge towards Su Yan. Devour! Su Yan shouted again, and a terrifying aura directly condensed at this time. Such a powerful power was displayed at this time, and it was simply unimaginable. The endless power at this time was really terrifying to the extreme. Such power at this time, Zhou Yu's translation, the God's book art, and translation at the same time, the gate of the small world began to open. The miniature world appeared directly above the dual devil city. It was hard to imagine how such a powerful force could sweep through the city. Such a terrifying power, at this time, the power, was that. At this time, the power of the power was the power was his translation now. Was translation was translation. The most terrifying power continued to emerge at this time, turning into an absolute storm. Not good, Shadow City is being shaken. At this time, they desperately found that Shadow City, which they regarded as their last fortress, was being directly shaken. Such power was simply inconceivable. That terrifying aura was manifested to the extreme at this time. Between heaven and earth, everything had become eternal. It was a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Su Yan's power was so powerful that it had defeated the power of the gods. At this time, Shadow City bloomed with endless light, and the divine talisman almost directly woke up at this time. The power it erupted was even more terrifying than before. No, we won't lose, because the gods are invincible. Some shadow marshals acted at the same time, and directly converged their power towards Shadow City. You lowly guys, you enjoy the protection of Shadow City, and you are supported by the energy of Shadow City. Now is the time for you to contribute to Shadow City. At this time, the shadow creatures in Shadow City were directly burned. At this time, the lives of these shadow creatures were nothing at all. They would never put other shadow creatures in their eyes. This was the cruelty of this world. The creatures that entered Shadow City, including themselves, had their fates cursed the moment they entered the city. It was at this moment that two powerful thoughts were transmitted to him. Who is so bold? It was the Shadow King's thought. Their real bodies couldn't come back, but their thoughts had arrived. The moment their thoughts appeared, the Shadow City seemed to become heavier and heavier. Sure enough, when the Shadow King and his city work together, they can erupt with even more power. Speaking of which, Merc was wronged. If he had come back earlier, and then worked together with the Shadow City, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been killed so easily by me. When Su Yan fought with Merc, the Shadow King, last time, he had already discovered that Merc's strength didn't seem to be able to reach the peak. Of course, he also knew that it wasn't that Merc didn't want to, but that he couldn't. At this time, the thoughts of the two Shadow Kings directly descended, and Shadow City immediately became restless. The divine talisman shone brightly, showing boundless majesty. That's fine. Let me see exactly how far you can go. At this moment, Su Yan was filled with great confidence. Now, he could use his powerful means to directly cut off the two thoughts. In this way, he might be able to drag Shadow City into his small world before the Shadow King arrived. However, Su Yan stopped. He didn't do that, but waited for the two Shadow Kings to arrive. I hope you won't let me down. I'd like to see how terrifying the combat power of the combination of the City Lord and the city is. Su Yan did this to prepare for a rainy day, because he knew in his heart that tricks were ultimately just luck. He couldn't take over a city without a City Lord every time. If Merc was killed by him, and the Dual Demon City was also destroyed, then no matter how stupid they were, they should know that he was attacking Shadow City. In the next moment, he would become the target of public criticism. Those guys would definitely try to find him and kill him. At that time, he would have to face the Shadow King in his strongest state. Therefore, it was necessary to be able to sense the Shadow King's aura in advance at this time. At this time, Su Yan's power condensed at this time, quietly waiting for the two thoughts to arrive. As for the shadow creatures that were constantly dying in Shadow City, Su Yan didn't care about them at all. Not long after, the two terrifying the Shadow King appeared directly. The moment they appeared, a huge roar broke out in Shadow City, and a terrifying power swept out and spread. When the Shadow Commanders saw the Shadow King appear, they directly entered the city and began to sacrifice their power. Not long ago, Merc seemed to have died. You killed him, right? One of the Shadow King walked out and questioned Su Yan. Su Yan smiled and nodded, then said, "Yes, I killed him, and the next ones to die are you." Su Yan raised his hand, and the shadow sword appeared in an instant. Then, it directly rushed toward the two. This sword was so fast that even the powerful the Shadow King felt a great threat. The two of them gathered their power at the same time and bombarded a punch, which barely resolved Su Yan's sword. In the last battle, Merc was able to block and even shatter Su Yan's shadow sword. But now, Su Yan's power had increased a lot compared to before. After all, he had now reached the level of a Shadow Lord. Moreover, if it was a one-on-one battle, neither of the two the Shadow King was a match for Merc. After all, Merc was a guy who hid his strength well. What terrifying power! No wonder he could kill Merc. The two kings' expressions were extremely ugly. "I don't care where you come from, but you have to understand that Shadow City belongs to God. What you're doing is going against God's will." No matter which world it was, God was an extremely heavy word. He had supreme power. If anyone lost their respect for the gods, they would be killed by the gods. God. You should worry about yourselves. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is not the first time I've dealt with God. At this time, Su Yan's power quietly expanded, and he had directly sealed the most important space. You too, use your most powerful state. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. His aura directly oppressed, and it was incomparably majestic, as if a group of mountains had fallen. You've already sealed the surrounding space. It seems that we can only fight with our backs against the wall. But it's good to let you know the majesty of God. The two communicated with their minds and immediately made a decision. Mighty God, bless me. Majesty, descend. God's armor, condense. At this time, the two of them recited the incantation at the same time. Then, the god's talisman in Shadow City suddenly began to float, and the power of the entire city was instilled into it in an instant. At the same time, the talisman directly divided into two halves and rushed into the bodies of the two the Shadow King at the same time. Chapter 1308. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Comprehending the eight extremities, Su Yan looked at the two of them. At this moment, he had already discovered that two extremely powerful auras were continuously entrenching themselves towards them. Such a dense and powerful aura caused Su Yan to be surprised. Although he had already expected that the Shadow King would be able to unleash an extremely powerful force after combining with the god's talisman. But when he really saw this scene, Su Yan was still a little surprised. As expected, every person who can be called a god is not an ordinary person. Just a god's talisman like this already has such terrifying power. If this power is completely unleashed, how terrifying would it be? At this time, Su Yan's entire aura began to burn. His strength at this time had simply reached the most terrifying level. The radiance of power had reached an unimaginable level. The dense aura was even more unimaginable. The God of Shadow's divine armor condensed in an instant. The dense power had reached an unimaginable level. The whole world seemed to have started to change at this moment. After a while, the God of Shadow's armor finally condensed completely. The auras of the two of them had increased by almost 5 times. The Shadow King was already extremely powerful. At this moment, their auras had increased by 5 times. How terrifying would their strength be? If it was an ordinary battle between the Shadow King, he would probably be killed without any luck. This was the power of the God of Shadow's armor. Moreover, Su Yan also discovered that the God of Shadow's armor seemed to have an extremely unique connection between the two of them. When the two of them worked together, they could unleash the power of the God of Shadow's armor to the extreme. This was the most terrifying level. Truly amazing. Such a powerful force, even I am shocked. At this moment, Su Yan's strength surged. Facing such a powerful force, his strong desire to fight was once again ignited. At this moment, Su Yan had forgotten everything. Everything had been tossed aside by him. His strength also began to increase. With such combat strength, it's enough to fight me. Su Yan waved his hand. In an instant, thousands of shadow swords condensed. So many shadow swords directly erupted with endless majesty at this moment. The terror of this power was really unimaginable. The power that erupted from the terrifying aura at this moment was even more powerful. Three forces directly shot into the sky. Of course, this place had been sealed by Su Yan, so the phenomenon here could not be displayed. Otherwise, he would immediately unleash his most terrifying aura. Suddenly, a cloud appeared in the sky. That cloud was the power of Su Yan's world studio. It was connected to the world. Let me see how powerful your strength is. Su Yan's strength. Su Yan's force. Su Yan's studio. Yan. Facing the too powerful the Shadow King with shadow godly armor, Su Yan still chose to take the initiative to attack. How dare you! The Shadow King were furious at the same time. They saw contempt in Su Yan's eyes. For an expert, this was an extremely uncomfortable thing. It was also a great humiliation. Only the death of the enemy could wash away this humiliation. At this moment, his strength erupted at the same time. The most violent power appeared at this moment. At this moment, the aura was so powerful that it was boundless. The most terrifying power surged like a tide. Everything between heaven and earth began to be annihilated at this moment. This level of power was simply too terrifying. Su Yan directly stepped out. The powerful majesty suddenly rushed out and swept away their strength. The Shadow King's expressions changed. Su Yan's strength was indeed powerful. Kill. They immediately knew that at this time, they must not let Su Yan continue to be so unscrupulous. Otherwise, when Su Yan's strength was established, only death would await them. To be able to become the Shadow King, they were definitely not stupid. In the shadow world, everything was fought for by oneself. If you were not strong enough, you could only become food for others. Therefore, they would not be wrong in their judgment of the situation. At this moment, the two people's strength operated at the same time. A gust of wind rose and turned into an extremely sharp blade. It directly attacked Su Yan's strength fluctuation. The two strength fluctuations met. Immediately, lightning began to flicker. It was simply unimaginable that such a strength fluctuation would continue to erupt at this time. The terrifying strength fluctuation seemed to want to directly break Su Yan's space seal. No matter what, if Su Yan's space seal was broken, it would be a huge advantage for them. In fact, they also understood that the reason Su Yan's space seal was to prevent them from escaping. The second reason was that he was afraid that the Shadow King would come to support him. Although this seemed unlikely, it was better to be safe than sorry. Kill. The two people's second attack fell. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. At this time, Su Yan's eyes had become cold. His aura began to change. It was as if a giant dragon had directly awakened at this time. I want to see how strong your strength can be. At this time, his aura began to flicker. The most violent and terrifying aura appeared at this time. Boundless strength directly suppressed at this time. Baji Fist. At this time, Su Yan directly blasted out a punch. This punch was actually a fist technique that he had learned in his previous life, Baji Fist. Baji Fist was an extremely domineering fist technique. He performed the attack to the extreme. When Su Yan had just been promoted to Shadow Lord, he had a new understanding of strength. At that time, he suddenly realized that the combat techniques that were spread on Earth were actually extremely powerful. However, it was impossible for spirit chi to appear on Earth. Therefore, those ancient martial arts fist techniques seemed to be sloppy and ordinary. They could not display their true power. But at this moment, when he combined all of this with his own comprehension, he immediately realized that these fist techniques were powerful and mysterious. Often, if the same punch was propelled by the same amount of energy, then the power it could unleash would be unimaginably terrifying. Such a terrifying punch, at this moment, was moving in a panic, and the most terrifying aura was manifested at this moment. That power was really unimaginable. This was the first time he had used Baji Fist. This was an extremely cruel final battle. However, the more it was so, the braver Su Yan became. This was because he firmly believed that only in such a situation could he display the most powerful power of this fist technique. At this time, he blasted out a punch. Such power was simply unimaginable. That terrifying aura surged at this time. 8 auroras appeared directly. They seemed to form the most terrifying vortex. Such power swept through the wind and the clouds. The most terrifying power was incomparably heavy at this time. All the power between heaven and earth seemed to have fallen silent at this time. This was because this power at this time was really too terrifying. The 2 attacks launched by the Shadow King were directly broken by this punch. How is this possible? Previously, it was clear that they were evenly matched. However, this time around, Su Yan's strength had completely suppressed them. How unbelievable was this? Such strength was simply unimaginable. At this time, they also realized that Su Yan's aura had completely changed. At this time, he was simply the most terrifying supergiant. Humph, ignorant. At this time, Su Yan's blood was completely boiling. The power of this power was even more unimaginable. That terrifying aura had reached the extreme. Again. This punch gave him a kind of enlightenment. Sure enough, no matter which world it is, the most basic rules are the same. As long as one's essence, chi, and spirit can reach the peak, then no matter what existence it is, it can be swept away in one fell swoop. At this time, Su Yan understood in his heart. In this way, nothing was in his eyes. His power had reached the most terrifying peak at this moment. He directly blasted out several streams of fist force, each of which was extremely domineering and terrifying. At this time, the most powerful power between heaven and earth also directly turned into the wind and clouds at this time. The most violent power directly manifested at this time. The power of the wind and clouds was really unimaginable at this time. At this time, everything in the sky seemed to have begun to settle down. The power of the 2 kings had been completely destroyed. If there was a word to describe it, it would be that it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. However, Su Yan thought that he would definitely be able to obtain victory after this attack. Poisonous Bug, at this time, realized that he was wrong. Because just as his punches were about to destroy the 2 kings, a black wind suddenly emerged from the shadow godly armor formed by the god's talisman, and actually blocked his power. Then, the Shadow Kings suddenly roared in pain. What's going on? Su Yan's gaze moved, and the vision that was close to the eye of truth directly manifested at this time. At this time, he realized that a thought suddenly emerged from the shadow godly armor, and it actually started to devour the Shadow King. The shadow godly armor was clearly just a weapon that gave the Shadow King great power. However, at this time, it started to turn the tables and wanted to devour the Shadow King. The 2 kings also realized this situation. They desperately tried to resist, but unfortunately, their power seemed to be far inferior compared to the shadow godly armor, and they couldn't resist at all. Chapter 1309. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Shadow Godly Armor. Sure enough, the shadow god is really up to no good. In that case, all of this is part of his plan. Su Yan had already guessed from the very beginning that the so-called Shadow City project was a huge scheme. Gods were all selfish. This was what the great demon dragon had said to him when they were talking. How could those high and mighty gods give up their power for the sake of insignificant ants? Everything was a lie. He bestowed the Shadow City, which could indeed increase the strength of the Shadow King and other shadow creatures. But on the other hand, no bestowment came without a price. When the Shadow King received the bestowment, he was actually burying a seed in his body. Just like now, this dangerous seed finally began to germinate. No, great God, please don't abandon us. At this time, they cried out in pain. Even the powerful the Shadow King was so weak at this time. They could only pray that the gods would let them go. There were many hunters in this world, and it was because of this that they were so resolute in choosing to resist. Of course, not joining the Shadow City was also a matter of a strong person's heart. The powerful Shadow God ignored the pleas of the Shadow King. In his eyes, the cries of the weak were not worthy of sympathy. At this time, his power surged, and the dark aura reached its peak. The bodies of the two kings were forcibly melted and then integrated into the Shadow Godly armor. At this time, the Shadow Godly armor became more profound, and it seemed to condense an extremely powerful and terrifying power. Then, the two armors began to fuse with each other. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this time. Still not going to make a move. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the Shadow Godly armor. The voice was unbelievably calm. Even the mechanical voice of his previous life sounded 10,000 times better than this voice. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the voice of the Shadow God. I really didn't expect your consciousness to descend personally, Su Yan said directly. Su Yan was no longer in awe of the gods. If one had never come into contact with the gods and never felt the power of the gods, then this kind of awe would never disappear. However, Su Yan had already fought with the gods. Even though he was still insignificant in front of their power, this kind of reverence had already disappeared. The so-called gods were just slightly more powerful cultivators. Perhaps he was still too weak for them, but he was getting stronger. Su Yan firmly believed that as long as he continued to fight, his strength would become even stronger. Hee, you reptile. I really didn't expect that. You can't fool me. At this time, the fusion of the armor was complete, and finally turned into a pitch-black figure. It didn't have a face, nor did it have any color. It was just a shadow. I didn't intend to deceive you in the first place. The one before me is probably just a clone of Lian's will, an independent existence. As long as I kill you, your original body won't be able to know of my existence, Su Yan said calmly. To him, killing the clone of a god was actually such a simple and ordinary thing. You're quite brave, but do you really think you can defeat me? However, I admire you. Join me, and I'll make you the most powerful god's disciple. I'll let you have power that others can't reach. He looked at Su Yan with a smile. This was a very strange feeling. Although he couldn't see him, he knew that he was smiling. This was a powerful projection of power. However, at this time, Su Yan said, you don't have to use such a method because it's useless to me. Su Yan raised his head. His voice was incomparably calm. At this time, his power swayed gently like a whirlwind. This time, his power had reached an extreme level. He was not afraid of the invasion of divine thoughts at all. Let me see if there's anything special about the power of the Shadow God. In the next second, Su Yan disappeared and slashed down. His attack was so powerful that he didn't hold back at all. Even if the opponent was a god, as long as he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be afraid. This was Su Yan's strength and dominance. At this moment, he interpreted this dominance to the most thorough extent. Countless shadow swords directly condensed, and the terrifying power at this time exploded to the extreme. At this time, the Shadow God said directly, the infinite world. The Shadow King might not be aware of Su Yan's means, but at this time, he was facing the powerful Shadow God. Even if it was just a thought, what he knew was unimaginable. As expected, you can recognize me. Su Yan wasn't surprised that the Shadow God could see through his origin. At this time, his sword chi became even stronger. Thousands of sword chi condensed into a point, and the most terrifying power directly turned into a whirlwind at this time. The terrifying aura evolved at this time and reached the extreme level. Such an aura kept changing at this time, and it was really boundless. The most terrifying power kept condensing and rotating at this time, and the boundless aura had reached the extreme level at this time. At this time, the whole sky had been condensed into this power. Everything seemed to have lost its color at this time. The strength of this power was simply unimaginable. That terrifying aura was many times stronger than before. As expected, your strength is stronger than I thought. If I relied on those two pieces of trash, they wouldn't be able to do anything to you at all. The shadow godly armor directly said to itself. Then, a light suddenly condensed in the armor and turned into the most extreme brilliance. The impact of such power had destroyed everything in an instant. Su Yan's sword was so weak in front of him. However, Su Yan had already expected that his power would be defeated. If a shadow god couldn't even do this, it would be a joke. His aura surged again, and the boundless power directly turned into brilliance at this time. In the next moment, the eight extremities fist blasted out. Facing such a powerful enemy, Su Yan didn't dare to hold back at all. The power of the small world also merged into the eight extremities fist. The terrifying attack directly locked onto the shadow godly armor, and he couldn't escape at all. Break for me. This punch directly landed on the shadow godly armor's body. Such a violent attack naturally erupted with an extremely powerful power. However, after taking such a blow, the shadow godly armor only trembled a few times, but it didn't suffer any damage. Very strong power, but it's still impossible to break me. He was extremely proud, as if teasing Su Yan gave him a great sense of achievement. However, at this time, Su Yan's expression was already calm. Is that so? Su Yan's power changed, and the most terrifying power appeared again. Such an attack turned into a long river that abruptly descended and ruthlessly smashed into his body. The eight extremities fist was very similar to the great devil Heaven Lord's heaven-defying 10 kills. Each punch was stronger than the previous one. Compared to the heaven-defying 10 kills, the eight extremities fist was more extreme. The extremities of heaven and earth, the extremities of sun and moon, the extremities of mountains and rivers, the extremities of universe, the extremities of chaos, the extremities of mountains and seas, the extremities of time, and the extremities of eternal life. This was the profound meaning of the eight extremities. At Su Yan's level, he could almost interpret it. The only thing he lacked was the accumulation of power. Therefore, when this attack was blasted out, the eight trajectories drifted and flashed with the most terrifying aura. Such power was simply unimaginable. Heaven and earth, the extremities of time, the extremities of universe, the extremities of mountains and seas, the extremities. Everything condensed and the eight extremities became one. When this punch landed, countless halos appeared on the shadow godly armor, and it vibrated continuously. Then, an extremely small crack appeared on the powerful shadow godly armor. Although the crack was extremely small, it meant that his power wasn't invincible, and Su Yan had enough power to destroy it. What do you think? Su Yan asked provocatively, which made the shadow godly armor furious. It was actually provoked by such a junior. To it, this was simply intolerable. You deserve to die. At this moment, his power turned into a storm and started to sweep up. The terrifying power at this moment was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura completely erupted at this moment. It was the majesty of a god. Offending a god. Death. Divine punishment. Su Yan's body was suddenly covered with lightning. This place had clearly been sealed by Su Yan's power. However, the lightning appeared directly, as if ignoring the power of space. Such a method was really powerful. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Divine punishment my ass." Su Yan didn't cower in the face of the lightning that appeared. At this moment, he was already prepared to take on such an attack head-on. The most extreme power descended directly and attacked continuously. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was heaven-defying as he faced the attack head-on. What bullsh** divine punishment? Everything is false. I have respect and fear in my heart. You are a god, but when I have no respect for anything in my heart, you are just a slightly stronger cultivator. Compared to you, what I lack is only time. Break for me. Su Yan's punch was so decisive. The most terrifying attack erupted with extremely violent power at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power was simply inexhaustible. Chapter 13:10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Slaughter godly armor. Dragon cheese soared into the sky, erupting with endless power. This attack immediately made the shadow godly armor change color. No, why do you have that guy's aura on you? He couldn't accept that Su Yan's body had the aura of the great demonic dragon. Su Yan's eyes moved, and then he said, "So it's true. The great demonic dragon did fight with a god. That's even better. If he could fight with you back then I can too." At this time, Su Yan's power burned again. He had the support of the small world, so he wasn't afraid of consuming too much of his power. At this moment, endless power gathered. At this time, it was almost unimaginable. The terrifying aura appeared at this time. This is the Dragon Fist. Come, let me see how terrifying your bullsh** God's punishment is. At this moment, Su Yan was determined to the extreme. His power was surging at this time. Under such power, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. The aura changed at this time. The most extreme power rushed directly at this time, beginning to condense into the most violent attack. At this time, the most violent power condensed in the sky. The two powers collided, and the entire space began to tremble. You are indeed powerful. But since I want you to die here, then you will die without a doubt. At this moment, he was also extremely domineering. After all, the shadow godly armor was a god's consciousness. It was unimaginably domineering. At this time, he directly displayed his strongest power, wanting to completely suppress Su Yan. But at this moment, Su Yan wouldn't give up so easily. At this time, his power was surging. The most terrifying power burst out, and he struggled to resist. The power of the small world was endless. After a while of stalemate, the shadow godly armor finally realized that something was wrong. Impossible. How can your power last so long? Even if it was a shadow duke, after such a long battle, it was impossible for him to maintain his power for so long. No, I found that your body still has my consciousness. No, that's not my body. What is it? As expected of the shadow god's will, it was incomparably powerful. In an instant, it had already discovered Su Yan's situation. Of course, he couldn't discover the existence of this small world right now unless his true spirit descended and could use the boundless power of a god. Otherwise, it would be impossible. But at this time, Su Yan suddenly said, "Do you want to know?" "Alright, there's no need to guess. I'll take you in." At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly moved, and he actually charged toward the shadow divine armor while enduring the terrifying power. In the next moment, the entrance to the small world opened again. This is a small world. Even for gods, a small world was a treasure, because it meant that they could devour the small world and use it to nourish themselves. However, he would never have thought that someone of Su Yan's level would actually possess such a precious item. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. You brat, you shouldn't have shown me the small world. At this moment, even his voice was trembling slightly. Are you tempted? If you have the ability, then come and take it. At this moment, Su Yan was simply too daring. He didn't care that his small world had been discovered at all. It seems that you want to kill me here. However, you underestimate the power of a god. At this moment, the shadow divine armor changed again, and his aura became even more vigorous. Such power was simply violent to the extreme. Such a dense aura transformed into the most terrifying thing at this moment. With a single step, the world changed. The entire small world was actually affected by him. The biggest mistake you've made is to let me come here. My will, return. He shouted loudly. At this moment, the other god's talisman that Su Yan had suppressed started to vibrate violently. He actually wanted to break free from Su Yan's suppression. Good move. Su Yan's eyes directly burst out with a ray of divine light. Of course, he understood what was going on. The god's talisman that he had suppressed was originally one of the shadow god's wills. At this moment, it encountered an even more powerful will and was directly summoned. Naturally, it was difficult to suppress. However, since Su Yan dared to bring him here, he naturally wouldn't do anything. At this moment, his power directly manifested. That terrifying aura was simply boundless at this moment. The heaviest power directly manifested at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying power changed. The most terrifying aura turned into an extreme thunderbolt at this moment. Dark Thunderbolt, attack. At this moment, Su Yan directly controlled the Dark Ink Lotus. The Dark Ink Lotus existed in Su Yan's small world, and it was suppressed by the power of Su Yan's divine temple. At this moment, Su Yan directly activated his own power, causing the Dark Ink Lotus to erupt with a terrifying aura. The Dark Thunderbolt attacked Su Yan. However, this was Su Yan's small world after all. He directly used the power of stellar transposition and immediately guided the attack towards the shadow godly armor. At this moment, the shadow godly armor was receiving the return of another will. However, at this moment, the Dark Thunderbolt actually came first. He immediately became furious and directly attacked with his power. Not only did he destroy the Dark Thunderbolt, but he also returned it to its origin and directly attacked the Dark Ink Lotus. Boom! With a loud sound, his power directly bombarded the Dark Ink Lotus. However, at this moment, he was somewhat regretful. ***, that's the Dark Battle God's Dark Ink Lotus. At this moment, he felt terrible. This was because he had never imagined that the Dark Battle God's Dark Ink Lotus would exist in Su Yan's small world. The fact that the Dark Battle God could make him so wary showed that he was an extremely powerful existence back then. Even someone as powerful as him wouldn't easily provoke him. What exactly is this guy's background? However, his shock clearly wasn't over yet. Because at this moment, another ray of golden light descended. That was the power of the Buddha temple. Back then, when the shadow world invaded, the shadow god was extremely ferocious and was resisted by the sacred venerables of the boundless world. The sacred venerables of the Buddha temple were one of them. At this moment, the sacred venerables of the Buddha temple sensed his aura and directly drew his power down. At this moment, although the shadow god had merged his two wills and become even more powerful, this place was still fatal to him because he had to face the Dark Ink Lotus and the Buddha temple. ***, even this guy exists here. A shadow roared and exploded. Boundless dark netherworld fire spread to the surroundings. Such power was simply indescribably terrifying. The brilliance of this power was simply too terrifying. It was also at this moment that Su Yan's power descended again. I'd like to see how you're going to seize my small world. At this moment, Su Yan was aggressive and didn't intend to give this guy any chance. At this moment, his power had already reached the most terrifying peak. Such a terrifying aura was like doomsday even for the shadow godly armor. D***MN. At this moment, the shadow godly armor couldn't attack anymore. The only thing he could do was defend. Raging Inferno. At this moment, Su Yan let out a furious roar. Flames suddenly appeared in the void. The terrifying and dense flames burned fiercely. It was simply unimaginably powerful. Such a terrifying flame power was filled with boundless destructive power. Such a strike was truly incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have gone crazy. The power of annihilation was even more intense at this moment. This was Su Yan fighting with the power of the entire small world. The shadow godly armor let out an extremely painful roar. At this moment, even the divine will was just an ordinary person. The so-called divine will is simply bullsh*t. Su Yan roared again. Sword of Laws. The continuous battle also awakened many of Su Yan's abilities. The Sword of Laws appeared. He had the Raging Inferno Law, the Decaying Law, the Ice Law, the Storm Law, and the Thunder Law. The many laws merged into one and directly turned into a giant sword. With the supreme power as the foundation, it slashed down fiercely. Roar! The shadow godly armor directly let out an extremely painful and shrill cry. Such a strike was really terrifying to the extreme. The power of such a strike was simply boundless. Under such power, the will that he had just merged was about to be torn apart. Impossible, I won't lose. No matter how strong your power is, it's impossible for you to kill me. Those guys are indeed terrifying, but unfortunately, they are only remnants of their will. They can hurt me, but they can't destroy me. And with your power, it's even more impossible for you to do so. The essence of his power was too strong. It was almost the strongest thing in this world. Therefore, even if Su Yan displayed such a powerful attack that could hurt him, it couldn't destroy him. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, not necessarily. Supreme, wither. As his words fell, the figure formed by the shadow godly armor suddenly panicked. This was because at this moment, he suddenly realized that the inside of his body was actually starting to decay. There was a power he couldn't understand that was disintegrating his body. What kind of power is this? He looked at Su Yan in shock. Chapter 13:11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Take another city. The shadow talisman was suppressed by him, but it was not just left there. The power of the very supreme had actually intertwined with the god talisman and started to analyze its rules and power. No matter how much Su Yan looked down on the gods, he would not underestimate their strength. Anyone who was stronger than him was worth learning from. He deeply understood this principle. So at this time, he naturally could not let such a powerful force be neglected. After the shadow godly armor entered the small world, it discovered his will and immediately wanted to fuse with it. The divinity in the god talisman suppressed by Su Yan had been refined by Su Yan, so it had lost its consciousness. Naturally, it could not tell him about the power of the very supreme. So when the shadow godly armor fused with it, it directly fused the power of the very supreme into its body. If it had not fused with it this time, it would not have been easy for Su Yan to analyze this power. This was because the god talisman had an extremely strong and sturdy rule power outside. Even if it was the power of the very supreme, analyzing it would not be something that could be done in a day. But this time, the power of the very supreme had directly entered the interior. Then, when the attack outside had reached its peak, it suddenly activated. To the shadow godly armor, this was a destructive blow. Under the internal and external attacks, it could barely move. At this time, it could no longer use its powerful strength. The power of the very supreme was like a giant dragon, destroying its interior. Humph, even a god has a weakness. No matter how strong your structure is, it will be refined at this time. Su Yan used the power of the small world to suppress the shadow godly armor. At the same time, the power of the very supreme turned into flames and began to refine the will of the gods. D****. The shadow godly armor's will was directly burned by the very supreme fire. The very supreme fire was absolutely domineering. Even the will of the gods was constantly shaking at this time. Good, you are indeed powerful. At this time, the will calmed down. He looked at Su Yan and said calmly, I haven't encountered such a failure in a long time. Although it is only a little will, a failure is a failure. Don't worry, my real body will definitely find you. I am looking forward to meeting you. Gods were gods, after all. When they failed, they didn't roar hysterically. Instead, they had an extremely calm conversation. Su Yan coldly snorted. You talk too much nonsense. Shatter. As he spoke, he still punched out. That powerful force erupted directly. The terrifying force displayed an extremely terrifying aura at this time, and then this force was completely shattered. He won. Su Yan finally shattered the shadow armor. At this time, the power of the shattered armor directly dissipated outside the small world. This was the power of the shadow god. Even after it was shattered, it would not be easy for Su Yan to devour it. But at this point, how could Su Yan let this precious energy leave? Supreme Infinite, heaven and earth, suppress for me. His power swelled, and at this time, it directly turned into a huge palm, directly grabbing down. In this way, all this huge energy was collected by him. Good, after devouring this energy, I can go further, but at this time, I can't go to the next city. This time, I directly fought with the will of the shadow god. Although it was a daunting but not dangerous situation, I'm afraid he has already sensed it. He will definitely not let me go on like this. Su Yan thought very thoroughly. He deeply knew that if he continued to collect the next city, he would be courting death. The other party was not an idiot. His will was directly destroyed. Even if he couldn't know the whole situation, he could still infer some clues. If he acted according to the original plan at this time, he would be walking into a trap. I have now attracted the attention of this world's will, so I absolutely can't continue to stay here. I have to leave the shadow world as soon as possible. Su Yan had made up his mind to leave the shadow world as soon as possible. As for how to leave, that was a problem. With so many the Shadow King gathered there must be something big. And for the Shadow God, I'm afraid the biggest thing is to launch an invasion of the infinite world. Su Yan also wanted to know the information of the Shadow God's will when he refined that will. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the will itself was completely destroyed, and Su Yan could no longer get any information from it. But it didn't matter. Su Yan was confident that his inference was very likely to be correct. That shadow god is probably going to capture me, so I'll do the opposite. I'll go to their place of worship and take the opportunity to return to the infinite world. At this moment, Su Yan had made up his mind, and immediately began to sense the mysterious location. And it was at this time that the passage to the shadow world was directly penetrated. But this time, they didn't come from the shadow world, but from a different direction. At this time, a figure directly rushed out of the passage. It was a person, not a shadow creature. Unlike Su Yan, after Su Yan entered the shadow world, his physical body had been destroyed, but this person didn't. Instead, the power of the shadow world directly gathered and entered his body. This was an extremely unimaginable thing. One had to know that the physical body and the shadow were two extremes. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for a human's physical body to directly devour the power of the shadow. However, this person did it without any hindrance. It was not because of anything else, but because this person had the origin of the shadow world. He was the shadow child, and this person was none other than Feng Yueshan. Is this the shadow world? After arriving in this world, Feng Yueshan suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. He felt that he was born to live in this place, and that this world existed for him. All the power gathered directly towards him. I wonder if Su Yan is still alive. But this guy won't die so easily, right? Otherwise, what's the point of me coming here? At this moment, he lifted his head and looked at the boundless sky. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him from the end of the sky. In fact, the moment he entered the shadow world, there was a huge energy frenzy in the shadow world. The terrifying energy surged like a tidal wave. Such a terrifying power was simply shocking. Countless shadow creatures died in this shadow frenzy, and they didn't even know what happened. At this moment, in the core of the place where hundreds of the Shadow King gathered, an extremely mysterious and powerful existence opened his eyes. His realm was terrifyingly powerful, and it was impossible to estimate the extent of his strength. He wasn't the Shadow God, but he was the apostle appointed by the Shadow God. He was also known as the Apostle of God. He's here. He's finally here. The traitor who threatens the great God. Flames burst out from his eyes. In his opinion, anyone who could pose a threat to the gods was a traitor. The Shadow God was the most powerful and the greatest existence in this world. No matter who it was, they should be in awe of the gods. However, the origin of the shadow world began to change, and a new shadow child was born. The shadow child was expected to become the new shadow god because the current shadow child came from this. However, how could the shadow god be willing to hand over his authority? He still wanted to strive for immortality and become a true eternal existence. Therefore, as soon as he sensed the changes in the origin of the world, he had already issued an oracle to find the child of the world and kill him. But unfortunately, even with his powerful divine power, he couldn't find the shadow child. At that time, he guessed that it was very likely that the shadow child no longer existed in this world. Although this was absurd, the great shadow god was very sure of this. Therefore, it was time for the shadow world to invade the infinite world. But this time, the power of the shadow world suddenly began to shake, which meant that the child of the world had returned. Since you've returned here, then I'll bury you completely. The shadow world can only be mine. This was the voice of the god. At this time, the entire shadow world was in chaos. Feng Yueshan felt the changes in his aura. As the child of the world, he could of course get the help of heaven and earth. Powerful forces continued to converge on his body. In a short period of time, his cultivation had broken through all the way. At this time, he had actually reached the level of a shadow lord. Su Yan's cultivation was extremely fast. With the help of the supreme power, his cultivation could be said to be heaven-defying. But compared to Feng Yueshan at this time, he was still far behind. Feng Yueshan was clearly still in his physical body, but his understanding of the shadow law had reached an unimaginable level. Not only the law, but more. There were many things that he didn't know before, but the moment he stepped into the shadow world, there were many more things in his mind. This included information about the divine position. I'm back. Even if I don't want to, since I've returned, I won't let you be so carefree. At this time, Feng Yueshan directly went into the depths of the shadow world. This time, he came here to find and guide Su Yan. Chapter 13:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A new war. Feng Yueshan was not the only one who had started a new war. The war in the boundless world had finally begun. In the vast starry sky, an extremely terrifying explosion suddenly occurred, and the most terrifying force directly appeared at this moment. The powerful force directly spread in the starry sky, and after that, terrifying majesty appeared one after another. On that day, in the boundless world, whether it was the 5 counties or the 9 states, everyone saw that the sky changed color. The bright sky suddenly turned bright red. It was like the color of blood. The oppressive aura made everyone breathless. This was the sign of doomsday. Su Yan had been in the shadow world for a long time. In the shadow world, Su Yan did not know the passage of time, but in reality, 100 years had passed. 100 years could change a lot. At this time, the situation in the 5 counties changed again. The 4 pillars Tao masters that Elder Tianji predicted, except for Su Yan, the other 3 had displayed extremely powerful strength and talent. The most outstanding one was Yi Kongxing, whose strength had reached the level of a venerable emperor. On the day he became a venerable sovereign, he had directly charged into the southern sea and cut the creatures of 9 hells into pieces. If it wasn't for the terrifying will of the 9 hells realm crossing over to him at the last moment, it was likely that all the creatures of 9 hells would have been killed by him. After that, Ling Likong of the Heavenly Sage sect and the one from the Celestial sect also displayed their extremely terrifying strength and became venerable emperors one after another. The appearance of the 3 venerable emperors directly swept through the other territories, and the eastern lands became prosperous. However, Su Yan never appeared. However, even if Su Yan disappeared, no one would underestimate Su Yan. Back then, Su Yan's appearance was too powerful and majestic. 10 years ago, in the Arctic land of the far north, Yang Tai-yi finally broke free from the seal. He directly appeared in the Stupa sect and fought with Yi Kongxing. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. And this was only the beginning. In so many years, the changes in the 5 counties were simply astonishing. Just as Su Yan expected, the Shadow World already had an extremely tight defense. The Shadow King even personally patrolled, and his powerful shadow consciousness constantly swept, trying to find Su Yan. However, Su Yan had hidden himself with the power of the Taishang. Even the Shadow God would find it difficult to discover him. Unless he used his true body, it would be impossible to discover Su Yan. So, it was all in vain. However, Valka managed to find out something. Master, when I entered the city earlier, I heard a piece of news. Valka was already filled with admiration for Su Yan. Su Yan's means. Especially in the past, Su in the world. That was simply a means that defied the heavens. In these years, Valka followed Su Yan and constantly devoured. With Su Yan's guidance, his strength improved rapidly, and he was almost about to challenge the Shadow King. Master, there are rumors in the city that the God's traitor has appeared. So, as long as people find his trace, they must immediately report to the God. The great Shadow King will personally take action and eliminate him. After hearing this news, Su Yan frowned slightly and said, God's traitor. At first, Su Yan thought that this was referring to him, but he quickly denied it. It was not a matter of a day or 2 that he caused chaos in the Shadow World. Although the Shadow King hated him, it was obvious that he had not reached that level. And to be able to make the Shadow King go to war, it was obviously someone who could threaten his position. That's interesting. Su Yan began to calculate. At this time, Valka naturally shut his mouth. He knew that he absolutely could not disturb his great master at this time. Feng Yueshan, could it be that Feng Yueshan has entered the Shadow World? He did not have the ability to be treated so seriously by the Shadow King. And to be able to threaten a god, apart from another god, it was someone who had the hope of becoming a new god. If another god had appeared, then things would not have been so simple. The Shadow World would have been desolate by now. What a terrible thing it would be to have 2 gods fighting each other. Although Su Yan had never experienced it, he could imagine it just by thinking about it. In that case, it could only be the latter. And to be able to become a new god, it was most likely the child of the world recognized by the world. The child of the Shadow World. He naturally thought of Feng Yueshan. Originally, the child of the shadow in this world could not be a single person. But as long as it was in the shadow world, it was impossible for these existences to survive, because the Shadow King would never allow it. This was like an emperor who would never allow anyone who could threaten his throne to survive. Moreover, the position of a god was not something a mere emperor could compare to. It seems that the shadow world has abandoned that god, but that god will not give up so easily, so this situation happened. A while ago, there was a huge energy frenzy in the shadow world. I think it was Feng Yueshan who entered the shadow world. But this is bad. Su Yan had indirectly come into contact with the shadow god. Although he had won that battle, the shadow god was still alive. Su Yan also saw the power of the Shadow King. Gods were incomparably powerful and terrifying existences. He could not estimate who was stronger, that god or the dragon god, but he knew that it was definitely not something Feng Yueshan could contend with at this time. Feng Yueshan is the child of the world. After entering the shadow world, his strength will naturally be greatly improved, but in any case, it is impossible for him to be a match for the Shadow King. Now that I think about it, I have to meet him quickly and take him back to the infinite world. Only by entering the infinite world could the Shadow King not kill Feng Yueshan immediately. But now the problem was, how could he meet Feng Yueshan? I should still go to the Shadow Sacred Land. Su Yan thought about it again and finally decided to continue on his journey. That place must be very special to the shadow world. Since Feng Yueshan had entered this world, he must be able to sense it. He also wanted to go to Feng Yueshan and meet up with his friend at this time, but it was impossible. Most of the time, everyone's fate belonged to themselves, and others could not help them continue on the rest of the path. The only thing Su Yan could do now was to believe that Feng Yueshan could do it. The Infinite World. Sect Master, another demon has appeared in the northeast direction. There are already senior brothers rushing over. At this time, Wang Baichuan came in front of Zhang Zhe. Since that day when the blood sun appeared in the sky, the frequency of demons appearing has greatly increased. Whether for humans or the demon race, these demons that suddenly appear are extremely fatal. In fact, many knowledgeable people in the infinite world already knew that the invasion of demons was coming, but the chaos on the continent was not over. Between the major forces, for their own interests, fighting each other, it was impossible to calm down so easily. But at this moment, the devil suddenly descended. Baichuan, you go too. Only in the flames of war can you grow better. But you must remember, no matter what, you must survive. Zhang Zhe's voice was calm, but Wang Baichuan could see that his sect master was extremely nervous. This was a situation that had never happened before. In the hearts of the Taihang sword faction disciples, their sect master was a godlike existence. In the past, the Taihang sword faction was dominated by the three major families, and no one was willing to submit to anyone. However, after Zhang Zhe ascended to the position of sect master, he actually managed to subdue the three major families. No matter who it was, they all admired Zhang Zhe and treated him as their idol. But today, Wang Baichuan saw such an expression on his face. Sect master, are you all right? Wang Baichuan asked carefully. Zhang Zhe shook his head, then said, I'm fine, you go, I know what to do. Hearing Zhang Zhe's words, Wang Baichuan could only nod and leave. This great calamity was too terrifying, like a huge wave sweeping across the continent. At this moment, the various sects still hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter, and this was the worst thing. This was the case in the 5 counties and the 9 states. After so many years of war, the strength of many of the former top 10 sects had actually fallen behind. Zhang Zhe walked out and headed towards Sword Forging Peak. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan was already waiting there. Sect Master. Xue Xingchuan greeted Zhang Zhe. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan was like an unsheathed sword. His aura was extremely vigorous, even terrifying. Fortunately, you succeeded. Zhang Zhe was very gratified. Because Xue Xingchuan succeeded. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan was in the Emperor realm. It's all thanks to this senior's guidance. Zhang Zhe looked toward Sword Forging Peak. Below it, there was a terrifying ball of flame. Back then, there was a flame demon emperor in Wuya's body here. Later, after the battle with Su Yan, the flame demon emperor woke up and sank himself here to recover his strength. Of course, this was all thanks to Su Yan. If it wasn't for Su Yan guiding the power for him, he probably wouldn't have had such an easy time. This flame demon emperor was once an extremely powerful existence in the flame demon world, but the flame demon world was drowned by torrents of demons, and then the world was destroyed. Zhang Zhe greets Senior. At this moment, Zhang Zhe directly sent his consciousness into it. Chapter 13:13. Great improvement in strength. If he succeeded, he would become a saint venerable. If he failed, he would die. This was Zhang Zhe's choice. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, "Sect Master, let me do it." Xue Xingchuan clearly knew the danger this time. Even Zhang Zhe's chances of success were not high. Zhang Zhe said, "No, from today onwards, you are the sect master of the Taihang sword faction." Saying so, he took out the Taihang divine sword and handed it to Xue Xingchuan. "Take it." These were merely the calmest 2 words, but they were filled with a heavy feeling. Zhang Zhe was entrusting him. Although you have also become a venerable emperor, your accumulation is still too shallow, so you are not suitable. Let me do it. Since Zhang Zhe had made a decision, he would not change it. Xue Xingchuan clearly knew this. He took the Taihang divine sword. At this time, the divine sword was trembling. The divine sword had a spirit, and even had its own consciousness, so at this time, it clearly felt the current situation. The Taihang divine sword had followed Zhang Zhe for so long, and it had long become one with the sword. At this time, it had to follow a new master. Zhang Zhe did not say anything, and directly entered Sword Forging Peak. Sword Forging Peak was the place where the Supreme Elder had forged the sword. The earth core flame here was extremely terrifying, and with this as the foundation, the strongest sword could be forged. But now, that Supreme Elder had long been expelled. The flames on Sword Forging Peak had not been extinguished. Su Yan had led the Flame Demon Emperor here, so that this Peak Great Emperor could gradually awaken and recover his strength. At that time, Su Yan did not tell this to Zhang Zhe. After all, people who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Moreover, the Flame Demon Emperor had indeed fought with Su Yan before, and could be considered an enemy. He was afraid that Zhang Zhe would directly kill the Flame Demon Emperor. After all, the Flame Demon Emperor was no match for Zhang Zhe at that time. But at this time, after such a long period of cultivation, the Flame Demon Emperor's strength had obviously risen to a certain level, a level that even Zhang Zhe, as an Emperor Master, could not reach. The Flame Demon Emperor was grateful to the Taihang sword faction, so he directly communicated with Zhang Zhe. No matter what, Su Yan had accepted him as a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Therefore, this was also a favor left behind by Su Yan. The blood sun filled the sky. Chaos was about to arrive. Now, evil demons had begun to appear and wreak havoc everywhere. Although those demons could be easily killed for the time being, the truly powerful demons would sooner or later break through the defense of the laws of heaven and earth and enter this world. When the demon god descended, if there was no saint, then what would the infinite world use to defeat those terrifying demons? Therefore, Zhang Zhe had chosen an extremely dangerous path, which was to defy the heavens and become a saint. The holy birth was indeed a lofty term. If he could become a holy venerate, he would practically rule the world. However, if he could not become a holy venerate, then Zhang Zhe could only die. This was because at this time, he did not cultivate step by step. Instead, he directly accepted the inheritance of the Flame Demon Emperor. The Flame Demon Emperor was in existence who had cultivated the law of flames to the extreme. The power of his inheritance was naturally domineering. Such a domineering law would naturally be powerful. However, at the same time, if he could not accept it, then there was no doubt that the backlash would be strong. Even someone as strong as Zhang Zhe would die without a doubt. Moreover, the discipline to succeed was actually extremely low. However, Zhang Zhe still chose to take the risk. In the next moment, he had already stepped into the darkness. Then, he was immediately enveloped by a flame. The raging flames directly devoured him. At this time, Xue Xingchuan held the Taihang divine sword in his hand and directly rushed into the sky. Taihang sword faction, listen up. From today onwards, I, Xue Xingchuan, am the Taihang sect leader. The great calamity is coming. We Taihang disciples will never back down. His words directly spread across the entire Taihang mountain. At the same time, on the Passionless Island. Ever since Chu Linger chose that path, her appearance began to change. Gradually, a layer of stone appeared around her body. The layers of stone accumulated, causing her aura to become extremely weak. In the end, her aura had almost completely disappeared. After a few more years, she almost directly became a stone statue. Standing on the Passionless Island. Lin Qianqian looked at her and sighed in her heart, why bother? As the eldest disciple of the Passionless Island, this step should have been taken by her. However, in the end, she did not take this path. Instead, she chose to walk her own path. There was no right or wrong in this. It was just a matter of personal choice. At this moment, between heaven and earth, all the power condensed at this time. The endless aura became the most terrifying existence at this time. Ray after ray of light filled the entire world. The dense power was extremely powerful. The genius disciples of the Wind sect and the Blazing Fire sect began to transform one by one. The great calamity was coming, and the fate of heaven and earth was directly descending. The battle began. In a place in the Zhezhou continent, Yan Shao finally opened his eyes. At this time, Yan Shao had reached the Emperor realm. Yan Shao was the last of the 7 vice sect leaders. However, at this time, he had broken through to the Emperor realm. Other than the mysterious sect leader Yu Ruo and the first vice sect leader, he was the first person to reach the Emperor realm. His aura was much stronger than before. His whole person's aura was incomparably ethereal. At this time, his eyes looked directly at the deep sky. The great calamity is finally coming. At this time, he directly issued his order, which was to summon all the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect. At this point, he knew that he had to face it. The sect leader was missing, and so was the first vice sect leader. Yan Shao had a deep fear of these two people, but at the same time, he also understood that these two people would not appear again for the sake of the Limitless Demon sect. These two guys had their own ambitions, and they wanted to achieve their goals. And now, if he wanted the Limitless Demon sect to survive this great calamity, then he had to step forward bravely. At this time, if those guys still dared to pester him endlessly, he could only kill them without mercy. In the distant extreme royal sect, Mu Tianxing was leaning against the window. At this time, she was no longer the same as before. She had become even more aged. However, her strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. She was actually also an Emperor Realm Master. The seal in her body had been completely released. Her aura was like a tide, constantly surging. Now, she was the sect leader of the Extreme Royal Sect. Her gaze fell on the forbidden area of the Extreme Royal Sect. Father, are you going to succeed soon? These years had not been easy for her. Facing the pressure of the vice sect leader, she struggled to move forward. However, under such circumstances, she relied on her own efforts to reverse the situation step by step. On the day she became an Emperor Realm Master, she directly killed the vice sect leader and regained control of the Extreme Royal Sect. However, when she became the sect leader of the Extreme Royal Sect, she found that her father was still in seclusion. At this time, she finally understood that her father's strength had long surpassed a certain level. Therefore, even if the vice sect leader was so powerful, he could not harm her father. He could only plot in vain to threaten her father. The reason why her father was like this was to deal with the upcoming great calamity. Therefore, he was trying to break through to the Saint Realm. In the boundless Shura realm. The Shura realm had entered its most brutal period. The scorching sun in the sky had been scorching for a full 10 years. Such a phenomenon was unbearable even for the powerful Shura. It was unknown how many Shura had died under such a scorching sun. However, there were also Shura who defied the heavens and reached an extremely terrifying level in such a cruel environment. In the depths of the Shura realm, there was a woman. She was extremely beautiful. Under her red clothes, she had the most attractive appearance. She walked on this piece of land, and no one knew what she was thinking about. It was at this moment that a few figures appeared. Witch, come back with us. Our great Emperor Shura wants to see you. These figures were all powerful Shura. Moreover, they were all Shura emperors. Each Shura emperor was stronger than the Emperor of Tianxing. The 7 Azura sovereigns had actually come for a single woman. Scram, I don't like killing. The woman's voice was cold. Her words were like a glacier, chilling everyone. Such arrogant words enraged the Shura emperors. However, they did not dare to act rashly at this time. However, it was obviously impossible for them to leave just like that. How troublesome. She raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the most dangerous aura. When her gaze met the Shura emperors, the 7 Shura emperors stopped moving at the same time. An extremely terrifying pressure pressed down on them. Since none of you are willing to cower, then prepare to die. Death gaze. That gaze was like plunder, wanting to directly obliterate their lives. All the light in the sky had dimmed at this time. Even the scorching sun could not bring them any warmth because the dead Shura emperors could no longer feel any warmth. Pft, pft, pft. The 7 Shura emperors died at the same time. She looked at a distant place. It was a palace. In her line of sight, an extremely powerful man was also looking at her. Chapter 13-14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The God of Shura. Her gaze was so deep that it seemed as if she could see through everything. That was an eye technique that was even more powerful than Su Yan's eye of truth. Everything, including distance and even time, was meaningless to her. Since you want to see me, then come. His voice was calm, but this calmness was filled with incomparable lust. His powerful aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. The most violent energy between heaven and earth gathered at this moment. Such dense energy was even more unimaginable at this moment. At this moment, heaven and earth fell silent. The entire world of Shura seemed to have fallen silent because of these two people. At this moment, she moved. Inadvertently, she took a light step forward. In the next moment, she appeared at the farthest place possible. Her gaze was so gentle, but there was also incomparable determination in this gentleness. It was a kind of extreme contradiction. Therefore, all the power at this moment had reached the most terrifying level. The palace was so luxurious because it was the palace of Great Emperor Shura. The Great Emperor Shura was high and mighty, and his strength was frighteningly powerful. Back then, the Emperor of Tianxing had been able to put Su Yan and King of Destruction in a tight spot. In the end, they had only been able to escape under extremely dangerous circumstances. However, he was an existence that surpassed the Shura Emperor. He commanded dozens or even hundreds of Shura Emperors. All because he was Great Emperor Shura. You are an anomaly. You shouldn't have appeared in this world. At this moment, the woman arrived in front of him. At this moment, he spoke directly as if he was talking to a good friend. However, the woman's expression was calm. She said indifferently, "Existence has meaning." Someone had said this to him a long time ago. At this moment, the most powerful and terrifying aura between heaven and earth began to soar. The entire world seemed to be filled with his dense energy. It was as if he was the entire world between the two. The woman in red's gaze was calm. However, if anyone ignored her gaze, they would be courting death. Don't forget that her death gaze just now killed 7 Shura emperors. What kind of terrifying power was that? With just a glance, it had killed so many rulers. You are very powerful, the woman in red said calmly. The other party nodded and said, "But you still came. That means you have the confidence to defeat me." He was the powerful god of Shura, so he should be extremely unwilling to accept such words, but he accepted it so calmly. Fallen god, you shouldn't have come back to life. Because of this, you will drag the entire world into the abyss of darkness. In fact, at this moment, the battle between the two had already begun. While these simple words were exchanged, the confrontation between the two of them had already reached an extremely cute level. This was an invisible confrontation of laws. Ordinary people would not be able to understand the changes in power at this time. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth began to condense. His aura had reached a terrifying level. The woman in red's body emitted an extremely terrifying power. Such an aura had already suppressed Great Emperor Shura in an instant. You talk too much nonsense. Such calm words seemed to be a kind of judgment. At this moment, Great Emperor Shura's face began to age. His white hair continued to appear and began to wither. Such a change was simply incomparably shocking. One had to know that Great Emperor Shura was almost on par with the Saint Venerables in the infinite world. There was naturally no need to say much about his strength. Moreover, if there were no accidents, Great Emperor Shura's lifespan was almost endless. However, at this moment, he began to age directly. As expected of a great god. The use of law power is simply beyond my imagination. Even I can't resist such power. Time is really the most powerful existence in this world. Great Emperor Shura understood that at this moment, he was facing the power of time. Time was the most terrifying and the most powerful force in this world. The terror of this power had almost reached an indescribable limit. Even Great Emperor Shura himself would not be able to resist this power of law. The woman in red did not say anything. Her indifference was simply frightening. Therefore, in her eyes, everything, even a sovereign, was not worth her attention. At this moment, she circulated her power again and imprisoned Great Emperor Shura in an instant. Those who defy my will, die. These few words were enough to show her domineering power. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared beside Great Emperor Shura. A projection had already descended. That which has passed will eventually decay. This voice was also extremely indifferent and was filled with a sense of superiority. What was even more frightening was that his power had directly blocked the woman in red's power. Great Emperor Shura had already begun to age, but at this moment, he began to return to normal. Such a change was simply inconceivable. At this moment, the world of Shura changed. This world had not welcomed darkness for far too long. And now, darkness had descended. Finally, you've appeared. A shadow gradually appeared and then condensed beside Great Emperor Shura. Even someone as powerful as Great Emperor Shura chose to respectfully bow when he saw this shadow. This was an inconceivable thing, but at this moment, it had happened. From this, it could be seen how noble the identity of this existence that had suddenly appeared here was. You are a part of me and will become my nourishment. As long as I devour you, my realm will reach perfection. This existence was filled with unimaginable greed towards the woman in red. Of course, this was not the greed and lust between a man and a woman. Rather, it was an even more terrifying gaze. Has the will of Shura finally appeared? The woman in red directly exposed the identity of this existence in front of her. Shura had always been. He was actually the will of the world of Shura. This was simply unbelievable. Yes, it seems that you do indeed possess divinity. Your power has begun to awaken. But this is good. If you had not awakened, then even if I devoured you, it would not have been enough for me. And now, since you've completely awakened, you can fill in the gaps in my laws. At this moment, his power directly suppressed, turning into a whirlwind that tried to devour the woman in red. In the darkness, a red moon hung high in the sky. The woman in red stood in the distance, and her power began to rise. Even if it was the power of the powerful will of Shura, she did not fear it at all. At this moment, his eyes revealed an extremely strong sense of self-confidence. It was as if as long as he existed, nothing would be a problem. The woman in red's aura was completely natural. When the will of Shura appeared, it was extremely aggressive and terrifying. But she remained calm and unmoved, as if she did not put anything in her eyes. No one knew what exactly she was thinking. Even if her world still existed, no one could understand. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have lost its meaning. At this moment, between heaven and earth, a ray of light began to die down. It seemed to be the last ray of light between heaven and earth. It's time to send you to your death. In this world, only one God is enough. And this God can only be me. Even the will of Shura could not suppress his excitement at this moment. Because at this moment, he could finally achieve his goal of devouring the other party. The will of Shura's world had once fallen, but he was the new will of Shura. A new will, but not complete. Moreover, in these years, his situation had not been good. Because an extremely terrifying existence had appeared in this world, he had become a huge threat to him. But at this moment, as long as he could devour the woman in front of him, his power would naturally increase, and his laws would be complete. Then, he would be a true god. The dawn of victory was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? The woman in red was indeed very strong. Even the great emperor of Shura could not resist her. But so what? She could not be his opponent because he was an existence that controlled the will of Shura. He had the support of the entire world. In fact, the world of Shura was a small world. It was just that compared to Su Yan's small world, this world was too mature. It could operate independently and had boundless power. He and the woman in red both had the authority of a world. As long as he could devour the two of them, his power would naturally increase. Moreover, the woman in red was not his opponent. This was what made her the happiest. At this moment, the entire world began to boil, as if to welcome the completion of the laws. In the end, everything is mine. My world. His voice had become the main melody of the entire world of Shura. Compared to him, the woman in red was simply too weak. However, just as his power was about to reach its peak, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was a ray of sword light. The sword light was cold and not obvious. However, the moment the sword light appeared, the terrifying energy tide actually retreated at this moment. Chapter 13:15. Shura Shinsei. When such power appeared, it was as if the entire world had begun to boil. The power of Shura's will should have been the most powerful force in the world of Shura. However, at this moment, his incomparably powerful energy was directly suppressed. Damn it! The power of Shura's will became even more condensed, trying to break free from this power. As for Great Emperor Shura, his expression had become extremely ugly. Shura had cultivated to the level of great emperor. He was almost invincible in Shura. He could already comprehend the will of the heavens and communicate with the god of Shura. He understood the will of the heavens and could communicate with it. It was precisely because of this that he could clearly sense the state of the Shura's will at this moment. At this moment, the will of the Shura's world was actually afraid. What kind of terrifying power was this? It could actually make even the will of the heavens feel fear. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, he suddenly shouted and directly erupted his power. As expected of the veteran great Emperor Shura. Even in such a battle, his power was still so strong. He was able to display his strength in such a battle. But in fact, this was just a flash in the pan. For him, he had already used all his strength. But for the power that had just manifested, it could only affect and hinder it. It was still too far from being able to truly defeat this power. At this time, that power turned into a long sword, and then directly manifested. A little great Emperor Shura actually dares to be presumptuous in front of me. How interesting. A great Emperor Shura was actually so unbearable in his words. He described him as a little waiter. No one knew what great Emperor Shura's mood was at this moment. At this moment, his words fell, the most terrifying aura had already appeared, and then the violent power was suppressed. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. The terrifying aura turned into the most terrifying storm. Great Emperor Shura's power was immediately suppressed. At the same time, this power was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, directly attacking Great Emperor Shura's body. Emperor Shura called upon the power of his core essence in an attempt to defend himself against the attack. However, this was no longer something that he could do. That power seemed to have no resistance at all as it directly impacted his body. A puny little Shura dares to oppose me. I'll kill you. As soon as those two words fell, a terrifying sword will directly rose up. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying sword will in this world. The power of a single sword could be so strong. Under this sword will, everything was destroyed. It was as if everything in this world was so insignificant before this power. The terrifying power had already begun to destroy Great Emperor Shura's body and source. Godslayer sword, don't go too far. At this time, Shura directly displayed his power. Great Emperor Shura was extremely important to him. There were thousands of Shura in this world, but how many of them could cultivate to the level of Great Emperor Shura? Moreover, this Great Emperor Shura followed his lead. After all, every Shura was arrogant and unruly. When many powerful Shura reached the level of Great Emperor Shura, they would give birth to their own ambitions. Then, they would strive to become the god of Shura and even try to surpass the will of the heavens. Therefore, at this time, he wouldn't just watch the God-Slayer sword kill Great Emperor Shura. At this time, the deity-slaying sword revealed its body again. His eyes were full of coldness. Compared to when he left Su Yen, his aura was much stronger. At this time, his power slowly moved. Then, he grinned and said, "I'm going too far. What can you do to me?" At this time, the woman in red had already made her move. She directly displayed her power. At this time, a light directly descended. Originally, she was also a god of Shura. Even if she was no longer the same as before, her origin had been awakened. Therefore, even if she couldn't be a match for the Shura world's will, she could still interfere with the power of the world's will. When her power appeared, it immediately entangled the power of the world's will. At the moment when the two powers collided, the whole world had undergone a huge change. Such a violent power was constantly roaring. It was like a giant dragon roaring at this time. The whole world was filled with an extremely terrifying aura change. At this time, the light of the sun and moon in the whole world had disappeared. When this power was blocked, there was no other power that could stop the power of the Godslayer sword. The power of the Godslayer sword was known for its domineering power. Back then, when it suddenly left Su Yan, it discovered its original body. At this time, it had not reached an absolute level. However, it was once the #1 killing weapon. Its power was simply unimaginable. At this time, its power was fully displayed. The terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. With this sword, it was as if the whole world was going to be destroyed at this time. Such power was simply unimaginable. At this time, all the wills in this world began to be suppressed and sank. Great Emperor Shura directly let out an extremely painful scream. He could feel that his body was being torn apart. His power was obviously very strong, but at this time, he could not use it. A mere Great Emperor Shura wants to interfere in the war of the gods. The Godslayer sword was extremely disdainful. In fact, Great Emperor Shura was already very strong. However, the one in front of them was obviously not strong enough to fight against the gods. The heavenly sovereigns of the infinite world, such as the great devil Sky Lord and the Buddha sovereign, were all stronger than this guy. Although these guys were still called heavenly sovereigns, they had already begun to step into the divine Tao and were able to fight against the gods. This was the terror of the infinite world at its peak. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the infinite world to block the attack of the demon world. At this time, the power of the world began to change. At this time, an aura was constantly changing. It was a brilliance that looked like a meteor. After this brilliance appeared, Great Emperor Shura's body was completely broken into pieces. The deity vanquishing sword opened up its gigantic hand and grabbing the source in its hand. What, the great will of the Shura world, do you want to continue fighting with the two of us? His voice was so indifferent. Although his words were pleasant to the ears, the threat in them was extremely obvious. In this place, even the will of the world would not be their opponent to fight against the two of them. At this time, the will of the Shura world was obviously furious. However, he sneered instead. You two want to kill me and then establish a new will of the Shura world. Then, I will wait for you to come to the Shura sky. The Shura sky was the place where the heavens will was located. It was the core of the entire Shura world. In that place, the Shura world could exert the most powerful and terrifying power. If they fought in this place, the will of the Shura world would indeed not be the opponent of these two guys. Do as you wish. Now that she has obtained this source, her divine Tao should be able to be truly replenished. The Azura god is about to be born. For you, that should be a huge wound. In fact, this was inevitable. The birth of every god was actually stealing the source of the world. And some powerful gods were not even satisfied with this. They wanted to steal the entire world and become the new ruler of heaven's will. Powerful saint masters would nurture a new world. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, they were the lords of the world. When their world was powerful to the extreme, they would be the will of the world. However, what if they directly refined the entire world? At that time, what level would their strength reach? At this time, the will of the Shura world had disappeared. Obviously, he did not want to say anything more to the people in front of him. His anger would only be vented with the lives of these two guys in front of him. Since it was clear that these two guys would definitely come to his Shura sky, then there was no need to be anxious. When the will of the Shura world completely left, the Godslayer's sword turned around and looked at the woman in red. Then, he said, "Are you really ready? You have to understand that once you take this step, there is no turning back." The woman in red looked at the Godslayer's sword and nodded. Then, she said, "I understand." As soon as she finished speaking, the deity-slaying sword tossed the willpower directly towards her. This power spread directly towards her. Then, it immediately exploded with an extremely powerful force. That was the source of the Shura Great Emperor. If other Asuras were to get their hands on it, not to mention absorbing and refining it, they would be killed just by being in the vicinity of this origin energy. But at this moment, this power was so docile. It was directly caught by the woman in red. There was not even the slightest ripple. The god of Shura, huh? Alright, from now on, I am the god of Shura. I will become the will of the Shura world. In just a thought, she had cut off everything. But there was a voice in her heart. Su Yen, goodbye. Once she obtained the divine heart, she did not know what she would become. Chapter 13:16. Sacred land of shadows defying the heavens to become a god, the heavens must punish her. However, such lightning was no longer a problem for her. Her power had begun to thoroughly boil. At this moment, her power had reached an extremely terrifying level. In the shadow world, Su Yen had become somewhat manic today. It seemed that something related to him was happening again. He already had a mysterious premonition about fate. However, it was impossible for him to know what was going to happen. After all, he was still not strong enough at this time. Perhaps when he became a saint sovereign, he would be able to grasp the traces of fate. At this time, he was only a shadow king. He was only one step away from becoming a shadow emperor, a true sovereign. The shadow aura ahead has reached an unimaginable level. Perhaps, the so-called sacred land of shadows is not far away. Only the legendary sacred land of shadows could have such powerful shadow energy. In the place ahead, Su Yan even felt that it was an ocean of shadows. With so much energy, even he was shocked by it. Moreover, Su Yan felt an extremely terrifying aura in that place. It was as if countless dragons were entrenched there. The power was so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan was thinking about how he should enter that place. Su Yan wanted to see what kind of things existed there. Because only then could he have a better plan for the future. However, he was not in a hurry to enter. Such a sacred place must have an extremely terrifying powerhouse overseeing it. The current Su Yan was already very powerful and could crush many powerhouses. The Shadow King was nothing to him. However, in reality, he knew that if he encountered the even more terrifying Shadow Emperor, he would have to go through a bitter battle, and the outcome would be unknown. Therefore, he chose to wander around at this time. With the help of the Supreme Power, Su Yan was almost not worried about being discovered. After all, the Supreme Power was so miraculous that it could simulate and assimilate the aura around it. In terms of battle, he might not be a match for a Shadow Emperor, but if he wanted to hide, even a Shadow Emperor would have a hard time finding him. At this time, he could cultivate and wait for Feng Yueshan's arrival. Su Yan believed that Feng Yueshan would definitely come here. Perhaps this place would be Feng Yueshan's final resting place, and also his destiny. While Su Yan was cultivating, Feng Yueshan was standing in front of a huge city. This shadow city was extremely magnificent. It was much larger than all the cities Su Yan had been in before. The power contained within could be said to be terrifying. In this place, even an ordinary shadow marshal was much stronger than in other places. Here, the high and mighty the Shadow King was actually just a deputy city lord. This was because the city lord here was a powerful shadow lord. It was a powerful existence comparable to the shadow lord that had entered the endless world and fought with Su Yan. What a powerful guy. It's really surprising that I could encounter such a terrifying and powerful shadow creature in such a place. Feng Yueshan's aura was much stronger than when he had just entered the shadow world. His entire body was like a deep flame. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. His entire body was exuding an unimaginable and indescribable power. He walked forward step by step, his eyes releasing a terrifying and powerful radiance. Who dares to break into the Heavenly Emperor city? At this time, a powerful existence had already discovered him. It was a shadow marshal. His aura was extremely deep, and his whole person seemed to be a moving energy fortress. His battle strength was extremely tyrannical. He was almost the strongest among the shadow marshals. Even if he was facing an ordinary the Shadow King, he would not have any fear. When Feng Yueshan came here, he did not hide his aura at all. His power was so naked. His terrifying aura was so powerful that it was simply unimaginable. Therefore, this powerful shadow marshal was able to see him at the first moment. However, when he rushed down and stood in front of Feng Yueshan, he actually felt fear in his heart. At this time, he was afraid. Yes, at this time, he was alarmed. He only felt that standing in front of this man was an extremely stupid choice. From this man, he felt the most terrifying aura. Such a terrifying power was simply unimaginable. He really did not understand why there was such a terrifying aura in this world, such a powerful power. You are a rebel. At this time, he suddenly remembered the oracle. In the oracle, a rebel had appeared to fight against the great gods. At that time, when he received this news, he thought it was ridiculous. How could there be anyone in this world who could defy the gods? This was simply a joke. Gods were the most powerful and terrifying existences in this world. Their power was boundless, and at the same time, they had the most profound wisdom. Any rebel would be so vulnerable in front of the gods. At the same time, in fact, he did not put the rebels in his eyes. However, at this moment, all those thoughts in his heart were completely overturned. Although in his perception, the guy in front of him did not seem to be very powerful, he saw the whole world in this rebel. It was an indescribable feeling. Feng Yueshan did not speak. Instead, he calmly raised his hand. In an instant, an unimaginable energy directly gathered. At this time, the terrifying energy directly soared into the sky. The most violent aura at this time had reached an unimaginable level. That terrifying power kept hovering at this time. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. The rich power kept changing at this time. The most terrifying aura at this time had surpassed everything. The boundless power changed at this moment. That beam of light directly fell at this moment. That most terrifying power had reached the pinnacle at this moment. The Shadow Marshal's action was both unexpected and reasonable. At this time, he chose to kneel down. His haughty head immediately lowered. "Great child of the world, please forgive me. Your servant, Kato, will fight for you in the future." Even he himself did not think that he would make such a choice. However, this was what he did at this time. This was because the moment he saw him, he had already determined that he would become the Lord of the world. Even the powerful shadow god had been thrown to the back of his mind at this time. At this time, he looked at the man in front of him and waited for his reply. "Well, from today onwards, you will follow me," Feng Yueshan said directly at this time. His answer was so calm that it was as if everything had nothing to do with him. Hearing Feng Yueshan's answer, the powerful shadow marshal felt extremely happy. This was a chance to fight for his belief. And the man in front of him was his belief. At this time, an extremely powerful energy directly fell into his body. In an instant, this shadow marshal named Kato's body directly changed. An extremely powerful and terrifying aura condensed in his body, causing his power to begin to rise. Not long after, his strength had already reached an extremely powerful and terrifying level. At this time, his power was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, he actually began to evolve directly. Originally, he was only a hair's breadth away from the Shadow King. Although it was only a hair's breadth away, it was extremely difficult to break through. Who knew how much he would have to pay to do so? But at this time, the moment this power fell, his realm began to rise directly. In just a few breaths, his transformation was completed. He had become the Shadow King. Kato, what are you doing? At this time, the other shadow marshals in Shadow City appeared one after another. They saw Kato's behavior and immediately felt furious. Such behavior was already a betrayal to Shadow City. They would not allow such a traitor to live. At this time, Kato smiled faintly. I am swearing allegiance to the great child of the world. What about you? Submit or die. At this time, Kato was Feng Yueshan's most devout believer. Anyone who wanted to believe in Feng Yueshan was his friend or even brother. However, anyone who wanted to believe in Feng Yueshan was his enemy. He would kill them at all costs. Are you crazy? How dare you betray us? You should know that only death awaits traitors. At this moment, the shadow marshals directly attacked. They couldn't tolerate betrayals from their own group, so they would kill anyone who betrayed them. At this time, Kato's aura had reached such a powerful level that it was simply unimaginable. At this time, the most terrifying aura directly descended, wanting to kill Kato. However, at this time, Kato did not care about such a power at all. Stupid and ignorant. You're digging your own grave. This was Kato's evaluation of them. At this time, his power directly broke out. The terrifying power was above everything. Those shadow creatures were directly killed in an instant. Chapter 13-17. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The child of the world, how is this possible? The shadow marshals let out the most painful and wretched howls. Kato was indeed powerful, but as shadow marshals, it was impossible for him to be this powerful. Moreover, at this time, because Kato had already betrayed them, they were attacking together. Under such circumstances, their destructive power was extremely terrifying. But at this time, Kato was able to defeat them with a single blow. Even some of the shadow marshals in the front were killed by this power. Feng Yueshan just watched without saying anything. However, after the shadow marshals died, their shadow energy didn't return to the city. Instead, it gathered around Luo Yunyang's body. One of the reasons why the Shadow City was so powerful and terrifying was that all the shadow creatures in the city would return to the Shadow City after their death. Then, as long as the master of the Shadow City was willing, they could be resurrected. This was the power of the god's talisman. However, after the shadow marshals died, their energy didn't return to the city. Instead, it was directly devoured by Feng Yueshan. Feng Yueshan didn't deliberately devour the energy, but it was still diffusing towards Feng Yueshan. This was the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the terrifying power kept flickering. The endless aura had reached an unbelievable level. The entire world revolved around Feng Yueshan. Blasphemer. The blasphemer has appeared. The surviving shadow creatures were all shocked when they saw this scene. The blasphemer was also the god's rebel. They originally thought that this was an extremely distant term, but today, this existence had appeared in front of them. Ignorant idiots, the great child of the world should be the true god. Kato's power moved again, and a terrifying shadow blade appeared. Such a dense aura began to surge. At this moment, the most extreme power had already reached its pinnacle. Between the heavens and the earth, everything began to rumble. That most extreme power had already turned into a terrifying blade. All the aura of the world had completely manifested at this moment. If this continued, the shadow marshals would be directly killed. There was no suspense. However, at this moment, another terrifying power suddenly appeared in the Shadow City. The Shadow King had made his move. There was no doubt that it was the Shadow King who had made his move. At this moment, the most terrifying power directly pervaded the air. The violent power had reached its peak at this moment, and it directly bombarded Kato's shadow blade. Boom! The terrifying energy directly boiled at this moment, and the most terrifying aura simply reached its peak. Such a power was fully manifested at this moment. Everything between heaven and earth world seemed to fall silent. How dare you, Cater? The Shadow King finally appeared. How dare you? The City Lord Shadow Emperor. The Shadow Emperor, had the city, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor to him. The Emperor was Time Emperor. The Emperor had Emperor. The Emperor of the Emperor him. The studio the Emperor Time Studio Emperor Time. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Just a moment ago, he had sent a message to his Emperor, asking him to come back. After all, the blasphemer was an extremely terrifying existence. Even though he had great confidence in himself, he did not dare to be careless at this moment. At this moment, he only hoped that he could delay the blasphemer. Cato looked at the King of Shadows and said, "Respected Vice City Lord Hilda, follow my God. God will grant you great power. Otherwise, you will die." It was just a simple sentence, but it was enough to display his overbearing aura. In the past, he could only face the powerful the Shadow King with an extremely respectful and even humble attitude. Although he was only a hair's breadth away from becoming a Shadow King, this hair's breadth was completely different. However, at this moment, even if he was facing the powerful the Shadow King, he had no fear. His power directly emerged at this moment. Obviously, he was going to declare war on the Shadow King. "You actually have the courage to resist me. Did the blasphemer give you the courage?" The Shadow King was furious. After all, how could he not be angry when he was treated with such contempt by a small character? However, before Cater could say anything, Feng Yueshan had already walked towards him. Step by step, the sound of each footstep was so clear. It was as if even if the whole world had become extremely noisy, his footsteps were still the clearest sound in the world. At this moment, his power began to spread out and enveloped his opponent. The Shadow King, submit or die. Feng Yueshan wanted to attack directly. This made Cater feel very useless. His god had granted him power, but he could not defeat his opponent. How dare you? At this moment, the Shadow King directly gathered his power. He did not hold back at all in this attack, nor did he dare to hold back. Not only did he use his own power, but he also condensed all of his aura. When such a power appeared at this moment, it was simply terrifying beyond compare. When such an aura appeared directly at this moment, the power of this power was simply indescribable. This was because at this moment, he had already used the power of the Shadow City. Under his guidance, the god's talisman erupted with the most powerful and terrifying power. Then, it turned into a long arrow and directly rushed towards Feng Yueshan. Go to hell. This power was so terrifying that even his heart palpitated. Therefore, in his opinion, Feng Yueshan would definitely die. This terrifying long arrow of energy directly pierced Feng Yueshan's body. As expected, a bullshit blasphemer. Under the power of God, everything will be overshadowed. At this moment, he seemed to be a little excited. No matter what, he had killed a blasphemer. However, in the next moment, his expression immediately changed. That was because such a terrifying energy arrow actually didn't cause any damage to the other party after it entered his body. Everything directly melted into the other party's body, and there was no change at all. No, this is impossible. He seemed to have seen the most incredible thing. The power of God was so powerful, but at this moment, it did not play any role at all. This was really unimaginable. At this moment, it seemed that everything had turned into a dead silence, and a gray color suddenly shrouded him. This power was so despairing. In an instant, his terrifying power began to decline, and then his aura began to disappear. In the blink of an eye, this powerful Shadow King had already walked towards death. What was even more terrifying was that all the shadow creatures did not even see how he fought or how he died. The man who brought him death stood there quietly at this moment. His expression was incomparably cold. Well, I don't want to waste time. At this moment, Feng Yueshan's power directly manifested, and his terrifying aura directly rushed towards the Shadow City. A powerful force was released from Shadow City, which was obviously trying to resist his power attack. But it was useless. Under Feng Yueshan's power, the resisting force was directly devoured and absorbed by him. It seemed that all the attacks were illusory to him. All shadows belong to me. Feng Yueshan only said a simple sentence, and the power of the entire Shadow City gathered towards him. In the end, only a god's talisman was still resisting his power devouring. Still want to resist? After Feng Yueshan finished speaking, he directly pointed his finger, and a ray of light shot towards the god's talisman. At this moment, a will appeared in the god's talisman, and that was the god's will. You're here. These 3 simple words were like a conversation between 2 friends. But in fact, the 2 sides were born to be mortal enemies. There could only be one will in a world. Feng Yueshan was the person of origin chosen by the Shadow World, and the Shadow God was the one who held the throne at this moment. These 2 people were bound to fight. Looking at him, Feng Yueshan indifferently replied, "Yes, I'm here, so you can die." This was his overbearingness. At this moment, his aura began to spread, and the Shadow God's talisman directly disappeared into nothingness at this moment. This was simply terrifying. It should be known that it was extremely difficult for even Su Yan to refine the Shadow God's talisman. He needed to suppress it with the Dark Ink Lotus and Buddha Temple, and then refine it from the inside with the power of the Grand Supreme. Only in this way could he barely achieve this. But at this moment, Feng Yueshan only lightly pointed, and this power immediately dispersed and floated towards his body. This was because he was the child of the world of the Shadow World, and was recognized by the origin. Just as he said, all shadows belong to him. In the Shadow Holy Land, a terrifying aura directly rose into the sky. It was the Shadow Emperor. He still felt the demise of his city, and at this time, he was extremely angry. The city was his foundation, but now it had disappeared. The rebels have appeared. At this time, however, he did not act alone. Instead, he sent a thought to the god's apprentice. Even someone as powerful as him was filled with great fear of the rebels. Therefore, at this time, he did not act on his own initiative, but instead asked the god's apprentice. Chapter 13:18. Huge formation. This sentence was directed at all the Shadow King and Shadow Emperors present. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that there were hundreds of kings of shadows here, and there were almost 10 emperors of shadows. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. But at this moment, they had to act together for one person. Go, this is an oracle. The word oracle was as heavy as the mountains and seas. No one dared to defy it. Not long after, these powerful and terrifying existences charged towards the Heavenly Emperor city. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to stop such a large amount of power. What kind of terrifying power was this? Using the word mobilizing a large number of people to describe it was too insignificant. But this was an oracle. Even the powerful Shadow Emperor couldn't go against an oracle. At this moment, the energy of the entire Shadow Sacred Land was simply terrifying. This kind of energy naturally came from Jingdong Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan opened Yan Mao's eyes. His gaze turned to the outside. What's going on? Why is there such a huge commotion? Even he was a little shocked at this moment. No matter how powerful he was now, if he was hit by such terrifying energy, he would probably die immediately. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth was condensed here. The terrifying aura was simply too powerful at this moment. Su Yan circulated the power of the exalted to the extreme, allowing himself to completely merge with everything around him. He knew very well that if he carelessly leaked his aura at this moment, he would most likely die. The vast and mighty power went straight into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, this terrifying power finally calmed down. When such power was completely gone, Su Yan relaxed a little. What a huge formation! He was shocked, but he immediately thought of a possibility. He actually used such a formation. Could it be that he hasn't discovered Feng Yueshan at this time? Su Yan knew that in the entire shadow world, only the shadow god could mobilize so much power at the same time. Only Feng Yueshan was worthy enough for the shadow god to mobilize such a large force. Although he had killed his avatar of will, he was still nothing in his eyes. He was just a small intruder that could not shake his foundation. Only Feng Yueshan, the child of the world, could threaten him. What should I do? Should I follow them to meet up with Feng Yueshan? This was Su Yan's first thought. Meet up with Feng Yueshan and then leave this place. But soon, he gave up on this idea. No, I can't go and meet up with Feng Yueshan at this time. Otherwise, I'll be digging my own grave. He immediately knew that he couldn't do that now. His strength was not bad, and there was no problem in dealing with the Shadow King. He could even fight against the Shadow Emperor. But the key problem was that there were too many of them. When the number reached a certain point, it would be extremely terrifying. So the power gathered here was terrifying and had reached another level. He was definitely not a match for them. So, he definitely couldn't go at this time. To put it bluntly, at this time, it didn't make much of a difference whether he went or not. Maybe he would even bring trouble to Feng Yueshan. Just as he thought before, this was the path that Feng Yueshan chose, so he could only face it alone. Thinking of this, Su Yan calmed himself down. At this time, his eyes fell on the Holy Land. After a while, when the Shadow King and the Shadow Emperor are far enough away, I'll enter the Holy Land. Su Yan immediately made up his mind. This was the only way he could think of to break out of this situation. At this time, the power of the whole world was quietly flowing at this time. The terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Endless aura was constantly rolling at this time, and the terrifying power had reached its peak at this time. There seemed to be no power in the world that could compete with this terrifying aura. Su Yan was waiting. Emperor City. The huge shadow city had been directly devoured by Feng Yueshan. This speed was simply unimaginable. Even Su Yan couldn't compare with it. After Feng Yueshan did all this, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood there quietly, not paying any attention to whether the other shadow creatures stayed or left. At this time, Kato walked behind him and knelt down. Great God, you don't choose to leave. Of course, he knew that after Feng Yueshan devoured this shadow city, he would probably face an extremely terrifying disaster. The Shadow Emperor wouldn't let his city be directly devoured, so he would definitely come. At this time, Feng Yueshan's identity as a blasphemer had probably been leaked. After all, just now Feng Yueshan directly talked to the will in the divine talisman. The current god of Shura wouldn't allow Feng Yueshan to exist, so he wouldn't let Feng Yueshan go. No matter how you look at it, it was better to leave at this time. But Feng Yueshan didn't choose to do so. He just waited quietly, so calm that it made him feel scared. Feng Yueshan said, I don't have much time. Instead of running away, it's better to face it. Anyway, I have to face it sooner or later. Kato immediately obeyed respectfully. That was Feng Yueshan's decision. Even if such a decision was absurd in his logic, he would still respectfully carry it out. Even if the price was to break his bones, he wouldn't have any complaints. From the moment he decided to believe in Feng Yueshan, he had already decided that his will would not go against Feng Yueshan. At this time, all the power between heaven and earth was condensed, and the horror of that power was simply unimaginable. In the sky, there was a brilliance shining at this time. That was the most brilliant starry sky. The power between heaven and earth was directly displayed at this time, and the mighty pressure directly oppressed this place. This aura was so terrifying. At this time, Kato's expression suddenly changed, and he directly blocked in front of Feng Yueshan with his body. Even if he knew from the beginning that this disaster would be no small matter, he never thought that it would be such a terrible catastrophe. Such power was simply abnormal, and the majesty of this aura was unimaginably powerful. At this time, the most terrifying power directly descended, and the violent aura rose to the extreme at this time. The power between heaven and earth was already concentrated to the extreme at this time. Feng Yueshan raised his head to look at the descending power. He already saw clearly that there were 100 the Shadow King and close to 10 Shadow Emperors. Blasphemers must be destroyed. A heavy voice sounded, and it was as if the heavens were descending at this time. The horror of this power was simply unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, all the auras had reached the extreme at this time. In front of the Shadow Sacred Land, Su Yan opened his eyes. Valka, you stay outside. Now, he had already decided to enter the gloomy sacred land. Even someone as powerful as Su Yan didn't have any confidence this time. To him, Valka was actually insignificant, so it was better to just let him go. Valka didn't answer. To him, this was an extremely heavy choice. Should he continue to follow Su Yan, or should he leave? In fact, to him, leaving at this time was a very good choice. During this period of following Su Yan, his strength had increased a lot, and now he was already the Shadow King. Moreover, his battle strength was extremely terrifying. Although the Shadow King wasn't enough for him to move unhindered in the world, if he wanted to protect himself and live a carefree life, there wouldn't be any problems. He pondered for a while, then suddenly chuckled, and said, "Great Master, this lowly Valka also wants to see what the sacred land is like." This sentence indicated that he had already made his choice. Su Yan nodded, and didn't say anything more. He respected Valka's decision, and then said, "All right, this is your choice." After saying that, he directly headed towards the sacred land. Just as Su Yan arrived in front of the sacred land, an extremely powerful force immediately erupted. It was a powerful repulsive force. Not only was it repulsive, but it was even exterminating. As expected, if I want to enter this place, I have to get the approval of some bullshit god. Su Yan felt an aura similar to the Shadow God's divine talisman from this force. He immediately understood that the Shadow God had set up a restriction here. If he wanted to enter, he had to get the approval of the Shadow God. However, this wasn't a problem for Su Yan. In his small world, the Shadow God's divine talisman was activated at this time, and a force immediately appeared. The aura of that force constantly changed, and gradually, the repulsive force on Su Yan's body began to disappear. Then, Su Yan continued forward. At this time, Valka chuckled and said, "Great Master, you really are omnipotent." He was indeed shocked. Although he had seen Su Yan's strength again and again, he was still shocked every time. This was also the reason why he chose to follow behind Su Yan this time. He felt that Su Yan was strong enough, so strong that he could even walk through the sacred land like it was flat ground. Su Yan and Valka finally stepped into the sacred land. At this time, the supreme power in Su Yan's body began to spread out, and a powerful and terrifying force filled the air. Chapter 13-19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Entering the sacred land, Su Yan took a step forward, and everything in the Holy Land fell into his eyes. At this time, so many of the Shadow Kings had already left. Apart from the rich energy, there seemed to be nothing left. But very soon, Su Yan discovered that something was wrong. That was because he had already seen an extremely frightening power in the distance. It seemed to be the source of all the energy. Seems like that's the core of the sacred land. Su Yan walked straight in and didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. After walking for about 2 hours, a pair of eyes suddenly fell on him. "Guest from the other world, you've finally arrived." A voice rang out, landing directly in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan's expression was calm, but Valka, who was behind him, suddenly felt pain. Just a voice alone seemed to be enough to make him dissipate completely. At this moment, Su Yan released a wave of energy that enveloped Valka. It enveloped Valka's surroundings. Only then did Valka's expression calm down. But at this moment, he was extremely horrified because he finally felt the terror of death. What kind of terrifying power was this? Just such calm words were enough to kill him directly. He had previously thought that he had already become the Shadow King, and that he could already find a place for himself in the entire shadow world. But now, he realized how laughable his thoughts were. The reason why he thought so was because he hadn't seen a true powerhouse and was just a pitiful frog in a well. But now, such a powerful existence was standing in front of him, and it immediately made him realize his foolishness and the gap between him and the true powerhouses. At this moment, he was even more in awe of Su Yan. "Who are you to be able to see through my identity? I'm sure you're not an ordinary shadow creature." Su Yan asked directly. At this moment, he was still completely a shadow creature, and unless one could see the most powerful existence's soul, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. "I am the most steadfast apostle of the great God. You can call me a God's apostle." When he said these 2 words, he was extremely proud. To be able to become a God's apostle was an extremely glorious thing. Because of this, he obtained extremely powerful and terrifying strength. Su Yan nodded. "You're guarding this place to gather faith for the Shadow God, right? Does this mean that a new war is about to begin?" At this moment, Su Yan had already guessed it. The Shadow God was most likely going to start a new war against the world. And to start a war, he had to open a spatial gate. This wasn't just a simple spatial gate, it was just a crack. What he wanted to open was a stable spatial channel that could bridge the 2 worlds and allow all the tyrannical existences of the shadow world to rush through. Therefore, even the powerful Shadow God could not do it alone. At this moment, he naturally needed the power from the worship of the shadow world. "I have a whole new level of respect for you. You actually know this. You're really amazing." This was the God's plan. With so many, the Shadow King and even the Shadow Emperor, there weren't many who knew about this, but Su Yan directly said it. "You're from the world of infinity, right?" The God's apostle said. His voice was indifferent and emotionless. However, no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. "So, what do you want?" Su Yan asked. At this moment, he actually understood one thing. The reason why he could enter this place was probably related to the being in front of him. In other words, he let him enter this place on purpose. The God's apostle looked at Su Yan and said, "You're smart. The God has already told me that you destroyed his will clone. This is an unforgivable thing." He seemed to have no emotions at all. No matter what he said, it was terrifyingly calm. It was as if nothing in this world could cause waves in his heart. However, no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Su Yan didn't say anything and waited for him to continue. "However, if you can become a believer of the God and open the way for us to successfully enter the world of infinity, then the God will give you endless glory and endless power." His voice fell, and his words were full of endless temptation. At this moment, a light shadow appeared. It was a picture. Su Yan's power had reached an extremely terrifying realm, which was not comparable to this at all. The terrifying aura was constantly oppressing the surroundings, and above Su Yan was the mysterious heavenly way. Of course, this heavenly way was the God of Shadows. At this time, Su Yan was the most powerful existence in addition to the heavenly way. This was a beautiful future, and it was also what the God's apostle was giving Su Yan at this time. Do you see? If you can agree to become a God's apostle, then in the future, you will be the most powerful person under the heavenly way. Even I can't be compared to you. You will be the most honorable person in this world. Such a temptation was still extremely heavy for him. However, at this time, Su Yan chuckled, ridiculous. His power spread, and a powerful pressure directly oppressed the surroundings. Such an aura had become unimaginable at this time, and the most terrifying power swept through, almost unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan's eyes were filled with a strong aura, and his power had reached an extreme level. Such ridiculous words, you can deceive children. As for me, haha, I don't have so much time to dream with you. He directly released his power, which was more terrifying than the sharpest sword. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Everything will be decided with strength in the end. His fighting spirit rose. Su Yan knew that the god's apostle in front of him was extremely terrifying and powerful, even more terrifying than the Shadow Emperor. Because he was God's apostle, the power he could use was probably limitless. A will clone was already so powerful, needless to say, a God's apostle. Alright, since that's the case, I'll grant you death. Those who go against God's will be completely destroyed in the end. At this time, his will rotated, and all the power directly spread out at this time. That terrifying brilliance was really unimaginable. A slash of power rushed out, turning into a terrifying sword aura. The sword aura was like a rainbow, moving in panic. Between heaven and earth, all the wills had been condensed, and endless power directly exploded. That terrifying brilliance was really rich and powerful to such an extent. The brilliance moved, and directly arrived in front of the god's apostle. The god's apostle opened his eyes, and an endless shadow appeared from within. Such power, at this time, surged like a long dragon. The aura of heaven and earth seemed to be at his disposal at this time. It's useless. Under the power of God, all your efforts are in vain. As his words fell, Su Yan's power directly disintegrated at this time. The power of the brilliance rose at this time, turning into a scorching sun. At this moment, the terrifying halo had already become so powerful. Between heaven and earth, the most direct power appeared at this time. Therefore, everything seemed to be sinking under his power. Su Yan's sword aura was directly destroyed. This was both expected and unexpected. Su Yan knew that with this guy's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy his sword aura. However, he didn't expect that the other party could do it so easily. At this time, the power that he had condensed so much did not have any contribution at all. Supreme extermination. At this time, Su Yan certainly wouldn't give up so easily. At this time, his sword aura surged again, and the powerful sword aura directly flew at this time. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have fallen silent at this time. At this time, the endless power began to sink. At this time, the most powerful power began to directly be annihilated. Sword. In an instant, in this holy land, everything began to be swept up and annihilated by Su Yan's sword aura. This level of strength had truly reached the pinnacle of strength. Such power continued to soar into the sky. It was the most terrifying aura. In front of this power, everything had already begun to be destroyed. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes contained endless divine light. At this time, the most terrifying power was constantly attacking at this time. This aura was really terrifying and unparalleled. In this world, only these two people were left, and they began the most direct and terrifying confrontation. The power of the god's disciple was indeed unfathomable. Even at this time, Su Yan continuously attacked, but he still didn't gain any advantage. However, Su Yan's power was also beyond the god's disciple's expectation. As expected of an existence who can destroy the will clone of a god. Your power is really beyond my expectations. At this time, his sword aura danced continuously, wanting to directly suppress Su Yan. However, Su Yan's sword aura was incomparably tenacious. Unknowingly, the god's disciple had already discovered that a part of the surrounding energy had begun to be out of his control. What? He can actually plunder the surrounding energy. One had to know that the surrounding energy was condensed by a god. The power within it was simply unparalleled. Chapter 1320. Translator, Audiobook Studio Editor, Audiobook Studio. An arduous battle for Su Yan. This was the most arduous battle. At this point, the pressure on him had become extremely huge. This was because the aura of the god's disciple had become extremely terrifying. Su Yan had fought with countless experts, but even so, he had to admit that this guy was terrifying. His aura was deep and could only be described with the word great. That terrifying aura was extremely deep and boundless. The terrifying aura rose at this moment, and the power was almost unimaginable. The most terrifying aura was constantly changing at this moment, and the terrifying power had almost suppressed everything. Su Yan's sword aura had actually reached its peak, but it was still suppressed by him. It was as if no matter how hard Su Yan tried, it was impossible for him to break through his power. "You're very powerful, but you're no match for me." His voice was so indifferent, and his eyes were looking directly at Su Yan. His aura was so deep. Su Yan continued to remain silent. He knew that at this moment, the opponent wanted to give him more pressure so that he could defeat him and make him submit. Even if it was the Shadow God, it would be extremely difficult for him to open up the passage between the two worlds and launch an attack. However, if he chose to help him, it would be very different for him. For him, it would save him a lot of effort. This was an extremely rare thing for him. Therefore, Su Yan knew that as long as there was still a possibility, the Shadow God would not give up on him. Therefore, at this moment, the Shadow God wanted to use an absolutely terrifying power to suppress him, to let him understand how terrifying his strength was and how far the distance between them was. However, he did not understand Su Yan at all. At Su Yan's level, the determination in his heart was unimaginable. Even if the Shadow God was really terrifying to the extreme, he would not choose to retreat. Even if he died, he would not do so. Of course, more importantly, Su Yan would not choose to give up so easily. At this moment, Su Yan's willpower could be said to be extremely strong. His strength erupted at this moment, and his powerful aura had reached its peak. At this time, his power surged, reaching an unimaginable level. The power of radiance surged at this moment, boundless and indestructible. The change in aura was even more unimaginable. "My sword intent hasn't reached the peak yet," Su Yan said to himself. His sword intent could become even stronger. Since that was the case, how could he choose to surrender now? Absolutely impossible. At this moment, his will began to burn, and even his entire being began to boil. At this point, everything was simply unbelievably powerful. Boundless power continued to rise at this moment. The most terrifying power continued to emerge at this moment. Su Yan's power flickered continuously at this moment. Endless power of light floated at this moment. At this moment, everything was gathered in his hands. His strength had reached a critical point at this point. It does seem to have become stronger. Unfortunately, it's useless. In front of my absolute strength, you can't defeat me at all. This was his confidence in himself. At this moment, his power spiraled downwards like a boundless storm. Although Su Yan could already plunder a part of the energy here, it was only a small part. Most of the power was still under his control. The god's disciple's mind flowed, and the power immediately became stronger and more terrifying. At this moment, the boundless aura spiraled up, and the most terrifying power had risen to the extreme. A ray of light fell directly, and the whole world fell into a dull silence at this moment. At a time like this, all of the forces began to fall into the enemy's hands. This kind of brilliance had really overshadowed the whole world. At this moment, Su Yan's power emerged directly to fight against this terrifying aura. His sword aura had reached its peak. At this point, the shadow power that he could control had completely coalesced into one. At this moment, the whole world was materializing at this moment. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of the world. Su Yan's will was under the most terrifying pressure. At this moment, he felt that the whole shadow sacred land was beginning to collapse and then fiercely oppressed him. But even so, Su Yan still persevered, because he knew that at this moment, he had to persevere. He still had no reason to retreat, and no qualification to do so. He was a man who walked on the edge of the abyss at all times. If he retreated, he would die. He couldn't die, so he could only try his best. Even if he died, he had to work hard to persevere on the road. At this moment, his aura gradually weakened under such pressure. Your power is indeed very strong, but most of the time, you are so helpless. In front of God, any power is futile. I know that you have a small world, which is indeed amazing, but you have to know that the whole shadow world is God's world. So, how can you compare to God? He was so calm, but he said everything as if it was a matter of course. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were still shining with the most determined light. Is that so? This world belongs to the shadow god? Not necessarily. If so, then what is the sun of the world? Su Yan said sarcastically. Feng Yueshan had already obtained the power of the origin of this world, and he had become the sun of the world. More importantly, he had already come to the shadow world. So, this world chose Feng Yueshan, and it was because of this that the shadow god was so eager to kill Feng Yueshan. The eyes of the disciple of God suddenly burst with anger. Because of anger, his killing intent was rampant. This is just a disorder of heaven's will. God is omnipotent, so these mistakes can naturally be corrected. I'll give you another chance to become a disciple of God, have boundless power, and serve my Lord. Because of anger, his power became even more powerful. Such a terrifying aura directly suppressed Su Yan, almost completely crushing him. However, at this moment, Su Yan laughed, and then said, "What a pity. Even so, you can't defeat me, because this world doesn't belong to you, nor does it belong to the shadow god. Even if the sky is infinitely dark now, with a ray of sunlight, the world will be restored to clarity, and at this moment, the sunlight has already come." Su Yan was like a tenacious bamboo, standing tall in the midst of the boundless gale. At this moment, the violent power was constantly blowing at him, as if it could break him at any time, but he still didn't fall down. I don't know what you're talking about, but at this time, you're still holding on to hope that your power can overcome everything. Then I'll let you know how big the gap between you and God is. At this point, a power surged up again. This power was even more powerful than before. If it was just a huge lake before, then it was a deep sea now. When the ocean directly sank, how terrifying would that be? At this moment, Su Yan's power was directly displayed, and his aura had reached the peak at this moment. At this moment, all of his power had been completely revealed. That most berserk and terrifying aura had already reached the pinnacle. At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly exploded. Under such a huge pressure, Su Yan suddenly said, "It's about time." The disciple of God heard these words, and then directly shouted, "You guy, what are you talking about?" However, he understood Su Yan's meaning. Su Yan's sword intent was clearly suppressed to the extreme, as if it was going to break directly, but at this moment, a brand new power directly appeared. Tai Chi Yin and Yang, reverse heaven and earth. As soon as these words appeared, the whole world fell into turmoil, and that terrifying pressure was forcibly supported at this time. I've already said that your power doesn't belong to you after all. Su Yan's power was tougher and sharper than before. Under such an aura, everything was completely shattered, and even such a terrifying pressure dissipated bit by bit at this time. This kind of aura was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, Su Yan had been completely reborn. No, how is this possible? Under the suppression of my power, you can still break through. He was extremely shocked. He had clearly firmly suppressed Su Yan, but at this time, Su Yan actually began an extremely crucial transformation, as if a flame had been ignited in the darkness. However, his shock didn't stop there. Right at this moment, he suddenly realized that the power he controlled was actually starting to break away from him. What's going on? Su Yan's rise in the extreme had already made him extremely shocked, and at this time, he was even more surprised because at this time, he could no longer control the terrifying power here. For him, this was simply fatal. Chapter 1321. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio start fighting back just as Su Yan had said, the world wasn't yours. Even someone as powerful as the God of Shadows couldn't truly control this world because the will of heaven still existed. The person chosen by the will of heaven in the shadow world was actually Feng Yueshan. Therefore, the real world already belonged to Feng Yueshan. In fact, the relationship between the gods and the will of heaven was extremely mysterious. If heaven's will was the will of the Creator, then the gods were the usurpers. Powerful gods could communicate with heaven's will and obtain extremely powerful and terrifying power. However, when a person's power reached the extreme, they would no longer be satisfied with just communicating with the will of the heavens. They would want to completely grasp the will of the heavens and turn this world into their own minor world. This was the difference between being under one person and being a true ruler. At this moment, the God of Shadows was playing this role. He wanted to completely control heaven's will in his own hands. However, heaven's will had yet to truly die, so he had to seek a counterattack. However, heaven's will could no longer resist directly at this time. At this time, the best way was to choose a new son of origin, bestow them with great power, and then let them defeat the gods. This was also the reason why Feng Yueshan was born. At this moment, Feng Yueshan had already arrived in this world. The moment he entered this world, the God of Shadows will had already sensed his existence. Therefore, endless energy flowed towards Feng Yueshan. Heavens will wanted to help Feng Yueshan grow quickly. And this was only one of the reasons. If Feng Yueshan was the only one who could grow, then even if it was as powerful as heaven's will, it would be impossible for him to reach the height of the God of Shadows in an instant. Therefore, on the other hand, heavens will wanted to help others suppress the God of Shadows. Suppressing the God of Shadows was originally an extremely impossible thing. Even the Shadow Emperor couldn't do anything to the God of Shadows. In fact, they would even listen to the God of Shadows' summons and serve him. The Shadow God had been in control of this world for too long. His influence was enormous. In the minds of almost all shadow creatures, he was the will of the heavens, and the will of the heavens was him. The two of them were inseparable. Originally, Tian-Yi did not have such an opportunity. But now, Su Yan had come. Su Yan, the intruder, had now become the helper of Shadow Heaven's will. The Holy Land had such a strong shadow power. Even for the Shadow God, this place was extremely important. Shadow God had been planning this for a long time. At this time, his original body still had to suppress Heaven's will and prevent Heaven's will from backfiring, so he let his God disciple take charge of the situation here. Since the God's disciple had his authority, he could naturally control the power of this place. However, this place was actually extremely close to the will of the heavens. Su Yan had just been bitterly suppressed by the God's disciple. While he was constantly resisting, he was actually using his own will to search for and communicate with the will of heaven. If this was any other place, perhaps Su Yan wouldn't have been able to do so. But here, he found the heaven's will and reached an agreement with it. At this extremely critical moment, the powerful power controlled by the God's disciple was directly weakened. At this time, Su Yan's sword essence directly broke through a new limit. The powerful sword qi directly rose against the heavens. Such a terrifying power could be said to be extremely powerful. The boundless power was completely unleashed at this time, and the endless brilliance was simply unimaginable. Such a terrifying power had almost reached an indescribable level. That light shadow was so terrifying that it caused one's heart to palpitate. Light, at this time, moved bit by bit. The most terrifying power was simply unparalleled at this time. At this time, Su Yan's sword essence had become eternal. Su Yan's sword qi was already extremely powerful and terrifying. Moreover, Su Yan had also received the help of the power of this world at this time. Unknowingly, his power had reached the peak at this time. Endless brilliance constantly sank at this time. It was the most terrifying brilliance of power. In this way, it seemed as if the entire world had begun to sink at this time. At this time, Su Yan's eyes flickered with light. Even he himself felt that it was inconceivable. Such a dense aura was really terrifying. At this moment, the god's disciple immediately felt a huge pressure. How is this possible? My great lord, why is it like this? The god's disciple was extremely shocked. His power was extremely powerful, even terrifying. Even the Shadow Emperor could not be his opponent. Therefore, Su Yan could only struggle bitterly just now, but it was impossible for him to break through the suppression of his power. However, in reality, there was a prerequisite. That was, his god could give him such a powerful power. All of his power originated from his god. When his god was strong enough, his power was also boundless. Now, in the battle between God and Heaven's will, it was obviously suppressed for the time being. Therefore, at this time, his power could not be fully unleashed. Tai Chi, Sword of Extermination. At this time, how could Su Yan give up such an opportunity? His sword essence broke through. At this time, his Tai Chi sword actually directly materialized at this time. When his body shattered, the Tai Chi sword also seemed to have disappeared. However, Su Yan always understood that his sword did not disappear. It had just reached an extremely mysterious level. Even he himself could not find this sword. He could only vaguely sense it. But at this time, when his sword will broke through again and reached a whole new level, he finally understood. He directly comprehended the Taiji divine sword. The powerful sword will almost directly reverse yin and yang. That terrifying aura directly burst out at this time. Such a power completely broke the rules of the world, and then made this sword appear. At this time, Su Yan's aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. The brilliance in his eyes was even more unimaginable. Such an aura was really terrifying. The boundless darkness was shattered by his gaze. This was Su Yan's power at this time. It was unbelievably powerful. The terrifying light was constantly circulating at this time. The endless aura was even more boundless at this time. Between heaven and earth, all the power was constantly circulating. The sword of extermination went directly towards the god's disciple. In an instant, 108,000 swords gathered at the same time. Every sword was terrifyingly powerful. Endless aura and brilliance were like red fire. Between heaven and earth, the most terrifying aura was constantly circulating and condensing at this time. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared in the god's disciple's eyes. That shadow was illusory and terrifying. However, the power in it was simply unimaginable. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be unfathomable. At this moment, all the power and aura had reached the most violent and terrifying level. Su Yan's sword of extermination was actually blocked directly. Divine sword. At this time, the shadow directly made a sound. Su Yan immediately understood that at this time, he was no longer facing the god's disciple but the shadow of the god of shadows. Reversing life and death, from illusion to reality. At this time, Su Yan understood that for him, he had reached the most critical time. There was no doubt that the shadow in front of him was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than the god's disciple. At this time, he could feel his pressure. The moment he appeared, the energy around Su Yan had become extremely heavy. Even the aura in his body became difficult to circulate. At this time, Su Yan directly chose to attack. That was to transform his body. Shadow was a body of nothingness. No matter how powerful shadow creatures were, they still had flaws. Moreover, the one in front of him was the god of shadows. In this way, his strength was naturally terrifying. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable. In the shadow state, no matter how powerful his strength was, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of his opponent. He could not even escape because this guy's strength was extremely terrifying. He controlled all the laws of the shadow world. Although the will of heaven had begun to change at this time, Feng Yueshan had not succeeded yet. Su Yan clearly understood that it was impossible for him to fight with him in the shadow state. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan directly began to do something that seemed extremely crazy. That was to reverse reality and illusion. At this time, he wanted to abandon his shadow state and directly transform into a physical body. He wanted to let his body return. If it was an ordinary shadow creature, it would be impossible for them to do this. They would not even think about it. However, Su Yan could. It should be said that he had a certain chance of success. Because he was a person from the infinite world, his soul origin was still there. More importantly, when he was transformed into a shadow creature, his energy didn't dissipate after his physical body was destroyed. Instead, it returned to his body, almost like the Taiji sword, and hid away. At this time, Su Yan's strength directly broke through a certain shackle, and then his strength was completely awakened. Since the Taiji divine sword had appeared, so did his physical body. At this time, his body began to change directly, and his body began to be rebuilt. Interesting. You actually want to rebuild your body in front of me. How stupid. He sneered. Su Yan's idea was indeed good, but in his opinion, it was extremely stupid. Because how could he let him do that? Chapter 13:22. Reforging the physical body. At this moment, the power of heavens will appeared around Su Yan, wrapping around Su Yan. Heaven's will was protecting Su Yan. This was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was emitting a divine radiance. You're actually protecting someone from the boundless world. Ha ha ha, what a pity. Attacking the boundless world and achieving the will of heaven and earth, wasn't that your ambition? Now, you're actually joining forces with someone from the boundless world to fight me. The shadow god was clearly enraged at this point. At this time, his power spread out and directly attacked the heaven's will. However, even if you want to protect him, so what? You won't be a match for me. Since I can suppress you for so many years, I can also defeat you now. With so many shadow emperors and the shadow king, how terrifying was this pressure? Everything in the world began to tremble. This was simply too powerful. With such a terrifying aura surging out, it was even more unimaginable. At this moment, dark clouds began to descend from the sky. That ray of light began to burn at this moment. The power of the light began to spiral and then turned into a light barrier. Blasphemer, end your own life. At the front was a shadow emperor. His aura was extremely terrifying. Even among the dozen shadow emperors, his aura was the strongest. At this moment, he directly uttered such words. He looked down at Feng Yueshan from high above. However, as he spoke, his brows were slightly furrowed. Because at this moment, Feng Yueshan's aura became extremely strange. Sometimes, it was so weak that it wasn't worth mentioning. It was like a small bug that flew out of nowhere. However, in the next moment, his aura would suddenly surge, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Even he was apprehensive. To be able to reach his level, he had lived for countless years. He had witnessed too many historical changes. The traces of time had stayed in this place for too long. However, no matter what, he didn't expect such a change to happen. His power was simply too terrifying. That boundless aura was simply too powerful and terrifying. The terrifying radiance moved at this moment. Such an aura was like the dark clouds of heaven and earth. At this moment, he spoke like this. Naturally, he didn't expect Feng Yueshan to do this. Since he could become a blasphemer, he naturally couldn't be a weak paper man. Behind him, all the powerful shadow creatures focused their gazes on Feng Yueshan. It was an invisible pressure. At this moment, Kato shouted, "Audacious." The fact that he was still able to stand in front of Feng Yueshan was already an act of supreme courage. Even though he had already become the king of shadows, how could he compare to so many terrifying existences in the sky? His power was so terrifying, and his aura was so strong that it was outrageous. At this moment, between heaven and earth, endless radiance moved at this moment. The terrifying power was even more unimaginable. At this moment, another Shadow Emperor snorted coldly. A power directly turned into a black lightning bolt and struck towards Kato. The Shadow King dared to speak to him like this. He was simply courting death. The power of this lightning bolt was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Kato in almost an instant. At this moment, Kato immediately felt the threat of death. This power was too terrifying. He couldn't block it. Despair grew in his heart. Of course, this despair wasn't because he was going to die. It was because he couldn't protect Feng Yueshan anymore. The moment he chose to believe in Feng Yueshan, his life, even his soul, everything already belonged to Feng Yueshan. This was the most devout belief. However, the moment the black lightning bolt was about to hit him, the radiance of the lightning suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Such a change was simply bizarre. It's really strange. The expression of the Shadow Emperor in the lead became extremely solemn. How did the power disappear just now? He actually didn't see it at all. This was truly out of the ordinary. Why hesitate? Just attack directly. I don't believe that he can block all of our attacks. At this moment, a Shadow Emperor suddenly spoke. This Shadow Emperor wasn't a very patient person. However, what he said was actually very reasonable. With so many people attacking at the same time, perhaps even the Shadow God would have some misgivings. Even though the blasphemer was powerful, he wasn't a god yet. They didn't believe that he could block such a powerful attack. At this moment, a terrifying power directly condensed. That terrifying aura turned into the most endless thunderclouds, and that terrifying power directly descended. Endless power was manifesting continuously at this moment. Such a terrifying aura was changing at this moment. The Shadow King had already made his move. Several hundred the Shadow King. What kind of terrifying power was this? When this power condensed into a single point, that kind of destructive power was unimaginable. Such a terrifying aura completely erupted at this moment. The most terrifying radiance directly descended at this moment. It was as if a terrifying thundercloud started flickering. Boundless power constantly flickered at this moment. The power of light constantly changed at this moment. That terrifying aura reached an extreme level. At this point in time, all the auras between heaven and earth had become endless. That most terrifying power had turned into a strike of despair at this moment. Kato really started to tremble at this moment. He couldn't resist the Shadow Emperor's attack just now, but that power descended in an instant. He didn't have time to react and was already prepared to face death. However, it was different this time. This time, he could only watch as that power descended and tried to devour him. This was a process of waiting for death. People were most terrifying when they were waiting for death. However, at this moment, Feng Yueshan said indifferently, "Cater, get behind me." At this moment, Cater didn't speak any nonsense. He was indeed very scared, but he was more willing to believe in the God he believed in. In an instant, such a terrifying power had completely devoured Feng Yueshan and Cater. Cater only felt a terrifying storm descending. Such a rich aura was constantly rotating. The most terrifying power was constantly skyrocketing at this moment. Such a radiance was simply terrifying. Darkness and destruction seemed to have become an eternal part of the world at this moment. At this moment, all the power was constantly reincarnating at this moment. Am I dead? Am I going to die? At this moment, the power between heaven and earth was constantly rotating at this moment. Cater felt that he was really weak, like a flying insect in a gale, as if he would die at any moment. In fact, this couldn't be helped. His power wasn't weak, but compared to these most terrifying existences, he was still too weak. Moreover, he was facing hundreds of the Shadow King. Such a blow, not to mention the current him, even if he reached the Shadow Emperor realm, so what? He still couldn't block it. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth directly rose at this moment. The most terrifying power had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. All the power at this moment was even more unimaginable. The aura between heaven and earth had manifested to the extreme at this moment. That beam of light directly descended. The most extreme power was constantly rioting at this moment. At this moment, the most terrifying power had already manifested to the extreme. There was no light between heaven and earth. Everything had been completely devoured and annihilated. Sound disappeared. The world also disappeared at this moment. Everything had completely dissipated. The power of heaven's will was getting weaker and weaker. That guy was right. No matter how powerful heaven's will was, it couldn't be his opponent. For such a long time, he had been suppressing heaven's will and then dominating the shadow world. This in itself was enough to explain the problem. At this moment, although heaven's will had begun to protect him, at this moment, such a power was surging. The power of the shadow god was gradually penetrating and suppressing his aura. When his power completely gained the upper hand, it would be time for him to take control of everything. At that time, Su Yan would undoubtedly die. The shadow god wouldn't give Su Yan another chance. I want to see how you're going to reforge your body and reverse reality. There was a hint of viciousness in his words. For Su Yan, the situation had become more and more dangerous. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already closed his eyes. His entire person was like an old monk, towering and unmoving. At this moment, he had forgotten everything. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was to reforge his body. He was very clear that at this time, he could only do his own thing. As for other things, he couldn't control them. Since he couldn't control them, he might as well ignore them. As the saying goes, each person has their own job. At this moment, he could only do his own thing. As for other things, Su Yan was powerless now. The power of the shadow god became more and more fierce. At this moment, his aura directly rose and expanded. At this moment, there was even more intense greed in his eyes. Chapter 13:23. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, where the heart desires. As long as he could obtain the divine sword, he might be able to make a breakthrough even if he was as powerful as he was. The power of the divine sword was too ferocious. When he was fighting in the infinite world, those super terrifying existences with divine swords had directly killed the will of the heavens. If he could obtain the divine sword, its power would definitely be raised to the extreme. He could even comprehend from it. At this time, he actually wanted to have his own physical body and reach the level of reality. However, it was a pity that he had still walked too far on his own path. At this time, he could no longer give up on his own path, so the only thing he could do now was to constantly invade. Only by entering the infinite world and invading the will of the heavens would he be able to occupy the throne. Then he would be able to reach the ultimate realm. However, this was an extremely difficult thing to do. But at this time, there was a great tribulation. The great tribulation of the infinite world was their greatest opportunity. As long as they could seize this opportunity, then everything would be under their control. At this time, as a powerful god in the shadow world who had usurped the will of the heavens, he still vaguely grasped the key, and that was Su Yan. If he could subdue Su Yan, it would definitely be of great help to his plan. At that time, he could really reverse everything and achieve his goal. However, he did not expect that at this time, the will of the heavens of the Shura world would actually start to help him directly. This was really damn it. However, he could not eliminate the obstruction of the will of the heavens and then subdue Su Yan. This was something that would happen sooner or later. No matter how powerful this Su Yan was, he could not resist him. The defense of the will of the heavens was broken down layer by layer. If this continued, he could directly defeat his opponent. However, at this time, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If I want to enter the infinite world, I can only invade. But if I can control this person and then hang a strand of my will on him and then infiltrate, wouldn't I be able to take more initiative? Thinking of this, he was already tempted. At this time, the power of his attack actually began to slow down. At this time, he seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to come. At this time, that extremely terrifying power continued to emerge. At this time, the powerful power was even more unimaginable. At this moment, the rich power directly transformed into the most dazzling light. Such power was simply unimaginable at this moment. At this moment, all the power in the world began to wither away. In Su Yan's eyes, there was already a dazzling radiance that had begun to rise. You've actually reduced your strength. Is it because it's starting to get tired and unable to continue attacking, or does it have other intentions? At this moment, Su Yan already had an idea in his mind. At this moment, he immediately understood that under such circumstances, the shadow god clearly had the absolute upper hand, so it was impossible that he did not have the strength to follow up with a follow-up attack. But at this time, he had stopped his power. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had other intentions. No matter what, I just want to become the strongest version of myself. As for what other schemes you have in your heart, we'll talk about it later. Since Su Yan had already made up his mind, he would definitely not hesitate anymore. No matter what kind of schemes the shadow god had, he would let himself reach the nirvana realm first. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had completely increased. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. At this time, the most painful time for Su Yan had just begun. At this time, his power began to change, and the most terrifying aura continued to attack at this time. At this moment, his power had changed to an unimaginable level. The power of light was even more unimaginable at this time. At this time, the rich light fell straight down, as if the entire world had begun to lose all color. Rebuilding the body and reversing reality and illusion was definitely not a simple matter. At this time, he could feel the pain that came from the depths of his soul that could shatter everything. Even someone as powerful as him could not bear it at this time. At this moment, he was constantly gasping for breath. He deeply understood that he had to bear such pain, otherwise, everything would be empty talk. What a person with strong willpower to be able to bear such pain. The power of the shadow god was extremely subtle. He controlled his power to a limit. In this way, his power would not break the will of heaven in an instant. But at the same time, he was able to control everything. Once Su Yan's power began to fade, he would naturally be able to control everything directly, including Su Yan's body and soul. The light finally dissipated. For Kater, this was like a dream. His power was so terrifying, but at this time, he was not dead. He was alive. The wind that blew told him that he was still alive at this time. This was simply unimaginable. For a moment, he felt that his life was about to end. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for him to live. However, in fact, at this time, he was still alive and well. His entire aura was circulating with an indescribable aura. At this time, his power was constantly circulating, and his power was even more unimaginable. At this time, in the sky, a light was constantly flashing, and the power was even more unimaginable. God, it was his God. Immediately, Kato felt that the source of this power was his God. In other words, Feng Yueshan. The great God is indeed omnipotent. Even with such a powerful force, it did not harm him in the slightest. This is too terrifying and too inconceivable. At that moment, he was trembling non-stop. He was not trembling in fear, but excitement. At this time, Feng Yueshan was gently floating, and his body was filled with sacred light. He looked at the sky. Those guys were clearly high up, but at this time, they were like ignorant lambs. Silence. At this time, everyone was silent. No matter what, they would never have thought that such a frightening attack would not have any effect at all. Such a powerful and terrifying power, but just now, it did not gain any advantage. How is this possible? Even at this moment, they still could not believe that such a powerful attack did not cause any damage to this guy. Do you still not understand? I am the real God. Feng Yueshan's voice filled the whole world. Your power is bestowed by this world. The sky and the earth are your mothers. All the creatures in the shadow world must live by the will of the shadow world. As for the shadow god, he has already violated the will of the world, and I am the new god. In fact, the reason why gods could be born was because they could communicate with the will of the world and become the executors of the laws of the world. But at this time, everything had changed. His power was no longer strong. That most terrifying aura had now become so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this time, the power of the sky and the earth had completely changed. Feng Yueshan had been recognized by the will of the world, so he was the representative of the will of the world. Whether it was the Shadow King or the Shadow Emperor, they both existed in this world, and their souls were marked by this world. As such, it was naturally impossible for them to attack Feng Yueshan. In other words, their attacks were ineffective against Feng Yueshan, and would instead become Feng Yueshan's power. There was one thing that Feng Yueshan had said that wasn't wrong, and that was that he was the true god. Nonsense. At this time, the city lord of Heavenly Emperor City, one of the Shadow Emperors, shouted in disdain. Then, a power directly fell. That power attack seemed very ordinary, but at this time, Feng Yueshan directly made his move. His power directly turned into a sword, blocking the power and directly neutralizing it. The nonsense just now was just a bunch of nonsense. God is the master. Those who betray God will eventually decay. You don't dare to face my power, because it is the power of God. The attack just now was not his own power. It was the power of God. When he directly released his power, the terrifying aura in that moment expanded. The power of the shadow world's laws was very difficult for Feng Yueshan to harm. As he said, he was the representative of the will of the world. Since this was the case, how could the laws of this world hurt him? However, he was not invincible, because the power of the shadow god could still cause fatal damage. The power of the shadow god had completely changed, and he had jumped out of the scope of the world's laws. The strength of such power was even more unimaginable. When this terrible aura directly descended at this time, the light was completely released, and it was incomparably frightening. The power of the world at this time reached the most terrifying peak. You're right, no one is invincible. Even as strong as I am not invincible. That power just now was the power of the Shadow God. He suppressed the will of the heavens in order to become the true ruler. Feng Yueshan said calmly. Chapter 13:24. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Physical Body Achievement. My strength is not something you can imagine. Feng Yueshan's cultivation level increased again. This was simply unimaginable. His strength was so terrifying, and now he was going to increase his cultivation level again. How long had it been? It was impossible for any other cultivator to increase their strength so quickly, but he had done it. At this moment, his aura surged. His aura had reached an unimaginable level. His strength was displayed at this moment. It was so terrifying that all the shadow creatures were afraid. Oh no, he's going to transform. Don't give him a chance. Quick, kill him. At this moment, they realized that this blasphemer's strength had exceeded their expectations. Therefore, if they allowed him to continue growing stronger, they would lose their chance. At least for now, his strength had not reached its peak. At this moment, Feng Yueshan was still within their range of suppression. With so many experts descending from the sky, Lin Fan could not help but frown. Set up the God's seal and bring this blasphemer back. A powerful alternative force was released. At the very beginning, the God disciple had already imparted them a brand new power. This power might not be powerful to others, but to Feng Yueshan, it was a natural restraint. No matter how powerful Feng Yueshan was, it was useless against such power. All his struggles were in vain. This showed how domineering and terrifying this power was. Dense runes appeared. Countless runes combined to form a brand new pattern. Within this diagram, there was a mysterious and unfathomable power. When such a power rolled out, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth was in the most extreme and terrifying state. At this moment, the darkness had reached its most extreme state. The terrifying and violent power was unimaginable. The most terrifying power between heaven and earth had begun to condense. A ray of light was changing at this moment. The most mysterious and unfathomable power manifested at this moment. Endless aura circulated at this moment. Such a mysterious light was almost unimaginable at this moment. At this moment, the power of the entire world had begun to change completely. It was the most mysterious brilliance. The power of the world was beginning to be cut off. The God of Shadow had suppressed the will of heaven for so long. Of course, he thought that the will of heaven would retaliate. Therefore, in this shadow world, he kept killing the child of the world. At the same time, he also thought about what he would do if the child of the world returned. Therefore, he thought of an extremely powerful and terrifying sealing method. It was capable of sealing everything. At this moment, the sealing technique finally began to display its formidable might. You seem to be invincible, but you're just relying on the power of the world. At this moment, we've sealed the power of the world. Let's see what you can do at this moment. The Shadow Emperor, the Shadow Emperor. He was actually afraid of Feng Yuan. Fun him. Because he was fun. The Shadow God had existed in this world for too long. Everything they had was built on the Shadow God. If the Shadow God fell, then they might lose everything they had at this moment. This was an undeniable fact. Therefore, even if it was for themselves, they had to kill Feng Yuan. Soon, the power of the world was cut off. You guys, maintain this power. As for us, go and kill this fiend. At this moment, the Shadow Emperor directly gave the order. This seal that cut off the power of the world required great power to maintain. At this moment, the Shadow King was responsible for this task. As for the 10 Shadow Emperors, their task was to directly enter and completely defeat Feng Yuan. If they could suppress Feng Yuan and bring him to their god, that would naturally be the best thing. But if they couldn't succeed, then they would directly kill him. As the child of the world, Feng Yuan was different from the past. In the past, the children of the world were all born inside the shadow world. Those children of the world possessed extremely terrifying power after their birth, but it was useless. They couldn't escape the eyes of the shadow god. As long as the shadow god was willing, only death awaited them. But the one in front of them was completely different. He was from the endless world. A native of the endless world became the child of the shadow. This was a very absurd thing. But it was also because of this that he appeared even more precious. Perhaps his body was extremely nourishing for the shadow god. Feng Yuan watched the power of the world disappear bit by bit. At this moment, he didn't panic at all. He just waited for the arrival of the Shadow Emperors. It was as if everything was under his control. Come, all of you, come. At this moment, Feng Yuan was completely different from before. Even if he encountered such a situation, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was very calm and waited for the arrival of these guys. In his heart, he didn't put these guys in his eyes at all. At this moment, his power had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. At this moment, he was the child of the world, representing the entire world. The 10 Shadow Emperors directly came to his side. At this moment, the power of the 10 people directly began to connect. That terrifying aura surged at this moment. At this moment, such rich power was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura was so powerful that it was boundless. Without the support of the world's power, how can you still hold on in our hands? So, surrender. At this moment, the most powerful Shadow Emperor spoke. But when he spoke, he had already made his move. He didn't intend to give Feng Yuan a chance to choose. This was his way of doing things. He was incomparably overbearing. If he didn't make a choice, then he would directly perish. The power of darkness surged at this moment. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. For Feng Yuan, he was still a turtle in a jar. Even if I die, I have to fight. This was Feng Yuan's answer. At this moment, his power directly radiated out. When his power appeared, the expressions of these powerful Shadow Emperors all changed. At this moment, Feng Yuashan's power was almost on par with the strongest Shadow Emperor. In fact, he was even stronger than the strongest Shadow Emperor. In just a short period of time, his strength had already risen to such a level. From the looks of it, their choice to seal Feng Yuan was the most correct decision. If they didn't seal Feng Yuan and let him continue to exist in the world, then who knew how powerful his strength would be? Then you will die. A powerful force directly appeared, and a terrifying aura was already heading towards Su Yan to kill him. Such a terrifying aura surged forward. It was truly unimaginable. At this moment, Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Since you want to fight, then come. At this moment, he had already completely thrown away the fear in his heart. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. An attack directly blasted out. The prelude to the war was directly pulled open. That shadow child, he's your friend, right? Su Yan's body reconstruction had already reached the final juncture. For Su Yan, success or failure depended on this. If he could succeed, then it would mean a new life. However, if he failed, then he would completely fall into the abyss. If he completely fell into death, then everything would be destroyed. This was the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth was constantly changing. For him, this was already his final struggle. However, at this moment, the shadow god said such words. Su Yan ignored him. The Shadow Child is really strong. After all, he has the support of heaven and earth. However, it's a pity that he can't be stronger than me. I've already connected him to heaven and earth and started fighting. At this moment, he should be facing the siege of 10 Shadow Emperors. His voice was filled with incomparable pride. No matter what, he would be the final victor. This was already enough. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Don't worry, he won't lose." At this moment, Su Yan should have ignored him, but he didn't. Instead, he spoke. "Ha ha ha, funny. This is the best joke I've ever heard. Then tell me, how can he win?" Yes, Feng Yueshan already had no chance of victory. In the shadow world, his greatest reliance was the blessing of heaven's will, which allowed him to use the power of heaven and earth at will. However, at this moment, Yi Shiwen had already sealed his power. In this case, his most powerful reliance was gone. At this moment, he had to face 10 Shadow Emperors. That was the most terrifying power in the shadow world apart from Yi Shiwen. In this case, how could he win? What awaited him was only failure. Yi Shiwen would still be the winner, controlling this world and standing high above. However, Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "I know he will succeed, just like I know I will succeed." Chapter 1325. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Feng Yueshan is in danger. Even the suppression of the Shadow God began to shake at this time. Even the God of Shadow's expression changed. He had never thought that Su Yan would be able to unleash such a terrifying amount of power after the fusion of his spirit and flesh and the reconstruction of his body. Not to mention him, even Su Yan felt extremely surprised at this moment. I really didn't expect that the power I can unleash would reach such a level. This aura is so terrifying that it's unimaginable. At this time, he was already incomparably shocked. This kind of terrifying power was surging at this time. It was simply unimaginable. Such an aura was constantly changing. The power after yin and yang unification was simply unimaginable. The most terrifying light suddenly rose up at this moment. At this moment, the boundless power directly descended. At this point, the raging power had achieved everything it wanted. At this moment, darkness directly descended upon them. The God of Shadow couldn't watch Su Yan continue to grow stronger. Therefore, he directly descended. He wanted to suppress Su Yan. He wanted to seize Su Yan's physical body and turn it into a completely new body. At this time, if Su Yan could complete his transformation, it would be his wish. However, if Su Yan escaped from his control, then his opportunity would be lost. This was absolutely unbearable for him. At this moment, his power rose. At this moment, the intense radiance was even more unimaginable. All the mighty power was constantly changing. At this moment, such power had already manifested to the extreme. Yin and Yang unification, death and rebirth, my power. Su Yan's eyes burst out with divine light. Not only his eyes, but his entire body was surging with power at this moment. That terrifying aura was constantly changing at this moment. At this time, his strength was even more unimaginable. At this moment, a rich radiance surged continuously. This power was truly terrifying. The most violent aura was constantly rotating at this moment. Boundless power continued to manifest at this moment. The silent power between heaven and earth was even more powerful. It seemed to be breaking through a limit. It's really amazing. What level has my power reached? Su Yan originally thought that it was extremely rare for him to be able to regain his original realm after reforging his body. However, it seemed that he was wrong. He had underestimated his own power. The terror of this power was simply unimaginable. That boundless aura rose at this moment, reaching an unprecedented level. Demon God's Heart. At this time, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the heart of the demon god in his body was still there. What's going on? The moment my body was destroyed, the demon god's heart should have been destroyed as well. Why is the power still there? Not only the demon god's heart, but also the power of the Buddha. Good, this is good. This time, I'll reforge my body. Then, I'll use this plan to escape from the shackles of fate. Su Yan suddenly became excited. At this moment, there were all kinds of powers in his body. For him, these powers had brought him many benefits. For example, the Buddha's heart had helped him in the past and prevented him from being affected by the great demon dragon's heart. In fact, these powers were his opportunities, but they were also his shackles. The existence of these powers had limited his fate and made him fall into the trap of those powerful existences. Back then, Duan Mulonghu had told him that there was a way to escape fate. He and Duan Mulonghu were both children of fate. However, at this time, Duan Mulonghu seemed to be able to do it. Therefore, he had been resurrected after 1,000 years and his strength had increased rapidly. Su Yan naturally wanted to escape fate, but he couldn't compromise with Duan Mulonghu. However, at this moment, Su Yan finally understood how to escape the shackles of fate. There was a phrase called facing death. Now was the time. At this moment, he had just experienced death. Becoming a shadow creature was actually the end of one of his forms of life. At this moment, a brand new life finally began to reincarnate. For him, this was the arrival of a brand new opportunity. At this moment, he would take a brand new step and definitely wouldn't be troubled by such power again. The power of yin and yang flowed, and the terrifying aura kept vibrating. In an instant, all the powers had begun to burn. The most terrifying power gradually rotated at this moment. The first thing to shatter was the demon god's heart. This demon god's heart was something that the island master of the divine demon island had once bestowed upon him. It was the only thing left behind by a dead demon god and had extremely powerful and terrifying power. However, at this moment, under Su Yan's powerful power, this heart was completely obliterated. Therefore, the power was devoured by Su Yan and integrated into his body. Next was the Buddha's heart. The so-called Buddha's heart was actually condensed from the Buddha's seal that wrapped around his own heart. Originally, Su Yan didn't dare to have any thoughts about this Buddha's heart. However, at this moment, he existed in the shadow world. He was in the process of life and death, so he was fearless. Such power was constantly rioting, and the terrifying power was rolling at this moment. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, a golden divine brilliance appeared. The golden power directly impacted, and at this moment, it actually blocked the power of the god of shadow. Ancestor Buter. The god of shadow spat out a name with hatred. When he was invading the infinite world, he had once fought with this powerful existence. He was a god, so his strength should have been above the other party. However, that was in the infinite world. The ancestor Buter had the help of the infinite world's heaven's will, so he was able to withstand the attack of the ancestor Buter. Now, many years had passed, and the aura of the ancestor Buter reappeared. This time, it was actually in his own world. At this moment, he actually still didn't know what had happened to Su Yan. However, the moment the aura of the ancestor Buter appeared, he immediately became extremely angry. A terrifying power directly appeared at this moment, and it wanted to suppress the power of the ancestor Buter. The heavens are helping me. At this time, Su Yan saw that the power of the ancestor Buter was actually blocked by the god of shadow. He immediately seized the opportunity, and his power completely went berserk at this time. Then, he directly began to create his own brand new body. At this moment, the small world was operating, and it was constantly connected with his power. At this time, Su Yan was going to break his old self and welcome a brand new self. At this time, his power was constantly soaring into the sky. At this time, the powerful and terrifying aura had reached its peak. All of the power was changing at this time. The most intense and dazzling light had become the eternal melody of this world. At this time, Su Yan's power was rising slowly like the scorching sun. The power of the god of shadow had already suppressed the power of the ancestor Buter. After all, this was his world, and in this place, he was the eternal master. He had become the most powerful and terrifying existence, and he suppressed the heaven's will. No matter how powerful the ancestor Buter was, it was impossible for him to defeat him in this place. After he suppressed the power of the ancestor Buter, his eyes immediately fell on Su Yan. At this time, he saw Su Yan's complete transformation. Flames condensed directly in his eyes, and the aura of his entire body was roaring. Damn it, this kid's power is too strong, and it is beyond my expectations. No, I have to take over his body now. At this time, his power suddenly flashed, and the terrifying power was like thunder and lightning at this time. The incomparably powerful aura directly oppressed Su Yan. You can succeed in recasting your physical body. You are amazing. However, your body is mine, and so is your life. At this time, the god of shadow had made up his mind to directly take over everything of Su Yan, and then create a brand new self. However, how could Su Yan give up so easily? Supreme. When these two words appeared, the terrifying power had already represented everything. The intense light directly rose to the extreme, turning into the most blazing flame. The flame was like a pillar, directly blocking this ray of light. For a moment, the power of the two was in a stalemate. However, gradually, the power of the god of shadow finally gained the upper hand. In front of me, everything is futile. If you obediently accept your fate, I may still be able to keep your consciousness and give you a chance to be reincarnated as a shadow creature again. Otherwise, I will completely obliterate you. At this time, his aura was cold and cruel. At this time, he had already condensed his power to the highest point. However, at this time, a voice suddenly appeared. You talk too much nonsense, and this guy has never accepted his fate. This voice appeared so suddenly, but Su Yan knew who the owner of this voice was as soon as he heard it. Feng Yueshan. In front of Su Yan, Feng Yueshan's figure suddenly condensed. However, this time, it was not Feng Yueshan's real body. It seemed to be just a projection. Feng Yueshan looked at Su Yan, then said, "Yes, it's me, Su Yan. You are not suitable to stay in this world, so you should leave." As Feng Yueshan spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, an extremely majestic power directly suppressed down. At this moment, the terrifying power displayed its boundless might. Such an aura was so heavy at this moment. For a moment, even the powerful power of the god of shadow was blocked. Chapter 13:26. Return to infinity. However, this guy actually appeared at this time and directly blocked his power. This made the shadow god extremely angry, but he also did not understand. However, Feng Yueshan did not care about the shadow god's anger at all. None of this had anything to do with him. His voice was still so calm as he said to Su Yan, "You go back first, and then I'll come back." This was his answer to Su Yan. He would come back, he would definitely come back. Under the operation of his power, the energy in the shadow sacred land began to change, and a powerful and terrifying aura began to circulate at this time. The rich power had reached an unimaginable level at this time. The powerful and violent power had reached its peak at this time. A huge vortex appeared, and in the center of this vortex was the most terrifying hole, which was an extremely terrifying spatial power. When Su Yan saw this hole, he immediately came to a realization. At the end of this spatial hole, he saw the familiar light and shadow. This was the end of the shadow world, and also his hometown, the infinity world. Don't even think about leaving. At this time, the shadow god directly erupted with power, and this power turned into a huge palm at this time, directly grabbing at Su Yan. Of course, he would not let Su Yan leave just like that. At this time, Su Yan was an extremely important bargaining chip for him. At this time, Su Yan directly turned around. His physical body had been completely cast, and at this moment, he had broken through a new boundary. At this time, his realm was no longer the Emperor realm, but the Saint realm. As soon as his palm appeared, the power of law could only surge up at this time, and a terrifying flame directly appeared at this time. In an instant, the color of the flame had filled the whole world. At this time, his power was too violent, and that violent power had almost filled up everything. Fire of the Shura, endless flame, burn for me. At this time, Su Yan was extremely powerful. Although he wasn't a true flame dominator, the flames he released at this time were already extremely terrifying and powerful. They could thoroughly incinerate everything. It was also at this moment that a figure appeared. The flame blocked the power of the shadow god, but at the same time, it seemed to sense a somewhat familiar aura. That aura came from the infinite world. Fang Yueshan, I'll wait for you in the boundless world. At that moment, Su Yan sent a voice transmission to Fang Yueshan. A smile appeared on Fang Yueshan's face as he watched Su Yan leave. Go, return to your battlefield. As for me, this is my battlefield. Don't worry, my friend, I won't die so easily. Fang Yueshan's figure faded away. What appeared just now was a projection of his power, not his real body. At this moment, he had already broken through the Shadow Emperor rank and reached a whole new level. Just now, the Shadow God's talisman directly cut him off from the power of the world. At this time, he should have fallen into complete despair. No matter what, he shouldn't have broken free of his power. But at this time, Fang Yueshan not only broke free, he even projected his power here, directly changing the situation of the battle. For him, this was simply unimaginable. Are you still wondering how I got here? At this time, Fang Yueshan directly asked. His power projection had been shattered, and his consciousness seemed to have returned. But his voice still sounded here. At this time, it was as if Fang Yueshan was the omnipotent god. This kind of feeling made him very unhappy. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth began to undergo a huge change. Damn it! The shadow god roared. In an instant, it seemed that the whole world shook. At this time, without Su Yan's existence, the shadow god directly projected his consciousness. At this time, he saw an extremely inconceivable scene. Hundreds of the Shadow King, including 10 Shadow Emperors, were all sitting quietly. They were praying, but they weren't praying to him, but to Fang Yueshan. At this time, the Shadow God felt that the world had gone crazy. No matter what, he couldn't understand why such a thing would happen. He was the great god, the ruler of all of them. And these guys were originally ordered to kill Fang Yueshan, but why did everything turn around at this time? Damn it, since you chose to betray me, then I'll bury all of you. At this time, he directly displayed his power. At this moment, his power completely erupted. At this moment, he wanted to kill all of these people. Even if they were the most powerful forces in the shadow world, since they had betrayed him, there was no meaning in their existence. Angry out of humiliation, so you want to destroy everything. Hee, you're just a destroyer in the end, but you won't succeed. At this time, Fang Yueshan's power became denser and denser. His power was surging at this time, and his aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, he was like the ruler of the entire world. His power was so powerful that it was like the might of the heavens. At this time, the entire heavens will gather towards Fang Yueshan again. At this time, Fang Yueshan directly said, "This world has been under your control for too long, and now it's time to set things right." At this moment, his will directly rose, and a powerful force filled the peak of the sky. Just as Fang Wuxian said, his war had truly begun. At this time, the Shadow Emperors and the Shadow King could no longer interfere. This was a battle between gods. Whichever side emerged victorious would be the ruler of the world. The most important war in the Shadow World had finally arrived, and the door between the Shadow World and the Infinite World was finally completely closed. The door of the space opened at this time. This was the vast and boundless void. Countless stars were twinkling. At this time, Su Yan confirmed that he had finally returned to this place. He had returned to his original infinite world. The moment he entered this world, he could feel the joy of his soul. Countless power directly gathered towards him, and a powerful aura directly surrounded Su Yan's body. Su Yan's realm had already reached the Saint Venerable level. At this time, he had returned from the Shadow World, so the powerful energy naturally came towards him. At this time, Su Yan was like a fish back in water. He enjoyed the violent energy and felt the aura at this time. Such a violent and terrifying aura made him feel very gratified. At this time, this power directly returned, which made him extremely happy. Gradually, countless rock layers piled up on his body. At this time, he had already become a meteorite. Time passed, and at this moment, the meteorite was quietly floating. At this time, Su Yan had already entered a very wonderful state. At this time, his power was constantly gathering and then beginning to be nurtured. At this time, he had already become a Saint Venerable. However, because he had become a Saint Venerable in the Shadow World, when he had just entered the Infinite World, the sudden powerful power of law caused him to sink into a deep state. Not far from Su Yan, there was also a huge black hole. In that black hole, there was an extremely powerful power constantly surging. The power of the black hole was extremely terrifying. It was activated by a terrifying demon rank, and the person imprisoned in the black hole was the Heartless Fairy. The Heartless Fairy was still beautiful, but at this time, there was a look of exhaustion on her face. Even someone as powerful as her had begun to show signs of weakness after being suppressed by the power of this powerful demon rank monster. Still not willing to give up. But it doesn't matter. I have already seen the limits of your power. When your power completely dissipates, you will be mine. Ha ha ha, Saint Venerable of the Infinite World. As long as I can devour you, I will be able to analyze even more power of law. Really, I am looking forward to it. The demon rank monster's voice appeared again. After a period of time, the demon rank monster's voice would appear again and disturb the Heartless Fairy. This was a kind of mental suppression. He wanted to directly refine the Heartless Fairy and use her to analyze the power of law of the Infinite World. This existence was the most terrifying existence in the demon rank. Even in the powerful demon rank, such a terrifying demon rank monster had never been seen before. That berserk aura was even more terrifying and unprecedented. This was a monster. His appearance had completely changed the entire demon rank monster. At this time, the entire demon rank monster was under his power. He was even able to create a terrifying existence like the great demon god of dark judgment. He had become the true ruler of the demon rank monster, completely devouring the heavens will of their world. Compared to the shadow god, he was clearly much stronger and had taken a much further path. On this day, his power appeared again. The Heartless Fairy's power grew weaker and weaker. If this continued, this Saint Venerable would not be able to hold on. However, at this moment, the huge black hole that trapped the Heartless Fairy began to shake violently. A powerful and terrifying power began to attack the black hole. What's going on? At this time, the powerful demon rank monster was surprised. At this time, the Heartless Fairy opened her eyes. Chapter 1327. Unexpected Rescue Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The person Heartless Fairy was waiting for was the Island Master of Divine Demon Island. Only the powerful Island Master had the power to rescue her. Unfortunately, she had waited for an extremely long time, but the island master had yet to appear. He didn't even make a move. Just as the terrifying demon had said, since he had already made arrangements and launched this attack, he naturally would not let anyone ruin it. Even the island master of the Divine Devil Island would not be able to calculate what would happen here at this time. Who is it? At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Both of them looked over at the same time. They finally found the culprit behind this huge collision. It was a meteorite. If it was an ordinary meteorite, it would have been destroyed by the terrifying power before it could even get close. However, this meteorite didn't just get close, it was even attacking the black hole. Thus, it was obvious that there was an extremely powerful existence inside. I don't care what you are. Since you're here to cause trouble, you can die. The terrifying monster released its power directly at this time. It would not forgive anyone who tried to destroy it. Therefore, its terrifying aura directly burst out at this time. An extremely terrifying force appeared at this moment and directly rushed towards Yunxing Wang. The loud sound was so terrifying. The meteorite began to explode, and a terrifying destructive power appeared at this time, and then annihilated in all directions. This power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The appearance of such an aura was simply capable of annihilating everything. This power was so strong that it was terrifying. At this moment, the mysterious and dark aura had reached its peak. When the meteorite was destroyed, a divine light appeared. Exterminate, Grand Elder. A soft voice reverberated in the void. Then, an extremely domineering sword aura appeared. In the void, a sword shadow appeared. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. The most terrifying power condensed in the void. It's him. Heartless Fairy immediately recognized Su Yan. After all, Su Yan had barged into Heartless Island to take away the disciple she was most proud of. Although she did not appear at that time, she saw everything with her own eyes. Back then, Su Yan was just a weakling who hadn't even reached the supremacy realm. He was like an ant in her eyes. But today, this Su Yan had actually reached such a terrifying stage. The power of his sword aura had revealed his strength. Sacred Venerate. This kid has reached the Sacred Venerate level in such a short time. It's unimaginable. She was also a Sacred Venerate and was almost invincible in the Endless World. How long did it take her to cultivate to this level? However, Su Yan, the moment he appeared in front of Sacred Venerate, Venerate Editor, Venerated was Sacred Venerate Translation Editor, Venerate Sacred Venerate Master was Sacred Venerate. Su Yan's attack directly pierced into the tentacles of the terrifying demonic creature. The terrifying demonic power began to explode. That boundless and terrifying aura was so dense at this moment that it seemed as though everything was about to be annihilated by this power. Damn it, where did this brat come from? Being suddenly slashed by Su Yan like this, even he felt a huge impact at this moment. However, how could he be willing to accept this at a time like this? Therefore, at this time, he directly gathered his power. The most direct and terrifying power appeared and headed straight for Su Yan. Be careful, that's the ruler of the demonic world. At this time, Heartless Fairy directly channeled her power and transmitted her thoughts. She could see that Su Yan seemed to have entered a mysterious state. It seemed like he had just awakened from cultivation. That sword was powerful, but it was probably just a fleeting moment. If he was attacked by such a terrifying power at this time, it would be a huge disaster for him. She was trapped in this place by this terrifying thing. Therefore, she did not doubt the power of this terrifying existence. However, the voice she transmitted through her power could not be transmitted out at this time. This caused her to panic in her heart. She was naturally aware of her current situation. At this time, she could not hold on for much longer. If no one came to save her, she would really be refined by this terrifying existence. And at this time, Su Yan was where her hope lay. She did not know how Su Yan could become a sacred venerate, but she knew that if this sacred venerate in front of her died, she would not have a trace of hope. At this time, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Such an aura had reached an unimaginable level. That kind of power surged at this time like thunder, directly exploding. Just as that power was about to hit Su Yan, a golden light suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. Even in the deep black hole, his power was so dazzling and eye-catching. The terrifying aura completely exploded at this time, and the endless power almost instantly dispersed everything. What is that? No, that's not right. That's a devil. But how can it be so fast and terrifying? Under the threat of this powerful power, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. However, he never would have thought that this power would be so terrifying. Such a direct impact of such an aura seemed to want to destroy the entire world. This kind of power was really violent to the extreme. At this time, he already knew that his situation was critical, so he did not think too much and directly summoned the power of the small world. Then, the most terrifying power appeared and dispersed that power. At this moment, he finally awoke from the mysterious state of enlightenment. Fortunately, this enlightenment has directly increased my strength by a large margin. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this time, I'm really going to die here. The power just now made his heart palpitate. Fortunately, his strength had reached a whole new level, and he could directly use the power of the small world. Otherwise, he was afraid that this time, he would be buried here. He quickly turned his attention to this terrifying monster. The terrifying aura of this monster shocked him. He really could not imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in this world. This kind of power was really too strong. At this time, he could not imagine what kind of existence it was. One must know that he was no longer the same as before. Now, he had become a holy venerate, and his strength was definitely not the same as before. However, this aura still made him despair. No, this aura is very familiar. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely familiar aura. This aura was the Heartless aura. Chu Linger cultivated the Heartless Tao, and then completely stepped into the Celestial Tao. Therefore, Su Yan would definitely not forget this aura. I understand. When I was in seclusion, my body instinctively felt this aura, so I came here. At this time, Su Yan immediately understood the crux of the matter. Su Yan, be careful. This is the sovereign's avatar of the demon world. Its strength is terrifying. At this time, the Heartless Fairy finally transmitted her thoughts. Taiji, extermination, universal extermination. After receiving this news, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly channeled all of his strength, and the Taiji Divine Sword appeared at this time. The moment the Divine Sword appeared, even the void began to tremble. At this time, the terrifying power was simply lawless. Boundless power directly spread out at this time. The terrifying power was simply unparalleled at this time. The boundless power directly appeared at this time. After such a power appeared, the most terrifying power was simply unimaginable. The power between heaven and earth began to surge at this time. The most terrifying and frightening aura had truly reached its limit at this time. At this time, all of the power in the entire world began to surge at this time. At this time, the boundless power was simply unimaginable. The condensed power completely surged at this time. The power of this power had already surpassed Su Yan's strongest attack in the past. However, Su Yan's attack was not used to kill the terrifying existence because he knew very well that it would not be used to kill the terrifying existence. Even with his current strength, it was impossible for him to cause any harm to that guy. That guy's strength was simply too terrifying. He had already reached a level that was unimaginable to him. Such an aura was truly incomparably terrifying. Such power was simply unimaginable at this time. At this time, the boundless aura surged at this time. Then, the aura directly moved towards the heartless fairy. At this time, the heartless fairy immediately understood Su Yan's intention. Good kid, you're smart. With this attack, Su Yan wanted to break the heartless fairy's prison. At this time, Su Yan alone was definitely not a match for this terrifying sovereign of the demon world. However, at this time, if the heartless fairy also escaped, then the two of them together would have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 13:28. To get out of trouble, the heartless fairy's power and Su Yan's terrifying sword chi reached each other at almost the same time. Then, the terrifying power was completely incinerated. Under such an attack, the most violent power finally began to dissipate. In the end, the sealing power finally began to dissipate. Senior, I've broken free. At this time, Su Yan directly transmitted to the heartless fairy. Su Yan actually hated the heartless fairy a little. He hated this woman for taking Chu Linger away, causing him to fall into endless longing. But later on, this hatred finally began to dissipate after he saw Chu Linger. This was because he knew very well that sometimes, leaving was also a kind of power. His heart ached when he was separated from Chu Linger. But he couldn't just watch Chu Linger die. If it had not been for the heartless fairy, Chu Ling would have died. If that was the case, it would be true pain for him. Su Yan had reached the level of a holy venerate. In other words, he had comprehended the will of the heavens. The higher his level, the more he could understand some of the principles in the unseen world. Many things, in the end, were just helplessness. If he was strong enough, then he could naturally avoid that helplessness. Unfortunately, even though he had become a sacred venerate, it was still impossible for him to move unhindered. All right. The heartless fairy's voice rang out. The moment the prison was broken, she broke free from it. Leave this place. At this moment, the two's power reached the most terrifying peak. Their auras flickered continuously. Under the impact of this power, the demon's clone's shackles that restrained their power were finally completely broken. Where do you think you're going? At this time, the demon's clone was still unwilling to let them go. He was extremely angry. He was about to force the heartless fairy into a corner and then completely refine her, but he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. The sudden appearance of a holy venerate directly ruined his plan. At this moment, his power surged, and two figures appeared. Su Yan looked at the pitch-black existence that suddenly appeared in front of him and was shocked. What kind of power is this? He simply could not imagine that this terrifying existence had actually created two demons out of thin air. Moreover, this was definitely not an ordinary demon. That's the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God. He possesses the most terrifying battle prowess. Let's leave quickly. This fellow is a monster. If he can create such a terrifying devil, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to leave here. Fairy Heartless had already fought this great fiend before. She was well aware of how terrifying this great fiend was. Godslayer's sword, slay demons. At this moment, Su Yan directly used the Taiji sword to condense an extremely terrifying sword. Sword chi flew out. Such a sword was simply unimaginable. The terrifying sword chi slashed down and killed the terrifying great demon in an instant. Such a sword strike was clean and efficient. Even Fairy Heartless was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Senior, there's no need to be shocked. It's not that I'm too powerful. It's just that the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God that this fellow created is not in its complete form. That's why I was able to kill it. However, let's leave quickly. I can feel that this fellow's power is condensing." At this moment, Su Yan could not care less. He could feel that Fairy Heartless was extremely weak at this moment, so he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Regal Sword Teleportation. In an instant, he activated the Regal Sword Teleportation. The regal sword teleportation was the most terrifying teleportation technique that Su Yan had mastered. His strength was simply unimaginable. Back then, he could already use the regal sword teleportation to travel through space. Now, he was already a holy venerate. Using the regal sword teleportation at this level was like teleportation. No, even Su Yan himself could not describe his current speed. In just an instant, he had disappeared from where he was. Don't even think about leaving. Even now, the terrifying existence still did not want Su Yan and the heartless fairy to leave just like that. Once they left, his plan would be completely ruined. However, Su Yan's regal sword teleportation was simply too fast. Even if he suddenly made a move at this time, he could only touch an afterimage. That was really dangerous. Su Yan heaved a heavy sigh. The terrifying power from earlier was simply unimaginable. However, the palm was still unwilling to give up at this moment. It actually chased after the two of them. Damn it, it's still haunting us. He did not think that this fellow would be so persistent. However, at this moment, Fairy Heartless said, "There's no need to worry anymore." In fact, although Fairy Heartless' voice was cold, it was very pleasant to hear. Su Yan did not understand. At this moment, Fairy Heartless said, "The sealing power has been broken." That fellow must have sensed his aura. Just as Su Yan was about to ask who she was referring to, another brilliance appeared in the void. The moment that brilliance appeared, everything seemed to fall silent. That power was simply too terrifying. Even Su Yan, who was already a holy venerate, did not have any confidence in dealing with that power. That power moved slowly, and in the end, it directly reached the huge dark power. "You're indeed powerful. However, since I've already sensed your aura, don't even think about escaping." Su Yan was very familiar with that voice. It was the voice of the powerful Divine Demon Island Master. At this moment, the powerful Divine Demon Island Master finally appeared. That ray of light turned into the celestial demon diagram at this moment, and then directly swept towards that terrifying and frightening aura. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze focused on the divine demon diagram. "Taiji," Su Yan muttered to himself. That divine demon diagram was very similar to his Taiji power. He never thought that the powerful island master of Divine Devil Island would actually be able to condense such a power. That terrifying demon roared, "Do you think you can trap me? You're dreaming." At this moment, he directly released his power and immediately fled into the distance. The power of the divine demon diagram chased after him relentlessly, wanting to erase him. However, that power was getting further and further away. As expected, that fellow will still make a move. Fairy Heartless felt a little complicated. Back then, she had actually been used as bait by this heartless divine demon island master. However, that terrifying existence was one step ahead of her. He had actually set up a trap within a trap, and she had almost been directly refined. This time, if not for Su Yan's unexpected appearance, she would have really died. Thinking of Su Yan, she finally remembered that Su Yan was still hugging her waist. With a slight movement, she had already escaped from Su Yan's embrace. Of course, at their level, they naturally did not care about such trivial matters. She said to Su Yan, "This time, I really have to thank you." When they first met back then, the gap between the two of them was so huge. However, at this moment, the two of them had become equal existences. They were both saint sovereigns. Moreover, Su Yan's battle strength was faintly discernible. It seemed to have reached an extremely terrifying level. Even she did not have the slightest confidence that she could defeat Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan gently smiled and said, "Senior, there's no need to say so much. This is what I should do." At this moment, the two of them felt a little awkward. They did not know how to deal with the current situation. But at this moment, a diagram of gods and demons fell directly on top of their heads. Fellow cultivators, please come to the Divine Demon Island for a chat. It was only a simple sentence. Afterward, a divine light descended. This divine light directly enveloped the two of them. Su Yan and Fairy Heartless didn't even have time to react before they were swept away by the diagram of gods and demons. Of course, Su Yan knew that this powerful island master would not harm them. However, he still felt helpless at this moment. This existence was simply too terrifying. His strength was simply unimaginable. Even though he had reached the level of a saint sovereign, he was still not a match for him. In the blink of an eye, the divine demon diagram disappeared and the two of them were already on the divine demon island. The memories of when they first came to the divine demon island were like a dream. At that time, they were under the lead of the island master to hunt evil demons. However, at this moment, it was like child's play. Long time no see, Su Yan. Su Yan did not see the island master of the divine demon island. Instead, a woman appeared in front of him. She was Xiao Qian, the woman who had said that she had taken a fancy to Su Yan. As expected of the man I have taken a fancy to. You did not disappoint me. Very good. She smiled gently. She seemed very happy. Su Yan could only smile. Back then, he could not see through Xiao Qian's cultivation level at all. The difference between the two of them was simply too great. However, at this moment, he had reached the level of a saint sovereign. He could roughly tell her cultivation level. She was probably at the level of a sovereign. Her strength was extremely terrifying. She was only a maid, yet she had such terrifying strength. This was truly unbelievable. Miss Xiao Qian, long time no see. Su Yan also returned the greeting. At this moment, Xiao Qian said, "What? You don't seem to want to see me." Her voice was somewhat sorrowful. This made Su Yan brazen. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Not at all. I'm just a little surprised." Chapter 13:29. Seeing the island master again from start to finish, she didn't pay any attention to Fairy Heartless at all. Fairy Heartless didn't care about her rudeness, as if she was already used to it. This time, he saw something different from the past. As his strength increased, so did his vision. He could see more things that he didn't know before. At this point, Su Yan finally understood how strong the island master was. He was above the sage venerables. Su Yan had fought with the shadow god in the shadow world. He had also seen the dragon god. Although he didn't know the full strength of these people, at this point, he could already see the general situation and begin to make a rough plan. However, it seemed that even they couldn't compare to the island master of Godly Devil Island. Of course, that terrifying super demon seemed to be able to fight with the island master of Godly Devil Island. What are you thinking about? Xiao Qian saw Su Yan's thoughts and asked directly. Regardless of whether her words were a joke, she was really good to Su Yan. Su Yan said, "I'm thinking about how strong the island master is." Su Yan said honestly. Xiao Qian smiled, as if she was proud. After all, that extremely strong person was her master. How could she not be proud? However, it was Fairy Heartless who spoke. Have you heard of the 5 great sovereigns of the 5 counties continent? Su Yan was startled. He didn't understand why Fairy Heartless would suddenly bring this up. However, he understood in the next moment. Senior, you're saying that the island master is one of the 5 great sovereigns. Legend had it that the 5 great sovereigns were extremely powerful existences. Even gods weren't their opponents. Such existences were practically legends. Su Yan didn't even dare to think about it. However, he finally understood now. Only existences like the 5 great sovereigns could be so powerful and terrifying. This is the demon monarch, said the demon monarch. Fairy Heartless said directly. She had no intention of hiding anything. Then, she added, cultivation is not based on seniority. Now that we are at the same level, let's call each other fellow cultivators. Su Yan was not used to it at first. After all, the other party was Chu Linger's master. But in the next moment, he said, that's fine too. At this time, the heartless fairy said, I know that you are worried about Linger, but I didn't force her. I just let her choose her own path. I'm afraid that she has already chosen the path of Heaven's heart. Between you and her. Su Yan sighed and said, Senior, I already know. When he first returned to the 9 regions, he had already sensed it. At that time, he felt that he was about to lose the person he loved the most. This was because at that time, Su Yan already had a certain level of perception towards fate. At that time, he could have gone to Heartless Island to see Chu Linger. However, he didn't do so because he understood that even if he saw Chu Linger, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This was Chu Linger's own decision. Since she wanted to walk the path of Heaven's heart, then he could only give her his blessing. This was his love for her and also their own love. This time, he had reached the heavenly sovereign realm and was even closer to Heaven's will. His perception of fate became even clearer. He was once the child of destiny. When he was in the shadow world, he had reversed reality and illusion, allowing his body to be reforged, which was equivalent to bringing himself back from the dead. In a sense, he had already broken free from the shackles of destiny. However, after returning to this world, he finally understood one thing. Fate was something that could never be fought. It didn't mean that once you broke free from someone's control, you were no longer related to fate. As long as your heart was still there, no matter how much you struggled, you couldn't break free from fate. At this time, Su Yan was even more shocked about the Demon King. The 5 great sovereigns actually existed. Originally, he thought that it was just a legend. After all, an existence stronger than the gods was simply inconceivable. Although the Heavenly Saint sect was said to be the inheritance of the sage, Su Yan didn't think that the Heavenly Saint sect was that strong. However, at this time, Heartless Fairy told him that the master of Divine Devil Island was the Demon King. Moreover, Xiao Qian didn't say anything at this time. Clearly, she had acquiesced. The Demon King, the master of Divine Devil Island, was actually the Demon King. Even at this time, Su Yan still couldn't understand the meaning of the 5 great sovereigns. In that case, the sage's words were true. After a long time, they finally arrived at the resting place of the Island Master of Divine Devil Island. The Island Master of the Divine Devil Island was still lying there quietly as usual. However, there was a ray of divine light that constantly revolved around him. Seeing the Island Master, Heartless Fairy felt extremely indignant. After all, she had been schemed against by this heartless man. However, she also understood that although she cultivated the absolute green Dao technique, this man was definitely more heartless than her. His scheme was extremely huge. He was doing it for the sake of the common people. She and he were actually from 2 completely different worlds. No one was born heartless. After so many years, there were some things that needed to be let go. I'm sorry. At this time, the Island Master of Divine Devil Island, who was also the mysterious Demon King, actually opened his mouth. Heartless Fairy found it hard to believe. After so many years, had he ever said a word of apology? At this time, the Demon King opened his mouth again. I'm going to die. These 4 short words shocked both Su Yan and Heartless Fairy. At this time, Heartless Fairy said, haven't you always? She wanted to say that the Demon King was currently in a state of death. What did he mean by saying such words now? However, the Demon King had already interrupted her. You should understand. I'm saying that I'm going to sink into eternal oblivion, never to wake up again. His voice was so calm. However, both Su Yan and Heartless Fairy's hearts were in a perilous situation. Su Yan was fine. After all, he didn't know this powerful demon king. However, Heartless Fairy was incomparably shocked and heartbroken at the same time. She knew how powerful this guy was. He could be said to be omnipotent. The war back then was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. It was this guy who single-handedly stopped the invasion of Heaven's will, giving the boundless world a chance to breathe. After that, the boundless world's experts rose up and turned defeat into victory. No one knew how long this demon king had lived. They only knew that he was an extremely powerful and terrifying person. However, at this time, he said that he was going to die. Moreover, it was an eternal wither with no chance of waking up. Why? Why? He finally asked this question. With his strength, why would he die? The demon king's voice sounded. In this world, no one is immortal. Even the heavenly Tao can fall. You're already a heavenly sovereign. Could it be that you can't even see through life and death? He didn't care about his own death at all. He only felt that it was a very normal thing. At this time, Xiao Qian had already quietly left. Clearly, she couldn't accept this reality. They had been under this person's protection for too long. To her, the demon king was simply her father. And now, their father was about to die. Face your own heart. Walk the path you want to walk. It's also the path you should walk. Don't continue like this. The demon king's voice sounded. His words were calm, but there was a trace of tenderness in them. Heartless Fairy's heart was in turmoil. If it was before, she would definitely feel warmth in her heart after hearing such words. However, at this time, she couldn't feel any warmth. He was going to leave, an eternal departure. The invasion of the evil demons is finally about to begin. At this time, the Demon King changed the topic and began to talk about the current situation. In the boundless world, the evil demon world's invasion wormholes are constantly opening. Although the wormholes aren't big enough to allow the truly powerful evil demon gods to enter, if this continues, those terrifying existences will eventually appear. He paused for a moment before continuing. Su Yan, you just fought with that guy. Tell me, what do you think? The island master's words made Su Yan feel a little helpless. Then, he said, that guy is very strong, much stronger than I imagined. I know that it's only his clone, but even if it's his clone, I'm not his match. Su Yan was unperturbed. This was a cruel and terrifying fact. You're right. That's an extremely terrifying guy. He's a destroyer, an existence that can destroy everything. An extremely terrifying existence was born in the evil demon world that was filled with endless slaughter. Right now, the entire evil demon world is his body. His strength is extremely terrifying. Even if I were alive, I wouldn't be his opponent. When he said this, Su Yan was shocked. Although he hadn't seen the Demon King's strength at his peak, just from hearing about it, he already knew how terrifying and powerful this person was. But now, this person was saying that even if he were alive, he wouldn't be that terrifying existence's opponent. Then, just what level had this terrifying guy reached? How horrifying and terrifying was this? Could they really defeat such a terrifying opponent? At this time, the Demon King spoke again. Cougar, go back. Let me talk to Su Yan. Chapter 1330. The Mystery of the Five Lords Ku-Er was the name of the Heartless Fairy. It had been a long time since he called her that name. Even she had forgotten about it, and he had almost never called her that. But today, he had called her name twice in a row. This made the Heartless Fairy feel even more terrible. This was because she clearly knew that this tyrannical figure had finally reached the end of his road at this moment. The parting came so suddenly, and so heartbreaking. However, she didn't say anything. She only sighed and left. Just as the island master of Divine Devil Island had said, after experiencing so many things, life and death should be indifferent. Even if she felt helpless in her heart, she wouldn't say it now. Xiao Qian had already left with the Heartless Fairy. Only Su Yan and the powerful Demon Lord were left in this place. At this moment, the island master of Divine Devil Island slowly floated up. His gaze was exceptionally gentle. Clearly, he was still in a deep sleep, but Su Yan felt like he was looking at a living king. At this moment, strands of power emerged, and the extremely powerful power spread out. You're even more outstanding than I imagined. This is very good. There was a sense of gratification in his words. Thank you, Senior. Su Yan's words came from the bottom of his heart. Back then, if it wasn't for this person's nurturing, it wouldn't have been easy for Su Yan to reach his current level. But at this moment, the parting was about to come. There's no need to say anything. Even though I gave you pointers back then, cultivation has always been your own matter. Battle is even more so. Oh right, the reason why I asked you to stay is to ask if you're interested in becoming the island master of Divine Devil Island. His words were as calm as the wind, as if he was talking about something trivial. However, Su Yan was shocked. This person actually wanted to become the island master of Divine Devil Island. I'm about to die. Of the 5 of us, I might be the last one alive. However, I have no regrets about this. After all, I've lived for so long in vain. At this moment, he spoke again, speaking of which, you must be very curious about the 5 of us. Su Yan didn't deny it. What was the background and identity of these 5 sovereign kings? Su Yan really wanted to know. At the beginning of the world's creation, the world was in chaos. There was no distinction between yin and yang. At this time, it could be said that the world had yet to be created. Within the primal chaos, there were terrifying primal chaos demons that ran amok and were extraordinarily terrifying. The 5 of us were born in that era. Just this sentence alone was enough to shock Su Yan. The Chaos Era. These 5 were creatures of the Chaos Era. Later on, Heaven's will was gradually born, heaven and earth began to open up, and the primal chaos gradually disappeared. The terrifying Chaos Great Fiend began his final struggle. It was us who worked together to slay the Chaos Great Fiend. The heavens and earth felt our merit and sent down endless divine light, allowing us to enjoy the position of Heavenly Lord. In the end, heaven and earth rose and sank. All of the radiance began to rotate. Darkness and light began to separate. The 5 of them worked together to create a continent. That was the continent of the 5 sovereigns. Later on, it became the continent of the 5 counties. This continent was the most powerful thing that the 5 sovereigns had refined from the endless void. They had allowed this continent to exist in the newly born world and then started to develop life. At this moment, Su Yan understood that the first thing that appeared in this world was the continent of the 5 counties. The continent of the 9 prefectures was a natural evolution of heaven and earth. The continent of the 5 counties was created by the combined efforts of the 5 sovereign kings. As time passed, the 5 of them gradually had their own thoughts. The fiery king left and turned his body into a world, creating the blazing world. The nether king also left and turned into the 9 nether world. The saint discovered the demonic world and entered it to fight. The demonic world was a world formed by the Chaos Great Fiend. The meaning of their existence was to destroy everything. As for the boundless world, it was born from the destruction of heaven and earth. Therefore, the 2 worlds were natural enemies. There was absolutely no possibility of compromise. As such, battles broke out. The terrifying battles continued to spread and affected countless planes. Then, the great world of Shura appeared. The terrifying god of Shura had the most powerful strength. His combat strength was extremely tyrannical. However, in the end, the Lord of Heaven refined a godly sword and killed him. At this point, the heaven's will of Shura had fallen. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood the origin of the Godslayer sword. The powerful Godslayer sword was refined by the legendary Lord of Heaven. However, the Godslayer sword had said that its master had fallen. In that case, the Lord of Heaven was dead. As such, it seemed that only the Saint Monarch and the Devil Monarch were still alive. The battle back then had reached the most difficult time. After the powerful saint entered the demonic world, he disappeared without a trace. The terrifying demon gods attacked continuously. The Demon King, who was the island master of Divine Devil Island, resisted with his supreme strength. That battle lasted for an unknown period of time. Gradually, the boundless world was favored by the heavens. Heroes were born one after another. The great demon Heaven Master obtained the Demon King's inheritance and appeared directly. The dragon race was a race born from the heavens. The three dragon gods directly displayed their terrifying strength. The great demon dragon, Ancestor Buter, and the others, powerful Saint Venerables appeared one after another. Each of these Saint Venerables defied common sense and were unbelievably powerful. Finally, with so many powerhouses joining forces, those foreign races were all expelled and the boundless world welcomed victory. However, in this world, the most unpredictable thing had always been the human heart. After winning the war, these people all had their own thoughts. The stronger they were, the more they knew. They were no longer satisfied with their current strength. Instead, they began to pursue eternal life. Because of their ambition, a new war broke out. Back then, the Saint Venerables almost killed each other. During that era, the shadow world invaded. Terrifying shadow creatures swept through and almost caused the boundless world to fall into eternal damnation. In the end, the shadow world fell short of success. Their world's will was not strong enough and was directly injured by the Demon King and Heaven's will. However, after that battle, the Demon King finally began to fall into a deep sleep. The sleeping Demon King calculated the heavenly secrets in his dream. He knew that even at that time, the boundless world would not be safe and sound. Those former invaders would definitely come again. This world would still have to face war in the end. Therefore, from that time onwards, he refined the Divine Demon Island. Every 100 years, he would use the Divine Demon map to select those with outstanding talent to nurture. No matter what their fate was in the future, it could allow them to embark on the path of powerhouses. Because the Demon King knew very well that he would eventually die. The only ones who could protect this world were the living beings of this world. In fact, strictly speaking, he was like a father who watched his children grow up. However, the father would eventually grow old. In the future, the children would still have to rely on themselves. But now, a powerful enemy had invaded again. Unfortunately, his life had come to an end. Therefore, at this time, he had to use the last of his life to do something. Su Yan had never thought that these 5 kings were almost equivalent to the history of the entire world. However, at this time, the demon monarch wanted to pass down the inheritance of the celestial Devil Island to him. Clearly, he wanted to give him such a heavy responsibility. This was an extremely heavy matter. Even the current Su Yan felt that there was a heavy burden on his shoulders. At this time, the Demon King continued, "Of course, I don't mean to force you. Just as I said to Kuga before, everything is decided by your own heart. Just walk your own path." Su Yan turned his head and said, "Senior, this junior is naturally willing. However, I'm afraid that this junior's ability is not enough and will fail to live up to senior's expectations." He had never been someone who would run away from his responsibilities. Since this senior had said such words, Su Yan would not choose to run away no matter what. Instead, he would accept this heavy responsibility. Hearing Su Yan's words, the Divine Demon Island Master laughed softly. After which, he said, it's fine. We live in this world and we only seek to have a clear conscience. As long as we do our own things well, that's enough. As for other things, let's talk about them when they happen. Such an open-minded attitude was worthy of Su Yan to learn from. Senior, does this junior need to do anything? Su Yan asked. Such a powerful force naturally could not be inherited just like that. The Demon King said, actually, you don't need to do anything. Right now, return to the boundless world and do what you should do. Because you must know that inheriting the Divine Demon Island might not be a good thing. Moreover, the current me has not reached the time to pass on the inheritance to you. He said directly. At this moment, Su Yan nodded. Then he left. People feared many things that had never happened, and they felt that they could not bear it. But in truth, it was precisely this fear that made it impossible for people to move forward, making everything even more difficult. No matter the time, everyone needed a heart that could bravely move forward. If this was lost, then the meaning of life would become extremely small. After Su Yan left, the Demon King's body actually began to change. Originally, although he was also young, there was an unimaginable aura of twilight in his body. However, at this moment, his face was glowing, without the slightest bit of lifeless appearance. Master, have you really made your decision? At this moment, Xiao Qian walked in. She was clearly shocked to see the Demon King like this. Chapter 1331. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Great achievement of the Netherworld. Many of his words were nothing in itself, but when he said them, they were filled with sadness. At least, that was what it sounded like to those who heard it. How helpless were the four of them who were experiencing terminal lucidity. At this moment, the Demon King disappeared from where he was standing. No one knew where he had gone. Seeing her master leave, Xiao Qian was filled with worry. This was the end of the road for a hero. At this moment, in the Netherworld, Gue Sha opened his eyes. At this moment, he could sense that the moment he had been waiting for was finally here. Even someone as powerful as him was filled with unimaginable joy at this moment. Radiance emerged at this time, and a powerful force condensed at this time. That terrifying force directly burned at this time. In the darkness, a powerful energy was projected. The energy started to change. In an instant, the energy was boundless. The terrifying aura seemed to have reached eternity. Such a terrifying energy was rolling out at this moment. It was unimaginable. This kind of power surged at this time, and endless power emerged at this time. Gue Sha mumbled to himself, "You're finally out. Come, let me see what level of strength you've reached." Even someone as powerful as him was filled with endless anticipation at this moment. He wanted to see how far the person he nurtured could go at this time. A terrifying light appeared between the heavens and the earth. The power was unimaginable. Such a terrifying energy exploded at this moment. Terrifying and horrifying light continued to sweep out at this moment. It was like an endless storm that was sinking. The terrifying energy appeared at this moment. Then, a huge palm came crashing down on Gue Sha. This power appeared so suddenly, and such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. Gue Shaxing was not surprised at all by this sudden attack. In fact, there was even a hint of admiration in his eyes. Not bad. You knew to attack me at this moment. Looks like you've grown a lot, Sun Luo. He said the person's name. Sun Luo. It was Sun Luo. The person who had released such a terrifying energy was Rosen. Although Rosen was quite powerful, how could he have such a terrifying aura in the past? Such power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, it was unable to do anything to Gue Shaxing. An even more powerful force emanated from Gue Shaxing's body. In an instant, this force rushed to the heavens and earth and blocked Luo Sen's attack. Soon, the two terrifying forces dissipated into thin air. At this moment, Luo Sen's gaze was fixed on Gue Shaoxing. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What? I made you so powerful, but now you want to kill me? Gue Sha said with a smile. Even though they had just exchanged such a terrifying attack Li Studio, it was as if both of them were having a friendly. The corners of Lawson's mouth curled up as he said, "Old man, what's the point of continuing to pretend? Do you really think I'm an idiot and don't know what you're up to? Humph, you just want to devour me and become the new Nether King." Nether King. Nether King, one of the 5 kings. The Demon King had said that the Nether Big World was formed by Nether King. He was able to form a world with his own power, which showed how powerful he was. Rosen had the mark of the Nether World in his body, so he was the son of the Nether World. He could inherit the power of Nether King. Although Gue Sha had inherited the power of the Nether World, he did not have the mark of the world. Therefore, he could only look at the power of Nether King and sigh. In fact, his mission was to bring Rosen to this place and let Rosen inherit the power of this world. However, he was Gue Sha. How could someone as powerful as him accept such a ridiculous fate? In his eyes, Rosen was just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. Compared to him, Rosen's power was too weak. Furthermore, Gue Sha had been in a superior position for a long time. It was impossible for him to help a kid like Rosen. Since it was impossible, he would rebel. As long as he killed Rosen and devoured his origin, he would be the ruler. He would be able to obtain the Nether World and become the real lord of the Nether World. At that time, it would be the time for him to rule the world. He believed that no one would be able to stop him. His ambition was not limited to just this little bit. You're not stupid. However, so what if you know? Your fate has been decided from the very beginning. You are nothing but food for me. His eyes were vicious, and a powerful and terrifying power spread out at this time. As his power exploded, the whole Nether World seemed to be surging. The terrifying power kept surging at this time, and the endless aura was almost unimaginable. All the power between heaven and earth began to condense, and a light shadow began to descend. Countless light shadows condensed into Gue Sha's body. You think you have everything just because you have the Nether King's inheritance? What a joke. The Nether King can be said to be the heaven's will of the Nether World. He's the core thing, but that's not everything. Do you know how much preparation I've made in order to wait until today? At this moment, a terrifying demonic chi began to surge. Such power caused the 9 springs to surge. Boundless power, at this time, had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, the entire world was sinking continuously. Rosen's eyes flashed with seriousness. How powerful! He used the boundless demon sex demonic swallowing heaven and earth technique to refine the power of the Nether World. He was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent. After receiving the Nether King's inheritance, his knowledge was extensive. At this time, he immediately saw through Gue Sha's technique. It turned out that Gue Sha had already set up a trap, and was waiting for him to fall into it. This guy was really despicable. The powerful and terrifying power was already enveloping him. In such a situation, he was like a caged bird facing a terrifying cage. It turned out that this old guy had planned everything from the beginning. To him, he was just a prey to be devoured. Now that the prey had finally fattened up, Gue Sha would directly devour him. Old man, don't you think you're too ambitious? How could he be willing to be devoured like this? Hence, he asked directly. Yes, this guy was too ambitious, and too arrogant. After all, he had already received the Nether King's inheritance, and the Shadow World had already begun to acknowledge him. However, what he did was going against the will of the Shadow World, and against the wishes of the Nether King. Too ambitious. You're wrong. Ambition has always been for those with power. I have waited for so long for this day, and I have enough power. When I am powerful enough, this is no longer an ambition, but a goal. At this point, his voice had become extremely frenzied. He continued to laugh and said, "Forget it, for a weakling like you will never be able to understand my heart. So, even if I give you great power, it will be useless. Cowards are all like this." At this moment, his power descended, and the terrifying aura was about to completely crush Rosen and kill him. However, at this moment, Luo Sen's expression changed abruptly as an extremely terrifying radiance was released from his body. "Old man, do you think I don't know where you came from? You're just a dog adopted by the Nether King, and I have already inherited everything from the Nether King. In other words, I am your new master. At this time, you want to betray your master. You're seeking your own death." At this moment, his power had already surged out, and the most terrifying power directly shot into the sky. A power appeared at this moment. Such a terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Boundless aura descended at this moment, as if a dark cloud was pressing down. Then, a mark appeared between Rosen's eyebrows. The moment the mark appeared, the entire underworld stopped functioning. It was as if time had stopped flowing. This was an inconceivable scene. What kind of concept was the entire underworld? It was boundless and eternally boundless. However, at this moment, such a power stopped functioning. At this moment, everything had changed. All the rules had been broken. At this moment, a terrifying power appeared, and everything that Gue Shaoxing had set up was stopped. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Nether King had already predicted this day. If you had continued to be a dog, it would have been fine. However, you chose this path of no return, and I will send you on your way. Humph, you still want to devour me. Dream on. At this moment, his power surged out, and at this moment, he had turned the tables. Not only did he suppress the power, but he also charged towards Gue Shaoxing. Chapter 1332. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rise again. No, how can this be? It's impossible. Netherlord, you old bastard, didn't everything about you disappear? Why is your Netherlord's great seal still here? At this moment, he was extremely furious. He had painstakingly waited for this day for who knows how long. However, at this moment, all of his efforts had been in vain. Not only that, but he was also going to die here. He was filled with hatred. Why, you old bastard, I served you for so long, but you didn't leave anything for me. You damned bastard, no, I don't want to. At this moment, a surge of energy flowed out from the imprint. The energy transformed into a long snake and surged towards Gue Shaoxing. Gue Sha was originally Underworld King's servant, and he had served Underworld King for so long. He even saw how Underworld King merged with the Underworld and became the world consciousness. Later on, Underworld King died. He thought that he could inherit Underworld King's power and become the new ruler of the world. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Underworld King had already planned for the future. He could only be an assistant, but he could not be the master. This made him furious. Why? He had sacrificed so much, so why couldn't he get what he deserved? On the contrary, and nobody became Underworld King's successor and could have everything he wanted. As time passed, his heart started to change. Therefore, at this time, all of his thoughts had changed. He was not willing to give up everything for nothing. Because of this, he started his plan. However, the wait was too long. So many years passed in a hurry. And today, he finally saw the day he was about to succeed. Over the long years, he had naturally made all the necessary preparations and calculated all the possible outcomes. However, when the moment truly arrived, he realized that all his preparations were wrong. Underworld King's seal was still there, and it contained Underworld King's will. The powerful Underworld King left behind a power that could suppress everything after he died. At this moment, his power was projected out and wrapped around him. Under that power, he didn't even have the ability to struggle. This made him feel hopeless. No, I don't want to die. At this moment, his entire body was trembling non-stop. He did not want to die, and he did not want to disappear from this world. Everything he had planned had turned into a dream. Unfortunately, all of this was out of his control. The boundless aura had reached an unimaginable level. Underworld King's power became thicker and thicker, and then everything was swept away. Ah, I told you, you old bastard, you're going to die. Rosen's voice was heard. Luo Sen hated Gue Shaoxing to the core. He would never forget the time when Gue Shaoxing tried to devour him. He had suffered so much pain back then. Gue Sha had said that it was an illusion to fool limitless demon sect leader Yu Quan. However, Luo Sen didn't trust Gue Shaoxing at all. He didn't believe that it was just an illusion. He wasn't someone who was willing to trust others, so he didn't believe anything Gue Shaoxing said. Therefore, the moment he obtained the power, the first thing he did was to attack and kill Gue Sha. The two of them were very similar. He had the same idea as Gue Shaoxing, so this was a game of chance. In fact, Luo Sen should have been the loser in this battle. He knew too little about Gue Shaoxing's power. How could someone who had lived for so long be so simple? It was impossible for him to defeat Gue Shaoxing. Fortunately, he was the inheritor of the Underworld Lord. The great Underworld Lord had not only created the Underworld, but he had also calculated everything. Therefore, he had left behind the Underworld Lord's great seal in his inheritance and hidden it. That was the power of his will. When this power was completely unleashed, its might was simply unimaginable. A powerful and boundless power was directly released. That kind of terrifying might was simply unimaginable. The moment such an aura completely erupted, it was as if it was going to bury the entire underworld. Gue Sha could not compare to Underworld King's power. Therefore, he was buried. Furthermore, his power had become a part of Rosen, making Rosen even stronger. At this time, Lawson laughed loudly. Power, this is power, such powerful power, he suddenly roared, and the whole world shook. Such a powerful force directly vibrated out. That aura was so frightening that it had reached the peak of its intensity. Such power continued to erupt at this moment, and the entire nether world began to tremble because of his roar. At this moment, he was really excited. This was the power he had been waiting for. This was the kind of power that he should have. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I already have such great power. I want to see how you can defeat me this time. At this moment, a figure appeared in his mind. This person was Su Yan. Rosen was defeated by Su Yan again and again. Su Yan was his speed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat him. This had become an obsession in Rosen's heart. At this moment, he finally obtained such great and terrifying power. Therefore, he was confident that he could defeat Su Yan. At this moment, his power surged, and a boundless power emerged at this moment. He looked into the distance. This place was clearly in the netherworld, but his gaze fell upon the boundless world. His power had reached the point where he could see through the world. Such great and terrifying power. In the lonely desert, the King of Destruction walked alone. It's been a long journey. However, it should be here. At this moment, he finally stopped. His aura began to slowly emerge. After so many years, the King of Destruction's strength had increased. At this moment, he had reached the level of an emperor, which was the Emperor of Shura. Back then, the King of Shura's strength had already reached the peak of the Emperor of Shura. It was just that he had been suppressing his strength. However, at this moment, he had become the Emperor of Shura. His combat strength was already extremely terrifying. At this moment, his strength was naturally unimaginable. At this moment, in the sky, waves of power appeared. Such a powerful aura was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth began to change. It was originally a desert, but at this moment, an extremely lonely and deathly aura spread out. This is the place where the great Emperor of Shura is buried. It's really hard to imagine that such a powerful god would actually fall. The King of Destruction always had his own purpose in doing things. Back then, he left the Shura world and came to the boundless world to search. In the extremely distant past, an extremely terrifying battle had once taken place. In that battle, the god of the Shura world had fallen. That god was the most powerful god of the Shura world. However, he had died at the hands of a big shot from the boundless world. The King of Destruction's luck was good enough. He had actually received guidance from the unseen world. Therefore, he had spared no effort to come to the boundless world to search for the god's corpse. As long as he could obtain the power of the god's corpse, he would be able to directly break through his limits and achieve the true great destruction he had in mind. And this desert was the place where he had fallen. The moment he released the Shura's aura, the entire sky changed. At this moment, a terrifying power appeared, and endless lightning struck down. The most terrifying power had reached the point where it could destroy everything. However, there was a small bone in his body. The moment the bone appeared, the endless lightning quieted down. Such an aura soared in the sky. It was as if no other power could compare to this aura. Heaven's punishment. It's a pity. It's useless. The great god will eventually awaken and become my power. At this moment, a heart slowly appeared in his body. It was the heart of destruction. The appearance of this heart seemed to have completely awakened that thing that had been silent. Such a terrifying power appeared at this moment. The powerful aura was simply boundless. At this moment, the violent power rose to the extreme. A terrifying power began to emerge from the bottomless ground. Skeleton of the god of Shura, appear. He muttered to himself as an endless amount of power gathered towards his body. Far away in the Shura world, the woman in red opened her eyes. At this moment, she had become the god of Shura. However, she was not the only god of Shura. The divine source is divided into three. She said faintly. At this moment, the man also spoke. How interesting. The fallen god has actually begun to revive. Including you, the new god, and that guy who stole the will of the heavens, the divine position has been divided into three. How interesting. The God-Slayer sword smiled brightly as if he had seen the most interesting thing. Chapter 1333. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yang Tea appears. Back then, the God-Slayer sword was in a miserable state. At that time, he did not manage to find his true body. Only a trace of sword intent resided in Su Yan's body. At that time, he went to Dragon Island, but he was schemed against by the 7 Dragon Kings. Those stupid dragons actually wanted to refine him and turn him into their divine sword. To the powerful and arrogant God-Slayer sword, that was a great humiliation. The woman in red looked at him, unmoved. At that moment, the God-Slayer sword said, "Then, what about you? Are you not going to return with me?" He smiled as if he could see through the woman in red's heart. She shook her head and said, "No, my battle is not over yet." Now, she had become the god of Shura, but it was not complete. The way she and the other 2 became gods was different from other worlds. The 3 of them were divided into 3 parts. Even if they became gods, they were not the strongest. To Shura, fighting was her nature. Even if the woman in red was a little special, the moment she became a Shura, her fighting nature took the initiative. Therefore, she could not leave at this time. Because she chose Shura, she had to fight to the end. At that moment, her gaze seemed to be able to see through all the falsehoods. The power of the deity position was becoming more and more obvious at this time. Her current combat strength was already a world of difference from back then. Unknowingly, she started to miss the past. Back then, she was still a woman who had just reached the spirit channeling realm. Now, she was already at this stage. It had to be said that this was fate and fortune. Ha ha ha, well, since you've chosen this path, I hope you can keep going. The interesting time is getting closer and closer. I hope you don't die. TSK, 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 I wonder if that brat will be surprised when he finds out about your situation. No, I should say, I wonder if that brat is dead or not. The Godslayer's sword looked lazy. He seemed to have seen the whole world clearly. After returning to the boundless world, Su Yan went to the Heaven and Earth organization. When he entered the boundless world, his fate sense became stronger. At that moment, he felt that something seemed to have changed in the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan directly stepped into the Heaven and Earth organization. At that moment, the Heaven and Earth organization's mountain gate was not operating. Damn it! Anger surged in his heart. At this moment, he released his senses. His powerful sensing ability spread out layer by layer. He could even sense what was underground. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly sensed an extremely weak presence deep underground. This presence was rather familiar. He opened his hand, and a stream of aura shot out. Then, it broke open the ground in an extremely barbaric manner, and a figure was directly grabbed by him. Kong Wuhan. Su Yan was very surprised. This person was actually Kong Wuhan. Back then, this audacious guy had tried to steal his things, but he had been defeated by Su Yan. He had even been locked up in a small black room in the small world, which was far from being formed. Later, during the battle with Black Dragon, this guy directly entered the dragon's nest. He stole all the treasures and then disappeared. However, he did not expect that this guy would appear here. Moreover, his aura was extremely weak at the moment. Even at this moment, there was still a strong sword will remaining on his body. This sword intent was extremely powerful, but Su Yan also felt that it was somewhat familiar. If it was the Su Yan of the past, he would have been helpless against such a sword intent. However, he was no longer the same as before. He directly activated his power, and a powerful and terrifying force swept out. This force directly entered Kong Wuhan's body. All the sword intent was swallowed up in an instant. It's that guy. When Su Yan directly swallowed the sword intent, he immediately sensed the owner of the sword intent. Yang Tai Yi, if that's the case, you've already escaped from the seal. There was no mistake. The owner of this sword intent was clearly the expert from the Stupa sect that Su Yan had met in the Arctic land of the far north, Yang Tai Yi. In the beginning, Su Yan was very grateful to Yang Tai Yi. After all, he had given him pointers back then. However, later on, he already knew that Yang Tai Yi was definitely not a simple person. If he was also a member of the Stupa sect, why had he been sealed? One had to know that the small world of the Stupa sect had existed peacefully for so many years. That was not all. The disciples of the Stupa sect had not even mentioned a word about him. Therefore, Su Yan knew that there was something wrong with this guy at the time. The last time he had gone to the Arctic land of the far north, he had also seen some other clues. This had confirmed his inner thoughts. However, Su Yan had not paid attention to this guy. Firstly, he had been sealed. Secondly, at the very least, at that time, he was no longer a threat to him. Instead, he had helped him, even if it was because he had bad intentions. Kong Wuhan, wake up. At this time, Su Yan's strength was so strong that his aura penetrated into Kong Wuhan's body. Kong Wuhan's body began to heal directly. The places that had been injured by the sword chi immediately began to heal. Cough, cough, cough. Under the nourishment of such power, Kong Wuhan finally opened his eyes. F***ck, a ghost. The moment this guy woke up, he actually screamed and retreated backwards in a sorry state. However, he quickly reacted. He was a cultivator, and this guy's strength was not weak at all. Su Yan could see that his aura was so strong that it was almost at the level of a breakthrough to the Emperor realm. With such a cultivation level, why would he be afraid of an adventurous ghost? Unless the ghost's ancestor was here. Su Yan. Aren't you already dead? Su Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. This guy really wanted him to die. Alright, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, what happened? This was what Su Yan was most concerned about. Where was Yun Wanqing? Where did the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization go? Also, where did Fang Yuashan's wife and child go? This was the most important question at the moment. Kong Wuhan sighed and said, "Sigh, this old man's luck is really bad. Back then, this old man's cultivation had improved greatly, so I wanted to look for you to spar. However, I didn't expect that you would actually run off to the 9 provinces. However, your wife was extremely enthusiastic, which made me feel quite embarrassed. Therefore, I decided to help you guard the Heavenly Clouds sect." Su Yan knew that this guy stayed most likely to eat and drink, but he didn't interrupt him and continued to listen. Motherf***ker, on the second day, a man suddenly came. He claimed to be your old friend and wanted to invite your wife over as a guest. However, your wife refused. That guy actually made a move. Of course, I couldn't stand it, so I immediately exchanged blows with him. At this point, Kong Wuhan frowned and said, "However, that guy's strength is too strong. If I'm not wrong, he has already begun to step into the Holy Master realm. I'm not his opponent." Sigh, why do handsome people always have to suffer so much? Kong Wuhan sighed, but then he chuckled, "Haha, that guy is really strong, but I still took advantage of him." As he spoke, a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword's aura was incomparably sharp, and a powerful aura directly spread out at this moment. It contained an extremely dense and terrifying power. Divine Sword. Su Yan naturally knew that with such an aura, it was naturally a divine sword. However, he was also certain that this divine sword was definitely not one of the 9 heaven sword and the Buddha sword. However, this sword was still extremely powerful. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Of course, this is my spoil of war. I took it from him. He chuckled like a child. Even Su Yan couldn't help but admit that the Void Dao Gate was truly powerful. Kong Wuhan was actually able to steal a divine sword from a heavenly sovereign and even survive. Okay, enough nonsense. I want to hear the rest. Su Yan said with a sullen face. At this moment, Kong Wuhan was no longer smiling. Instead, he sighed and said, "Su Yan, I'm sorry. I couldn't defeat him, so I could only hide myself in a sorry state. That guy's divine sword was stolen by me. He had scruples in his heart, so he didn't kill the Heaven and Earth organization. He just directly took them away. I don't know where they went, but he left a message, asking me to use the divine sword to exchange for their lives." His expression was very gloomy. Su Yan said, "Forget it, you've already done your best. Moreover, if it weren't for your stroke of genius, he might have killed them." Su Yan thought in his heart that Yang Tai Yi was probably here for his Buddha inheritance. After all, he knew that he had obtained the inheritance of the Buddha pagoda. As for Kong Wuhan, he was already very powerful to be able to do this. If it weren't for him messing things up, Yang Tai Yi might have killed even more people. After all, he and Kong Wuhan didn't have a very deep relationship. At this moment, Kong Wuhan said, "Damn it, if I wasn't too excited at that time, I might have even gotten the other thing. What a failure. I really want to die." He looked up to the sky and roared. Su Yan was speechless. Damn, he was retarded. Since he was sure that it was Yang Tai-yi, Su Yan naturally wouldn't let him go. At this moment, he directly projected his power. An aura directly filled the sky, and the strong power directly spread to heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Yan's will was very strong. Chapter 1334. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Damn, you're also a sacred venerate. He was too shocked. The reason his strength had improved so much was because he had found something left behind by his sect. That was the final gift his sect had given him. With the help of that power, his cultivation had been able to break through quickly and reach the sovereign venerate realm. A sovereign venerate realm could move unhindered in any era. As long as a sacred venerate realm expert did not attack him directly, he could do whatever he wanted. However, when he had just mastered his divine skill, he immediately encountered a freak who seemed to be half a step into the sacred venerate realm. That freak directly beat him up. Fortunately, that guy was only a half-step sacred venerate. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. However, when he finally woke up, he saw Su Yan. At that moment, he realized that Su Yan was also a sacred venerate realm expert. Furthermore, he was not a half-step sacred venerate, but a true sacred venerate. That enormous pressure wouldn't lie. Looks like this world has really changed. Damn, I refuse to accept this. He wailed in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan released his consciousness directly. This way, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were within his consciousness. At that moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Nothing could escape his senses. In an instant, his strength had spread to the Arctic land of the far north. You won't be able to escape. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. In a short moment, he had already sensed it. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi was in a secret realm. That secret realm had an extremely strong power. Even Su Yan's perception power could not directly probe inside. However, Su Yan only needed to be sure that that fellow was there. What? You've already discovered him. Kong Wuhan looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Damn, this method is really amazing. As long as I close my eyes, what I want to find will immediately appear. It turns out that becoming a sacred venerate is such a fun thing. Looks like I have to work hard to become a sacred venerate too. That guy muttered to himself. Su Yan's face was filled with black lines. However, he was very rational and didn't continue discussing the topic of how he was going to investigate Yang Tai-yi. He only said, I'm going to look for him right now. What about you? Do you want to come with me? Since Kong Wuhan was able to survive Yang Tai-yi's attack and steal the divine sword from him, he naturally had absolute ability. Bringing Kong Wuhan along might be a good plan. Let's go. With you around, I don't have to be afraid of him. Besides, there must be a lot of good stuff in his hiding place. I'm going to steal all of his things. The people of the Empty Void Tao sect, after all, seem to only have this point of existence. Alright, since that's the case, let's get moving. Su Yan grabbed Kong Wuhan's shoulder. At this moment, his will moved, and a spatial door opened. At Su Yan's current level, opening a spatial door was a piece of cake. The two of them stepped directly into it. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared outside a secret realm. This mystic realm was extremely well hidden. If it wasn't for Su Yan's current overbearing divine sense, it would have been very difficult for him to discover it. At this moment, Kong Wuhan squatted down and began to study the entrance of this secret realm. Tisk, tsk, tsk. It's really ingenious. It actually used 1383 kinds of spatial secret techniques. Amazing. He seemed to be very interested in such a spatial secret technique. What are you doing? Su Yan asked. Of course, I'm trying to crack this spatial secret technique. Kong Wuhan didn't even raise his head. At this moment, he was already engrossed in it. Su Yan said, there's no need to crack it. Just blast it away. This spatial secret technique was indeed very complicated, but it was still not enough to block Su Yan. Su Yan could forcefully crack it with brute force. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Kong Wuhan's disdainful gaze was already directed at him. Hee, a guy like you can only do this kind of thing without any technical content. Breaking it with brute force. That guy will definitely know. What if he escapes? What if he kills the hostages? That's why this kind of technical work should be left to me. If I can't crack it in 30 breaths, I'm not surnamed Kong. After saying that, he immediately immersed himself in it wholeheartedly. What he said made sense. Even Su Yan was speechless. However, no matter how he looked at it, this guy was only so engrossed in it because he wanted to decipher this thing. At this moment, his power was constantly surging. Waves of power were constantly probing into this place, wanting to directly break the restriction here. In fact, he only used 25 breaths of time. The Kong Dao school's understanding of space was really amazing. Even if it was Su Yan, if he didn't use brute force and instead used his technique to crack it, it would probably take him at least twice as long. There were specializations in every field. Alright, let's go in. I dare to guarantee that the old dog definitely hasn't noticed anything yet. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yan had already pulled him into the secret realm. At this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his power and immediately locked onto Yang Tai-Yi's position. Yang Tai-Yi's face was solemn. At this moment, he seemed to be refining some kind of secret treasure. Su Yan looked over. He was extremely familiar with this item because it was the Buddha's pagoda. Back then, after Su Yan obtained the Buddha's seal, this Buddha's pagoda directly flew to outer space and disappeared. After that, Su Yan thought that perhaps compared to the Buddha's seal that he obtained, the Buddha's pagoda was probably a more powerful treasure. However, he also knew that many things couldn't be forced. Since the Buddha's pagoda had left him, it meant that it didn't belong to him. Moreover, not obtaining the Buddha's pagoda could be considered a blessing. After all, he was now certain that the ancestor Buddha was definitely still alive. This meant that these things were all part of the ancestor Buddha's plan. Yang Tai-Yi, long time no see. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Yang Tai-Yi. At this moment, Yang Tai-Yi suddenly raised his head. This was because he actually didn't sense Su Yan's arrival at all. However, this surprise quickly calmed down. He chuckled and then said, Su Yan, it's really been a long time. Indeed, it had been a long time. He didn't know how many years had passed since this parting. I heard that Senior was looking for me. As Su Yan spoke, he spread out his divine thought in an attempt to detect the existence of Yun Wanqing and the others. At this moment, Kong Wuhan directly said, damn it, why are you being so hypocritical? Old dog, where are sister-in-law and the others? Quickly call them out. If not, I'll insert your **T divine sword into the toilet bowl. Kong Wuhan was as overbearing as ever. Yang Tai-Yi's face twitched. Obviously, he was extremely angry at this brat who dared to call him an old dog. What made him feel the most hateful was that his divine sword was actually stolen by this brat. Although this divine sword was not comparable to 9 heavens and Futu, it was still extremely powerful. With his powerful strength, he almost directly refined it. However, he did not know what method this guy used, but he was actually able to directly steal the divine sword from him. As expected of the remnants of the Kong Kong Dao sect, you're really powerful. Unfortunately, after today, I'm afraid that the remnants of the Kong Kong Dao sect will completely disappear. His voice was so cold that it was obvious that he didn't intend to let Kong Wuhan live. Kong Wuhan immediately scolded back, "You idiot, how can you say that? After today, the Kong Kong Dao sect will disappear." "Ha ha ha, you're really making me laugh. How do you know that I didn't pass down the orthodoxy? How do you know that no one else in the Kong Kong Dao sect will pass down the orthodoxy?" Yang Tai-yi was dumbfounded. This didn't seem to be the point that he wanted to emphasize. "Alright, Senior Yang Tai-yi, I don't have any great enmity with you. It's better for you to release my wife and my junior brothers from the sect. This way, everyone will be happy." At this time, Su Yan didn't notice the existence of Yun Wanqing and the others. The anger in his heart had reached an extremely terrifying level. Yang Tai-yi smiled coldly and then said, "Ha, I sent your disciples and wives to the Dragon Clan. In exchange, I received the help of the Dragon Emperor and obtained the Buddha Pagoda. At this time, I only need to take one more step to reach the peak of the Saint Venerable Realm. You came at the right time. The Buddha seal is on you." At this time, his aura flickered, and the power of the entire secret realm began to surge. "Su Yan, do you still think that I'm an ordinary sovereign? My strength is not something you can imagine. Give it to me. Seeing that we're acquaintances, I won't kill you." At this time, he directly showed his fangs. However, when he began to mobilize his power, Wuhan spat out two words with a look of disdain, "Noob." Yang Tai-yi's anger almost soared again. This guy was really abominable to the extreme. He had already made up his mind to kill this guy after he dealt with Su Yan. However, as soon as he thought about it, an even more powerful force appeared. "Yang Tai-yi, you're courting death." At this time, Su Yan had completely lost his patience. This guy was really bold. He actually dared to send his wife and the people from the sect to the Dragon Clan. So what if he could mobilize the power of the secret realm? The current Su Yan was no longer the same as before. "You're too weak." Su Yan directly stretched out his hand. His power was so domineering that the power of the entire secret realm directly calmed down under his terrifying power. In the next moment, Su Yan's palm landed on Yang Tai-yi's neck. Chapter 1335. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Heading to the Dragon Clan at this moment, Su Yan's hand was clutching his neck. "Do you know that I don't want to make things difficult for you? After all, you did help me a lot back then. No matter what your motive was, I will remember this." Su Yan's voice was extremely indifferent. His cold words were like an icy wind. Yang Tai-yi was shocked to the extreme. After breaking the curse, he went straight to the secret realm to increase his strength. Before he was sealed, he was already in the Emperor realm. Now, his strength was even more terrifying. Now, he was almost in the Saint Venerable realm. The only thing he lacked was the last bit of the perfect imprint. However, he never thought that when he saw Su Yan again, he would not be a match for Su Yan. This was something he could not accept. To him, Su Yan was just a tool. However, this tool had actually broken free from his control. Thus, he was completely enraged. He wanted to break free from Su Yan's control by bursting forth with all his might. Such a situation made him extremely angry. Endless aura surged at this moment. Countless dragon-shaped auras began to roar. The strength of this power was simply unimaginable. Such power was surging at this moment. The terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. Kong Wuhan felt such a powerful aura and muttered in his heart, "Damn it. So I'm the weakling. In fact, his strength was already extremely strong. At this moment, he was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Such strength was simply unimaginable. However, the two existences in front of him were truly abnormal. Their terrifying strength was simply unimaginable. Yang Tai-Yi's strength was completely ignited. It was really not to be underestimated. Even Kong Wuhan's heart was pounding at this moment. Boss Su Yan, you can't possibly be unable to defeat this guy, right? He prayed silently in his heart. If he really could not defeat this guy, then he would be in for a bad time. However, his worries were unnecessary. At this moment, Su Yan's strength surged. The most terrifying aura surged out. You still want to struggle at this point? Do you think I'm still the same old me? Su Yan's power was like a huge millstone. Wherever it passed, the power unleashed by Yang Tai-Yi was directly obliterated. That was not all. His tyrannical aura continued to gather at this time, and the violent power almost directly rushed to the sky. Such a terrifying aura was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. This mystic realm clearly belonged to Yang Tai-Yi. However, Yang Tai-Yi was shocked to discover that he was gradually losing control of this small realm. On the contrary, Su Yan's power continued to erupt. The most terrifying power directly appeared and actually stopped his own power. At this point, he had no choice but to believe that Su Yan had become a heavenly sovereign, a true heavenly sovereign. How is this possible? How could the child of destiny become a holy sovereign? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. This was because he knew very well that those who had plotted against Su Yan would not allow Su Yan to become a heavenly sovereign. Once Su Yan became a heavenly sovereign, it would be difficult for them to control Su Yan's fate. How could he know that Su Yan had entered the shadow realm, shattered himself, and found another way to survive in the midst of death? This was an unimaginable process. Ordinary people would not even be able to think of it. Even Duan Mulonghu's method of surviving in the midst of death was inferior to Su Yan's. Su Yan did not care about Yang Tai-Yi's shock. His powers suddenly surged. Then, the most terrifying aura directly rushed into Yang Tai-Yi's body. Actually, I don't want to kill you. However, your actions have crossed my bottom line. At this moment, his power was so great that he looked like a god. Such power made Yang Tai-Yi feel despair. His strength was just too great. This time, I won't kill you. After Su Yan finished speaking, his power directly appeared. Endless power surged out, and a fierce aura rushed into Yang Tai-Yi's body. At this moment, Yang Tai-Yi immediately appeared to be in incomparable pain. A moment later, he realized what had happened to his body. No, damn it. You are going to cripple me. Don't. He finally understood what Su Yan wanted to do. He wanted to completely cripple him. Yang Tai-Yi's cultivation had been extremely difficult. In order to reach this level, he had paid too much and schemed too much. However, Su Yan actually wanted to cripple his cultivation. This was even more painful than killing him. However, Su Yan did not care. This guy actually dared to attack Yun Wanqing and the Heaven and Earth organization. He was simply courting death. That was his reverse scale. Cherish your last moments. If anything happens to Wanqing and the Heaven and Earth organization, I will let you know what true fear and pain are. The power of the Supreme rushed directly into Yang Tai-Yi's body, directly robbing him of his power. Su Yan loosened his grip, and with a light, "pada" sound, Yang Tai-Yi fell to the ground. At this moment, he was in so much pain. His power was gone. Originally, he seemed to be able to change the world with a raise of his hand. However, at this moment, his power had disappeared. This was simply unimaginable to him. He felt as if the world had lost its color at this moment. At this moment, Kong Wuhan walked over to Yang Tai-Yi's side. Yang Tai-Yi had originally been a dangerous person, but he was no longer. He had been completely crippled. What did I say just now? Noob. He loved to add insult to injury when his enemy was down. Yang Tai-Yi's gaze was fixed on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had become the person he hated the most. Boss Su Yan, this guy's gaze is very unfriendly. Why don't we get rid of him? Anyway, there's no point for this guy to live. Kong Wuhan directly made his own suggestion, but Su Yan said, I've already said it. Let's do it this time. Su Yan raised his hand, and the huge pagoda began to shake under his power. The pagoda originally wanted to struggle, but Su Yan was so powerful at this time. How could it struggle? Under such a powerful force, the pagoda was immediately drawn in by this terrifying aura. Then, it was taken into Su Yan's small world. When he first saw the pagoda, it was as if he had seen a real miracle. However, at this moment, everything was different. The pagoda was directly suppressed by him. Old ancestor Buter is not here after all. You can't resist. The two left the secret realm directly. At this time, Su Yan said, I'm going to Dragon Island. That place is not a good place. You'd better not go with me. Su Yan was not lying. That place was extremely terrifying. The 7 great dragon kings were all extremely powerful existences at the Emperor realm. Of the 7 great dragon kings, the Fire Dragon King had been killed by the Godslayer sword. However, Su Yan believed that the powerful dragon clan would definitely not let the Dragon King's position be suspended. A new Dragon King would appear. The Dragon Clan's foundation was really terrifying. They could even contact the 3 ancient dragon clans. Even so, it was already extremely powerful. The 7 great dragon kings might be able to fight against a Saint Master if they joined forces. They might not be able to win, but at least they could contend. If they brought the power of the dragon god, it would be even more terrifying. Their great power would almost reach the point of being endless. Even if Su Yan had reached the Saint Master realm at this time, breaking into Dragon Island was actually a dangerous thing. However, Su Yan would not choose to retreat at this time. The people of the Heaven and Earth organization were his family, not to mention Yun Wanqing was also among them. Dragon Clan. Hearing these 2 words, a brilliance flashed in Kong Wuhan's eyes. It was not fear, but a kind of yearning. Su Yan immediately understood the thoughts of this guy. Needless to say, this guy's mind was probably filled with the endless wealth of the Dragon Clan. The guy from Kong Dao sect was indeed a classic example of dying for wealth. Su Yan, you go first. I'm going to raid their home. At this point, the guy's eyes flashed with an extremely excited look. Obviously, at this time, he had made up his mind to steal the Dragon Clan. Su Yan said, It's not that I want to pour cold water on you, but the strength of the Dragon Clan is definitely beyond your imagination. Even the current me is not confident that I can escape unscathed. At this time, Kong Wuhan said, Don't worry, our Kong Dao sect has done a very detailed research on the Dragon Clan. When our old ancestor was alive, he had already written 100 secret methods on how to steal the wealth of Dragon Island. You may not know, but every sect master of the Kong Dao sect has to complete a mission, and that is to enter Dragon Island and steal the treasures. Even Su Yan was extremely shocked after hearing this answer. This Kong Dao sect was really valiant. It was no wonder that when the Black Dragon heard the words Kong Dao sect, even his reverse scale stood up. This was really hard to imagine. At this time, endless power directly spread out, and that terrifying aura rose. At this time, the violent power was so strong that it was simply endless. Su Yan felt Kong Wuhan's strong fighting spirit. Chapter 1336. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Yikongxing appeared. He stood up immediately after he finished speaking. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he went to make preparations. After the two of them left, the secret realm became quiet again. In the secret realm, Yang Tai-yi sat on the ground, paralyzed. He felt that he had suffered such a terrible blow. To him, it was an unimaginable pain. He was about to break through to the Saint Venerable rank and become one of the main characters of this world. However, at this time, his strength had been crippled by Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was so terrifying that he could not even resist. This was completely different from what he had planned. He really couldn't understand why this was the case. At this time, everything in this world had lost its meaning to him. He even wanted to end his life at this time. At this time, the aura of the secret realm surged again, and a powerful force came crashing down. Such an aura was incomparably strong. He quickly arrived in front of Yang Tai-yi, Uncle Master Yang Tai-yi. He swallowed the words he was about to say. He was Yi Kongxing, Yi Xingxing's elder brother. Yi Xingxing was actually an outstanding genius with great strength. However, his elder brother was much more outstanding than him, and his strength was also much more powerful. At this time, he appeared in this place. His aura was as vast as the sea, bottomless. This time, he came here for the Buddha Pagoda. The Buddha Pagoda was extremely important to the Stupa sect. In the great battle that year, the Buddha Pagoda was lost. Ever since they returned to this world, they had been searching for the Buddha Pagoda's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they did not manage to find it. Instead, it was found by Yang Tai-yi, who had escaped from the seal. After obtaining the Buddha Pagoda, Yang Tai-yi was unwilling to return it to the Stupa sect. After all, he was already an abandoned disciple. The ambitious Yang Tai-yi even wanted to snatch the Nine Heavens divine sword. Therefore, he barged into the Stupa sect. However, Yi Kongxing attacked directly. At that time, Yi Kongxing had already become a powerful Emperor Venerable. He had obtained the recognition of the Nine Heavens divine sword and became the new sword master. Therefore, he and Yang Tai-yi fought fiercely. In the end, Yang Tai-yi was defeated and left the Stupa gate. He had come here this time to retrieve the nine-layered pagoda from Yang Tai-yi's hands. He had already made preparations for another big battle, but when he arrived, he found Yang Tai-yi sprawled on the ground. This greatly shocked him. No matter what, he would never have thought that Yang Tai-yi would be in such a miserable state. For Yang Tai-yi to be able to fight with him back then, there was no need to mention how powerful he was. However, even so, he was defeated so miserably at this time. He simply could not believe it. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi didn't even have the slightest bit of strength in his body. Yan Ran was already a cripple. Martial Uncle Yang Tea, what exactly happened? And where's the Buddha's pagoda? Yi Kongxing didn't care too much about Yang Tai-yi's condition. Although he addressed Yang Tai-yi as Uncle Master, Yang Tai-yi had already betrayed the Stupa sect. Even if he died, Yi Kongxing wouldn't care. What he truly cared about was the Buddha pagoda. That was the most precious treasure of the Buddha sect. As long as he could bring the Buddha pagoda back to the sect, it would greatly increase the strength of the Stupa sect. It might even allow the Stupa ancestor to return. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with deep hatred. He wanted Su Yan to die. However, he knew that he was no match for Su Yan at this time. Therefore, he could only rely on someone else. Therefore, he directly said Su Yan's name. He hoped that Su Yan would be killed by Yi Kongxing. Su Yan. Yi Kongxing had naturally heard of this name. His younger brother had once been defeated by this person. Yi Kongxing was extremely impressed by Su Yan. More importantly, Tianji Elder's assertion made him even more afraid to underestimate Yi Kongxing. However, while he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Kongxing, he didn't think that he was inferior to Su Yan. He was a true powerhouse and had absolute confidence in himself. However, today, Yang Tai-yi had actually been defeated by Su Yan. This was unimaginable. Could it be that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level? At this moment, Yang Tai-yi continued, "Yes, it's Su Yan. That guy, not only did he snatch the Buddha pagoda, he also stole the Buddha's seal, square seal, and soul-stabilizing seal." Yang Tai-yi didn't reveal this matter at first. It wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but because he saw Su Yan as his own. Everything that Su Yan controlled would be his. However, at this time, he was directly defeated by Su Yan. In his heart, he already knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Su Yan. He had been defeated and had become a cripple. His heart was filled with infinite hatred. He wanted revenge. Therefore, at this time, he could only choose to divert the disaster to Su Yan. Yi Kongxing's strength was needless to say. Moreover, since Yi Kongxing could find him this time, it was obvious that he had made a breakthrough. He might be able to deal with Su Yan. Now, he didn't care what happened. As long as he could kill Su Yan, even if it brought a little trouble to Su Yan, he was extremely happy. Therefore, at this time, he directly encouraged Yi Kongxing to kill Su Yan. "What? You're saying that the 3 Buddha seals are in that guy's hands? That guy really deserves to die." At this time, the killing intent in Yi Kongxing's heart condensed. Whether it was the 3 Buddha seals or the Buddha pagoda, they were the secret treasures of the Buddha sect. How could they combine with the power of the Buddha sect to unleash a terrifying power? Not only that, but they were also the key to becoming a saint venerable in the Buddha sect. They could directly increase the strength of the Buddha sect. However, now, these treasures were stolen by Su Yan. That guy really deserved to die. "Uncle Master Yang Tai, tell me, where did Su Yan go?" he asked calmly. At this time, what he wanted to do was to find Su Yan, then defeat him and take back what he had lost. Yang Tai panted, then said, "Martial nephew, help me recover my cultivation." Yang Tai was still unwilling to give up at this time. He couldn't bear to be so powerless. However, he still lived for so long and didn't want to die. Therefore, at this time, what he wanted was to recover his cultivation and become stronger again. However, Yi Kongxing said, "Your body has been damaged too much. I can't restore your strength unless I can break through to a higher realm. How about this, tell me where Su Yan is, and I will take the treasures back from him. At that time, when my realm has increased, and with the help of the Buddha pagoda, there is hope for him to recover his cultivation." Light burst out from Yang Tai-A's eyes. At this time, he was indeed yearning for it. He took a deep breath, then said, "All right, Su Yan has gone to Dragon Island. I think he will definitely die there. Before Su Yan dies, take the treasures back." Even when Yang Tai was sealed, he was still very scheming. However, at this time, he was still desperate. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to become a cripple. At this time, his hope was placed on Yi Kongxing. Yi Kongxing looked at Yang Tai-A and revealed a disdainful smile. "Is that so? I already know. However, Uncle Master Yang Tai-A, you are a hero. Living like this is really a coward. Since that's the case, let me send you on your way." After saying that, he directly attacked. A terrifying force suddenly pierced into Yang Tai-A's body. This attack wasn't too strong. It could even be said to be a light attack. If it was in the past, Yang Tai-A wouldn't even care about such a force. However, at this moment, it could directly kill Yang Tai-A. Because at this time, he was really too weak. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. You! He stared straight at Yi Kongxing, but it was of no use. The world turned pitch black, and then he disappeared completely. Yi Kongxing frowned. To be able to defeat Yang Tai and kill him, this guy's strength is probably not weak. However, since he is going to Dragon Island to seek death, then it's my chance. May Stupa Sek's old ancestor had some friendship with the dragon god in the past. This is good. As for the Stupa Pagoda and the other treasures, he must get them back. At this time, he directly moved. In the endless sea, Dragon Island stood quietly. Dragon Island had existed here for an unknown period of time. Powerful giant dragons were entrenched here, enjoying the sun and the sea. Of course, Dragon Island at this time was much quieter than usual. This was because after the changes in the 5 counties, the Dragon Clan directly occupied the West Wilderness. Many of the Dragon Clan went to that place to become the ruler. The meaning behind Dragon Island's actions was very obvious. They wanted to show the strength of the Dragon Clan. They wanted to return to the point where the Dragon Clan ruled the world in the ancient times. The reason why the Dragon Clan dared to do so was because the 3 dragon gods of the Dragon Clan were about to return. The strength of the dragon gods was simply incomparable. As long as the Dragon Clan returned, their strength would naturally be terrifying. Su Yan stood in front of Dragon Island. The last time he came here, he was in a very sorry state and was almost killed. However, this time, it wouldn't be the same. Chapter 1337. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sneaking into Dragon Island, Su Yan activated the power of the Exalted. Then, his aura disappeared. The power of the Exalted could even block the heavens well back then. Now that he had reached the level of a sacred venerate, his strength was needless to say. When he activated the power of the Exalted, his entire being turned into nothingness, as though he did not exist. At this moment, Su Yan was heading straight for Dragon Island. On Dragon Island, there were many powerful dragon tribes enjoying the sunlight. There were also dragon whelps wandering around. The dragon tribe was truly the strongest force in this world. When the dragon tribe was at their peak, their strength was almost unimaginable. In the entire universe, they were the most powerful and terrifying dragon tribe. They were so powerful that it was almost endless. No terrifying existence could possibly be a match for them. Even the demon tribe could not possibly be a match for the dragon tribe. In terms of physical strength alone, the strength of the dragon tribe was definitely above that of the demon tribe. However, later on, the dragon tribe became too powerful. As a result, they were envied by the heavens. Later on, it became increasingly difficult for the dragon tribe to reproduce. After a few more terrifying disasters, the dragon tribe finally went into decline. Even the 3 dragon gods of the dragon tribe were on the verge of falling. This could be said to be a huge disaster. However, at this moment, the aura of the dragon tribe began to spread again. That was because the 3 dragon gods were about to return. This time around, the calamity of the endless world had arrived. Countless people were waiting for an opportunity. It was the same for the dragon tribe. At this moment, the dragon tribe was also waiting for an opportunity to come. They hoped that their tribe could become stronger immediately. They had already continued to accumulate endless power. As long as the opportunity was right, they would erupt completely. The Western Wilderness was one of their plans. At this moment, the dragon tribe naturally could not have so many people to rule the world. Therefore, at this moment, they adopted another plan, which was to mix blood. Any existence that possessed the bloodline of the dragon tribe could be called a member of the dragon tribe and would be protected by them. On the other hand, those who possessed the dragon tribe's bloodline would have to swear allegiance to them. As such, the bloodline would continue to reproduce generation after generation. This way, the dragon tribe's bloodline would continue to spread. Although these mixed blood beings could not be as powerful as the real dragon tribe, they were not to be underestimated. Moreover, as long as they continued to transform, there would be a day when their dragon blood would be completely awakened and they would become powerful existences. The best example of this was the blood-winged wyvern. The strength and terror of the blood-winged wyvern was needless to say. Back then, this terrifying blood-winged wyvern had even reached the realm of a dragon king. If not for the fact that Su Yan had killed it, one of the 7 dragon kings would have been the blood-winged wyvern. From this, it could be seen that as long as those who possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan continued to cultivate and strengthen their bloodline, they would have enough opportunities to transform into a true dragon. The next step was to wait for the return of the true dragon. When the great dragon god returns, he will sweep through the entire world. At this moment, Su Yan entered Dragon Island directly. He seemed to be walking around casually on the Dragon Island, but those dragons were actually unable to see him wherever he went. The Dragon Island didn't look big, but that wasn't the case at all. There was an extremely powerful spatial secret technique on the island. Therefore, this place was an extremely mystical world. It was just like the small worlds of various powerful sections. There was a universe within it. However, at this moment, Su Yan's spiritual consciousness was already extremely powerful. When his spiritual consciousness spread out, everything was naturally under his surveillance. "Where are you? Wan Qing, where are you?" At this moment, Su Yan's heart gradually became uneasy. This was because he couldn't sense Yun Wanqing's aura at all on Dragon Island. Could it be that Yang Tai Yi is lying to me? At this moment, Su Yan was already beginning to feel that he had been deceived. However, after thinking about it, that shouldn't be the case. Yang Tai Yi had been crippled by him back then. When he spoke, Su Yan's spiritual radiation had directly grasped everything about him. Therefore, he could clearly feel that that guy shouldn't be lying to him. However, at this moment, he couldn't sense Yun Wanqing's aura. It wasn't just Yun Wanqing. The aura of the entire heaven and earth organization couldn't be sensed either. It seems that I'll have to find someone important to ask. Su Yan finally gave up the idea of looking for her himself and then secretly taking her away. After all, this was Dragon Island. It was an extremely mystical place. Soon, Su Yan had already locked onto a target. It was a black dragon that lived alone. He was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the black dragon that Su Yan had killed back then. He was almost one step away from breaking through to the Dragon King's position. If it were in the past, Su Yan wouldn't have provoked such a terrifying existence. However, the current Su Yan was fearless. He directly came in front of the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon was still sleeping soundly. Su Yan's body floated up. Then, his spiritual consciousness directly suppressed the dragon. At this moment, the dragon suddenly opened his eyes. Obviously, at this moment, he felt Su Yan's terrifying will. Roar! He almost roared out loud. However, just as his voice was about to be heard, it was directly suppressed by Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was extremely powerful. He directly suppressed the black dragon with his spiritual consciousness. In the end, the black dragon couldn't even make a sound. At this moment, he couldn't even move. At this moment, Su Yan was a sacred venerate. Not to mention that this guy was only about to reach the Dragon King's level. Even if he was a real Dragon King, he would definitely not be a match for Su Yan. "You, who are you? How dare you invade Dragon Island?" The black dragon's voice was trembling. He was obviously full of fear towards Su Yan. "This has nothing to do with you. You just have to answer my questions. As long as you cooperate, I won't kill you," Su Yan said directly. The Great Dragon Clan will not choose to submit. It could be seen that this was a very stubborn dragon. He had a heart that refused to admit defeat. The pride of the dragon clan was not just for show. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, "Don't show your pride in front of me, because it's meaningless. Moreover, I can see that you, the Black Dragon, are isolated by the dragon clan, right?" In fact, this was very obvious. On Dragon Island, the other dragons were playing with each other. However, only this dragon was in such a corner. He even had injuries on his body. This was also the reason why Su Yan had chosen this dragon as his target. Hearing Su Yan's words, the Black Dragon became silent. If I'm not wrong, the situation of the Black Dragon on Dragon Island is not good. Although you are pure-blooded dragons, you are not welcomed. It's because of the Great Demonic Dragon, right? The Great Demonic Dragon was a black dragon. Back then, the black dragons had a very high status. They were the superior dragons. However, the Great Demonic Dragon rebelled. Although he was killed by the 3 dragon gods in the end, he also caused the 3 dragon gods to suffer heavy injuries. The reason why the 3 dragon gods fell into depression was directly related to the Great Demonic Dragon. Since then, the Black Dragon clan was not welcomed. Even if they were called true dragons. What does it have to do with you? The Great Dragon clan will definitely not be provoked or threatened. Although the Black Dragon's thoughts were pointed out by Su Yan, he was no longer willing to lower his head. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Su Yan's body. When he felt this aura, he instinctively lowered his head. If he was afraid of Su Yan's power before, then now, he was in awe of this aura. He was in awe, respect, and fear because this was the power of the Great Demonic Dragon. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have obtained the inheritance of the Great Demonic Dragon. Also, I know that the 3 dragon gods are about to return. However, the Great Demonic Dragon will also defy the heavens and return. So, are you willing to stand on the side of the Great Demonic Dragon or the 3 dragon gods? Su Yan asked directly. At the same time, he directly suppressed the Black Dragon with his powerful spiritual power. After a short while, the Black Dragon finally lowered its head. Please speak, I will become the Great Demonic Dragon's follower. The Black Dragon did not lower his head to Su Yan, but to the Great Demonic Dragon. He did not doubt Su Yan's words because the aura of the Great Demonic Dragon released by Su Yan could not be concealed. At this time, Su Yan said, "Tell me, did the Dragon Island capture some humans a while ago? How are they? Are they still alive?" Su Yan came here to rescue the people of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Black Dragon said, "Those humans. There is indeed such a thing, but these people are not in danger because they were brought to the Dragon Tomb. As far as I know, the great Emperor Hilton is injured and needs their power to recover." Emperor Hilton, he called her the Great Emperor, which meant that she was a powerful dragon emperor. The Dragon Emperor was a powerful existence on the same level as the Sacred Sage. At this time, Su Yan frowned. There was no doubt about the strength of the Dragon Emperor. However, he was injured and could not recover by himself. He needed the power of the cloudy mist technique. Take me there. In any case, Su Yan could not let Yun Wanqing stay any longer. Perhaps the dragon tribe needed their power at this moment, but he knew that the dragon tribe was definitely not grateful. He did not know what would happen after the great emperor of the dragon tribe recovered from his injury, and he could not guarantee it. Therefore, at this time, the safest thing was to take Yun Wanqing and leave this place directly. No, I can't enter it. The Dragon Tomb is a forbidden area. Unless I die, I can't enter it. At the mention of the Dragon Tomb, the Black Dragon showed fear. This fear came from the depths of his soul. Su Yan did not continue to make things difficult for the dragon. Instead, he directly used the cloudy mist technique. Chapter 1338. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless fantasy translation. The great emperor of the dragon clan, yes, powerful demons began to appear in the western wasteland. I was injured in the battle with the 5 demon kings. The black dragon was extremely angry when he mentioned the demons. However, from his words, one could see how powerful he was. He was able to fight against 5 powerful demon kings. In terms of level, they were clearly on the same level. Alright, I understand. Speaking of the evil demons, Su Yan couldn't help but recall that extremely terrifying existence. It was an existence that could create the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God, an existence that even the island master of Divine Devil Island, as a demon monarch, feared. Even if Su Yan had become a saint venerable and his strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level, his heart still felt heavy when he thought of that existence. He had personally experienced the terror of that existence. At that time, just a clone was enough to oppress him to the point of suffocation. If his real body appeared in this world, how terrifying would that be? What kind of existence would be able to face the 3 dragon gods? Or the great demonic dragon? Or other powerhouses? Moreover, there was a huge hidden danger here, and that was unity. At this time, the boundless world had fallen into great chaos. Although countless terrifying existences were returning, their purpose was not to protect this world, but to fulfill their own ambitions. Needless to say, the 3 dragon gods' intentions were obvious, and that was to let the dragon clan become the main character of this world again. As for the great demonic dragon, what would he think after he returned? There was also the ancestor Buter and some other powerhouses. These were all things that Su Yan couldn't control at this time. However, he quickly put this problem aside. No matter how serious the problem was, things had to be solved one by one. Su Yan arrived in front of the dragon clan's graveyard. When he arrived, he immediately felt the heaviness of this place. The aura here was incomparably oppressive. He felt that he was having difficulty breathing as soon as he arrived here. The power here was simply terrifying. That oppressive power made it difficult for him to control himself. Even someone as powerful as him was almost unable to maintain his form in this place. However, he still chose to move forward, because at this time, he didn't want to choose at all. He directly stepped into the dragon graveyard. The moment he entered, the most terrifying power directly appeared at this time, and then violently suppressed him. That was the dragon's resentment. Since this was the dragon clan's graveyard, there was naturally an unimaginable dragon's resentment hidden within. Such a power, that terrifying aura, almost made it difficult for Su Yan, as a saint venerable, to resist. At this time, he directly released his power art, a translation, and the violent and terrifying aura translation. The two clashed head-on, and a terrifying shock wave immediately erupted. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand this chi, but it was because after this attack, the situation here would definitely spread out. Damn it. Is translation is translation. Calm translation is editor translation. Calm translation is translation. Which scoundrel dares to be so presumptuous on Dragon Island? 7 extremely terrifying auras. They were the 7 dragon kings. Just as Su Yan expected, the dragon clan had indeed replenished the 7 dragon kings. At this time, the power of the dragon clan directly erupted. That kind of power was really terrifying. Endless majesty condensed at this time, an incomparably powerful power was directly displayed at this time. This power directly condensed towards the dragon graveyard. At this time, the black dragon that was treated by Su Yan flashed a different kind of emotion in its huge eyes. It actually entered the graveyard. The dragon graveyard was extremely powerful. Unless they had permission, no ordinary person could enter it. But at this time, Su Yan really did it, and he directly stepped into it. Although it caused a huge commotion, it also showed how powerful and terrifying Su Yan was. The 7 dragon kings directly descended into the great graveyard. At this time, there were already dragon kings who directly recognized Su Yan. "It's you, despicable human." They obviously had a deep impression of Su Yan, especially the dragon king Brigadier. Back then, Su Yan directly fought a fierce battle. Of course, at that time, he was imprisoned by the power of the laws of the 5 counties and could not display his true strength. At this time, when he saw Su Yan, he found that at this time, Su Yan's aura was actually above his own. Even the powerful dragon graveyard's dragon grudge could not do anything to Su Yan. "Brigadier, long time no see." Su Yan smiled coldly. Then, he directly condensed a power. That power turned into a magic sword and directly attacked Brigadier. At that time, Brigadier had appeared and wanted to take Yun Wanqing away. It could be said that there was a new and old hatred between him and this guy. At this time, this power directly descended and rushed towards Brigadier. Seeing this power in front of him, even Brigadier, the Dragon King, was extremely nervous at this time. Dragon King Forbidden Spell, Explode. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly released his most powerful and terrifying power. Such a thick aura rolled and turned into an incomparably huge shield, directly protecting his huge body. However, just as the huge shield appeared, it was directly scattered by this sword aura. Then, his body was directly blasted away. Fortunately, at this time, the other Dragon Kings also directly took action and protected his body. Otherwise, just this alone would have destroyed one of his dragon wings. "Humph," I said, "I'll get even with you." After Su Yan sneered, he no longer paid attention to Dragon King Brigadier and the other Dragon Kings. Instead, he directly went into the depths of the dragon graveyard. The dragon's resentment attack just now was indeed powerful and could hurt a sacred venerable. However, Su Yan's earlier sword strike had already dissolved this wave of power directly. It would take some time to condense the next dragon's resentment. As for the other pressure, it was nothing to a sacred venerable like him. "Not good, he's going to enter the great tomb. Quick, stop him." At this time, the dragons already knew of Su Yan's plan. At this moment, Su Yan was going to enter the great tomb. How could they accept this? The dragon graveyard was their forbidden land, the resting place of the dead. Unless it was the greatest dragon emperor, otherwise, even a dragon king was not qualified to enter to be nurtured. But this is the dragon graveyard. Some dragon kings had concerns. After all, this was already a tradition of the dragon clan. At this time, Brigadier roared, "That guy has already become a sacred venerable and has the ability to hurt Lady Hilton. Do you want Lady Hilton to die?" At this moment, he took the lead and barged into the dragon graveyard. The other dragon kings knew that Brigadier must be in a terrible mood at this time, so they did not care about anything else. However, on the other hand, what he said was true. Su Yan's ability was enough to hurt Lady Hilton. After all, Hilton was already seriously injured at this time. No matter what, they could not watch Su Yan hurt the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, at this time, they went straight ahead. After entering the dragon graveyard, even if they were dragon kings, they would still be repelled. However, at this time, they could not care less. They could only continue to move forward. However, Su Yan's speed was too fast. As a sacred venerable, his power had already surpassed the 7 dragon kings. The 7 dragon kings could indeed fight a sacred venerable if they joined forces. However, there was a prerequisite. The sacred venerable had to fight the 7 dragon kings head-on. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Soon, he arrived at a place shrouded in light. This place was completely different from the other places in the dragon graveyard. The other places were filled with the souls of adorable dragons. Countless ghosts were drifting about. However, this place was peaceful. There were fresh flowers and green grass. It was incomparably beautiful. In the center of this light, there was a giant dragon entrenched here. This giant dragon could only be described with the word great. Even Su Yan had no choice but to admit that there was a terrifying amount of energy in this giant dragon's body. If it was only based on the accumulation of energy, he would not be able to match up to this terrifying dragon emperor. As expected of the great emperor of the dragon clan, he was a legendary and unique person. However, there was an extremely evil power in this dragon emperor's body. This power was suppressed by him. However, once it erupted, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. At this time, Su Yan finally saw Yun Wanqing and the others. At this moment, Yun Wanqing and the people from the Heaven and Earth organization had already formed a large formation. They were using the power of the formation to cast the fog skill to treat the Dragon Emperor. To treat such a terrifying Dragon Emperor, it would naturally consume an unimaginable amount of energy. Even though Yun Wanqing had become a Dao Master, it was still a huge burden for her. At this time, her aura was a little unstable. Obviously, she had used up a lot of energy and was now in a state of overload. Just as Su Yan expected, the selfish dragon clan did not care about other lives at all. You're courting death. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly used the power of the Supreme and a sharp sword appeared. His power fiercely broke into Dragon Emperor Hilton's domain. At this time, the Dragon Emperor also opened his eyes. The moment Su Yan appeared, he had already sensed it. However, at this time, he was entangled by this evil power. When Su Yan's power rushed over, he directly spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The power of the dragon's breath and Su Yan's power met, and the powerful and terrifying power melted each other. "Who are you?" he directly asked. His voice was extremely majestic.